मतलब ये अच्छी बात है कि बुरी बात है? मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा कंफर्ट भी अच्छा नहीं है, नहीं? जस्ट ऑन अ लाइटर नोट, सो बहुत ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल नहीं होना है. सो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है आप सभी से कि कृपया करके आप सब अपनी अपनी जगह पे खड़े हो जाइए. सो मतलब मेंटली ना एंगेज होना है ना, तो फिजिकली भी एक्टिव होना बहुत ज़रूरी है. क्या कहते हो? अग्री? यस और नो? सो आज के सेशन को बहुत ही ज़्यादा हम सभी के लिए इंफॉर्मेटिव, हेल्पफुल, इंसाइटफुल बनाने के लिए वी डेफिनेटली वांट दैट वी आर फुल्ली एंगेज्ड इन द सेशन. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल व्हाट वी आर गोइंग टू डू इज वी आर गोइंग टू एनर्जाइज आवरसेल्व्स. टू एनर्जाइज आवरसेल्व्स आई हैव लर्नड कि क्लैपिंग इज द बेस्ट एक्सरसाइज. So हम क्या करने वाले? We are going to start clapping slow and then we are going to go fast, faster and fastest. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? So let's begin. On your marks, get set, go. Come on, start clapping. Faster. Faster, come on, I want to see your energy. Wow, now that sounds great. आप कैसे बच गए? आपसे एक बार और सुनेंगे. Thank you so much. We are not yet sitting down. We are not yet sitting down. Thank you. So करना क्या है? आसपास में ना बहुत सारे लोग हैं जिनको ना हम याद रखेंगे ज़िंदगी भर. मतलब आज का जब सेशन ख़त्म होगा ना, उसके बाद हम याद रखेंगे कि यार इनको मैं वहाँ मिला था. वुड यू बिलीव, ऐसे बहुत सारे कॉन्क्लेव्स मैंने अटेंड किए, स्पेशली चेंबर के, वेर इन देर आर HR प्रोफेशनल्स एंड आई हैव मेट देम एंड देन वी हैव बिकम लाइक रियली गुड कलीग्स एंड फ्रेंड्स. सो इट्स अ ग्रेट अपॉर्चुनिटी. यू विल लर्न सो मच फ्रॉम देम. सो आई एम गोइंग टू गिफ्ट यू दैट अपॉर्चुनिटी राइट नाउ. करना क्या है? आई एम गोइंग टू टेक अ डेमो. 3 Idiots देखिए सबने? You know how important a demo is. What do you say? Yes? So आप आगे आ जाइए बिंदास. एंड सर आप भी आगे आ जाइए. बिल्कुल टेंशन नहीं लीजिए, ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं करवाएंगे. राइट, हमको देंगे? अरे बाप रे. सो ऐसा करना है कि बढ़िया सा एक हैंडशेक करना है और एक दूसरे को गुड मॉर्निंग बोलना है. ऑलराइट, सो दैट्स स्टेप 1. लेट्स स्टार्ट दैट. अ नाइस हैंडशेक एंड से गुड मॉर्निंग. नाउ दैट्स द एनर्जी. एंड उसके बाद ना एक बढ़िया सा हाई फाई देना है, वो भी दोनों हाथ से. छोटा वाला ऐसे गरबा फाई नहीं चलेगा. ओके, हाई फाई देना है विद एनर्जी. एंड एक दूसरे से कहना है यू आर ऑसम. व्हाट डू वी से? यू आर. डू यू थिंक यू आर ऑसम? श्योर? सो व्हाट डू वी से? यू आर. Lovely. So a nice handshake. Awesome. एक और बार, एक nice handshake. Awesome. एक बार पहले हैंडशेक करेंगे, उसके बाद हम हाई फाई करेंगे. Let's begin. Good morning. And you are? Awesome. Super. So यहाँ पर ना आने वाली 20 सेकंड में जितने लोगों से मिल सको उतने लोगों से जाकर मिलो और फिर उनसे 2 चीज़ें कहो. Good morning and you are? इतनी ठंडी एनर्जी. मतलब भाई चाय वाय पिलाई कि नहीं पिलाई? एक बार और पी के आनी चाहिए, नहीं? एनर्जी लाओ भाई. सो व्हाट डू वी से? यू आर. लवली. सो यू हैव 20 seconds. जितने लोगों से जाकर मिल सकते हो उतनों से जाकर मिलिए. एंड यू गाइज आर गोइंग टू बिगिन दैट. राइट? सो अ नाइस गुड मॉर्निंग एंड यू आर ऑसम. कम ऑन, गो एंड मीट एवरीवन. गो एंड मूव आउट ऑफ योर टेबल्स. कैन वी हैव सम नाइस म्यूजिक? Super! Go and meet everyone. A nice warm handshake and say you are awesome.
My friend, can you be my lover up until the very end?
आप हमारे विशाल जी से भी मिल सकते हैं यहाँ पे. He is also awesome. He is waiting. कर दिया. जो भी व्यक्ति खड़ा है, ठीक है, अगर आप उनको जानते हैं तो अपना टेबल स्विच कर दीजिए. डू यू नो पीपल हु आर सिटिंग इन योर टेबल? इफ यू नो, जस्ट मूव टू द नेक्स्ट टेबल. ओके, कोई भी एक व्यक्ति को पकड़िए जिनको आप जानते नहीं है. आई एम गोइंग टू काउंट टिल 10. ओके, कोई भी एक व्यक्ति को पकड़िए जिनको आप जानते नहीं है. ऑलराइट, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, स्टॉप. अच्छा, जो भी बंदा, जो भी मैडम या सर आपके साथ है, नाउ कैच होल्ड ऑफ देम एंड इन द नेक्स्ट 2 मिनट्स आप उनके बारे में जो भी जानकारी गैदर कर सकते हैं आप कीजिए. दिस इज अ टास्क. ओके, आई एम गोइंग टू आस्क एनी वन ऑफ यू टू इंट्रोड्यूस ईच अदर. सो जितनी जानकारी आप एक दूसरे के बारे में गैदर कर सकते हैं कीजिए, along with their names of course. So your time begins now. Come on, quickly. प्लीज आप भी किसी को, सर, why don't you also catch hold of somebody? One of you could also accompany him. You have? Super, great. Please, nobody should be left alone. You have 1 more minute. कम है टाइम की ज्यादा है? टाइम कम है कि ज्यादा है? हो गया ना डिस्कशन? आपका डिस्कशन हो गया हो तो यू कैन कम बैक. आई एम गोइंग टू काउंट टिल 10. आई थिंक 2 मिनट हो चुकी है. How many of you are done? How many of you are done with discussions and introductions? Brilliant. So सबसे पहले ना एक बढ़िया सा हैंडशेक कर दो to your partner and tell them thank you, it was a pleasure meeting you. All right. And nobody is sitting down. अच्छा बताओ, जनवरी के मंथ में किसका बर्थडे आता है? आप में से किसी का बर्थडे आता है? ओके. सो आप आगे आ जाइए एंड आप आगे आ जाइए. आपका पार्टनर कौन था? जरा बुला लीजिए उनको. जनवरी इज योर मंथ, मतलब आपको तो स्पॉटलाइट मिलनी चाहिए, नहीं? तो आप लोग जल्दी से ऊपर आ जाइए. क्विकली. जनवरी मंथ बर्थडेज. એ લોકો ઓલરેડી સ્પોટલાઇટમાં જ છે, એ લોકોને જરૂર નથી. સો પ્લીઝ, ધ સેન્ટર સ્ટેજ ઇઝ ટોટલી યોર્સ. मतलब लर्न बाय हार्ट करो भाई. શું બોલ્યું તું તે પાછું બોલી દે તો. So let's give a round of applause to this first pair. So आप दोनों को एक दूसरे को इंट्रोड्यूस करना है, अगर याद है तो. है याद? So
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन. ये प्रथम बीबीए स्टूडेंट हैं. अभी बेसिकली महाराष्ट्र से बिलोंग करते हैं ये, बट प्रॉपर अभी नवसारी में शिफ्ट हो गए हैं. प्रथम एक्चुअली इनका प्रोफेशन HR बनना है, तो उसके बारे में ही थोड़ा मेरे से भी डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि आगे स्कोप कैसा है.
थैंक यू मैम. हेलो, इनका नाम रवीन है और ये बेसिकली यूपी के हैं। ये कई सालों से इधर शिफ्ट हो गए थे। पहले इन्होंने जयपुर के किसी इंस्टीट्यूट में एज ए एचआर जॉब की थी, फिर उन्हें इधर ज़्यादा अच्छा स्कोप लगा तो वो यहाँ पे शिफ्ट हो गए। और दूसरी कई सारी बातों इनसे, पर इनकी बातों से ये एक लगा कि एचआर फील्ड में कई सारा स्कोप है। मतलब अगर हम उसे प्रैक्टिकली अपने लाइफ में इम्प्लीमेंट करें तो एक बात हमें सीखने को मिलती है कि अगर हम एचआर परफेक्टली, अगर हम खुद पे वो भरोसा रखें कि हम एचआर में ज़्यादा अच्छा कर सकते तो उस फील्ड में हम कई आगे जा सकते हैं। और सर से कई सारी चीज़ें सीखने मिली।
आई थिंक आपने बहुत ही अच्छा इंटरेक्शन किया। राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज टू बोथ ऑफ देम। Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please pass on the mic. And trust me, it's such a wonderful opportunity. दोनों ने HR के बारे में डिस्कस किया and in this conclave, so it's a great opportunity. Thank you. To the audience.
इनका नाम सूरज जी है और ये पेस्टन ग्रुप ऑफ कंपनीज के डायरेक्टर हैं।
Peston Group of Companies. Wonderful.
और आपके बारे में ओके, और क्या है आपका फूड प्रोडक्ट्स है और ये फूड प्रोडक्ट्स के रिलेटेड इनका बिजनेस है।
फिर से थोड़ा नजदीक माइक में।
हाँ, ये इनका फूड प्रोडक्ट के रिलेटेड का बिजनेस है।
फूड प्रोडक्ट रिलेटेड का बिजनेस है। लवली। ऑलराइट। ओके। यस सर।
ये भाई साहब समीर परीख है।
Okay.
और ही इज फ्रॉम द लाइको केमटेक
Lycos Camtech.
They are the manufacturer of the API
Okay.
and the unit is located in the Panoli.
In Panoli. वाह, आप दोनों यहाँ पर आए हैं। Any particular objective?
मेरा ऑब्जेक्टिव particularly relevant to the HR because we are struggling the lot of difficulties and challenges in the current scenario.
Okay.
So I come over here to get the more opportunity and how to overcome these are the challenges.
Wow.
That's why I come over here.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Along with me, my team is also there in the first.
Can you raise your hands?
Please welcome Nisha
Wow.
ji.
Wow.
Nisha ji for few minutes. Nisha ji. Yes, yes.
हाँ जी, sorry.
Please welcome our honored guest Shri Ranjan Kumar Mohapatra, Director HR IOCL and Chairman Lanka IOCL.
A hearty warm welcome, sir.
Please welcome Professor Arvind Sahai, Professor of Marketing IIM Ahmedabad. Please welcome Shri Sanjay Kumar, Senior VP and Group Head HR, Apar Industries.
Should we conclude? Right. So, would you want to quickly introduce yourself before you go down?
बेसिकली माई सेल्फ सागर वालन एंड मैं पिछले 8 सालों से HR में काम कर रहा हूँ और सेल्फोस बैटरीज करके हमारा कंपनी है जो लीड एसिड बैटरीज बनाते हैं।
Good morning everyone. My name is Virti Mehta and I'm from Uka Tasaya University, Badoli. I've completed my higher education from Sir Chacha English Medium High School, Navsari, and I'm currently pursuing my graduation in HR specialization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and a round of applause to the speakers and our guests. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
I would like to welcome all dignitaries on the dais. Welcome on the dais, please.
हिंदी અને ઇંગ્લિશ બંને રાખજો.
May we request all the guests, the esteemed dignitaries, to kindly come up on the dais. It is a matter of great honor to have all the esteemed dignitaries out here. Shri Ranjan Kumar Mohapatra ji, who is a director at HR IOCL. We also, it is also an honor to have Professor Arvind Sahai, Professor of Marketing IIM Ahmedabad. Shri Sanjay Kumar ji, who is Senior VP and Group HR Head of Apar Industries. It is such an honor to have you all. We are more than honored to have the representatives of Chamber. We are honored to have Shri Himanshu Bhai Bodawala. May we request all the dignitaries to kindly come up on the stage. President of SGCCI to kindly come up on the stage, Shri Himanshu Bhai Bodawala. I also invite Shri Ramesh Bhai Bagasia to kindly come up on the stage. Shri Bhavesh Bhai Taylor, Shri Bhavesh Bhai Gadia. You are all requested to kindly come up on the stage. Thank you so much. Let us give a round of applause to all the dignitaries present on this dais. High touch versus high tech. That's the theme of our HR Conclave today. And I, Nisha Talati Anand, who is also a member of the HR and Training Committee, along with
Vishal Shah.
We both are the team members of HR and Training Committee, and on behalf of the Southern Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industries, are more than honored to welcome you all today. Such a beautiful theme, and with such an august panel that we have today. Today is another amazing event, truly a matter of a great revolutionary thought process to take place. Not only because we have an august panel of speakers here, but we are also going to have a lot of deliberations, also a lot of interactions, and with a lot of hopes, excitement, and a lot of questions that you all are here with, we are very, very sure that this entire event shall be an amazing learning that you would all cherish for life. HR Conclave today is the 6th HR Conclave, and back to back, the Southern Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industries has been organizing these HR Conclaves with such an overwhelming response from the city of Surat and beyond. Truly, we take an honor and pride to welcome you all. May I now request Shri Himanshu Bhai Bodawala, the President of SGCCI, to kindly come forward for a quick welcome address.
Good morning, friends. Chief guest and keynote speaker of the day and Director HR, IOCL and Chairman of Lanka IOCL PLC, Sri Ranjan Kumar Mahapatra ji. Distinguished professor from IIM Ahmedabad, Sri Arvind Sahai ji. Senior Vice President and Group Head HR, APAR Industries, Sri Sanjay Kumar ji. Esteemed panelists, Vice President HR of Reliance Industries, Mr. Anshuman Tiwari ji. Managing Director of Sahajanand Group, Sri Bhargav Kotadia ji. My colleague Vice President, Sri Ramesh Bhai Bagasia ji. Honorary Secretary Bhavesh Taylor, Honorary Treasurer Bhavesh Gadia. Vice President of L&T and Defence, Sri Vijay Malgaonkar ji. Head HR of How Engineering Project, Sri Jitendra Vyas ji. Moderator of today's panel discussion, Ms. Namrata Mishra. Group Chairman, SGCCI, Sri Mrunal Bhai Shukla. Group Chairman, SGCCI, Sri Deepak Bhai Setwala. Chairman HR and Training Committee, SGCCI, and today's panelist, Dr. Nirav Mandir ji. All co-chairmen of HR Committee, Sri Anand Mehta, Sri Bipin Hirpara, Sri Chirag Desai, Sri Vijay Radadia ji. MOC, Sri Vishal Shah and Ms. Nisa Anand. Past President, Member of Managing Committee, and members from the HR fraternity of the South Gujarat. A very good morning and a warm welcome to all of you to the 6th National HR Conclave of SGCCI. Friends, we all know a very simple definition of management. It's managing man and time together. Every organization across the world is run by the people working in it. The performance of each and every employee and the alignment of the personal goal with that of an organizational goal makes a perfect combination of a man working on time and delivering on time, and therefore leads to the perfect management. But ideal condition never exist in the world. No two people are same, though they have the same background and have same educational qualifications. Besides, we have seen that education is not a guarantee of knowledge or performance. Two people having the same degree obtained from the same college can have same different careers. Human mind is complex. Therefore, getting the desired work from your workforce is always going to be a challenge. Therefore, role of HR comes in play. The experts in the domain of HR functions understands the theory of the right person at the right time, at the right place to bring the desired outcome. Friends, India and China are the two world's most populous countries, but it is said that Chinese workers are 1.6 times more efficient than Indian workers. Therefore, when same number of employees are employed in China and India, China's economy still grows 60% higher than us. Efficiency in the workforce will always be a very deciding factor for an economy to remain globally competitive, and will equally therefore is the determining factor for the well-being of the economy as a whole. Friends, it is very important challenge imposed upon us that how can we reduce this efficiency gap of average Indian worker with that of a global peers. HR has this very important role to play when India has an aim to acquire $5 trillion economy by 2025 and $10 trillion economy by 2035. Better the efficiency, better the output, therefore better the economy, and therefore better the prosperity. Indian Army is one of the largest employer in the world. The Army rules, regulations, and customs were largely designed during the British Raj. But in the year 2018, dogged by the various issues and constant uprising of concerns from the officers of Indian Army, the then Chief of Defence Staff, General Bipin Rawat has convened a special meeting, and HR policy for Army Jawans were first time ever discussed. There are many parallel success stories from the corporates. We have seen that many organizations fail even though they have the right infrastructure and are in the right product and in the right market. So, what has failed? It is the leadership which fails and therefore gives adverse results. Leadership is dependent upon the feedback from its line managers and functional heads. So, if we have a wrong person at any such a place, we are doomed. Thanks to the various researchers that we have today, a well-researched theories on hiring, training, promoting, retaining, etc. of our workforce, which if implemented in true spirit, will surely give a very good results. Friends, today we have very learned team of HR with us. We have divided today's conclave in 3 sessions, and each session will see deliberations on issues facing today's workforce. I am sure that this conclave will provide a huge opportunity to the HR fraternity of networking and exploring the unexplored in the domain of human resources management. With this, I am closing my welcome speech, and I once again welcome you all to this wonderful conclave of HR. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shri Himanshu Bodawala. May we now take the honor to felicitate our esteemed guests for having spared their valuable time today. I request Shri Himanshu Bodawala, President, the Southern Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to felicitate our honored guest, Shri Ranjan Kumar Mohapatra, Director HR IOCL and Chairman. Thank you. Now I would like to call Shri Bhavesh Taylor, Honorable Secretary of SJCCI, to felicitate our guest, Professor Arvind Sahai, Professor of Marketing, IIM Ahmedabad. Thank you. I request Shri Bhavesh Gadia, Honorable Treasurer, SJCCI, to felicitate our guest, Shri Sanjay Kumar, Senior VP and Group Head HR, Apar Industries. थैंक यू। कहते हैं वो एचआर वाले में एनर्जी ज़्यादा होती है और आज एचआर कॉन्क्लेव है, पर आज एनर्जी दिख नहीं रही है। मे वी हैव ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर आवर गेस्ट। थैंक यू एंड ओवर टू निशा।
It's such an honor to have this august panel. बहुत ही खूब कहा गया है श्रीमद् भगवद गीता में, कहा गया है शिष्य स्थेयम साधि माम त्वाम प्रपन्नम। हे ईश्वर, आप हमें अंधकार से उजालों की तरफ ले चले। May with this commencement of this amazing HR conclave take us all to enlightenment of wisdom of learnings today. I request the entire panel, all the dignitaries, to kindly come forward as we commence this HR conclave with the alighting.
It's a time for the presentation of memento to the sponsors. I would like to call any representative from the PP Savani University, Dr. Soham Trivedi, Training and Placement Cell Coordinator, to please come on the stage. And I would like to request Shri Himanshu Bhai Bodawala to felicitate from the PP Savani University. I recognize the presence of Shri Ramesh Bhai Vagasia, Vice President, SGCCI. Thank you. I would like to call the representatives of Sahajanan Technologies Private Limited. I would like to call the representative from L&T Limited, Lawson and Tubro Limited. I would like to call Dr. Neerav Mandir from Shri Ramakrishna Exports Private Limited. And I would like Shri Bhavesh Gadia, Honorable Treasurer SGCCI, to felicitate him. I would again like to request all dignitaries on the stage to come forward for a group photograph. Okay, thank you.
Such an honor to have all the esteemed dignitaries, and also we recognize all our sponsors for making this event a great success. Moving forward, beautifully said by a wise man, to achieve something extraordinary. Beautifully said by a wise man, to achieve something extraordinary, one has to pursue. All right, I hope this is better. Right, so to achieve something extraordinary, one has to pursue extraordinary deeds. The same wise man also mentioned that if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, and become more, you are a leader. It is truly a matter of great pride to invite this learned man, an avid leader and an avid reader, Chairman HR and Training Committee of SGCCI, Dr. Neerav Mandir, to kindly come forward and share with us about this conclave. A round of applause to Dr. Neerav Mandir.
Good morning to all of you. I'm not getting the power in the house. Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much. Esteemed guests, Sri Ranjan Kumar Mahapatra, the chief guest for the event. From APAR industry, we do have Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Professor Arvind Sahai from IIM Ahmedabad, the entire leadership of SGCCI, and dignitaries of the dais and on the dais. It's immense pleasure to invite all of you for the 6th National HR Conclave. I'm asked to talk about the conference. So just for those who are attending this conclave for the first time, we initiated this thing in 2015, and when I shared the idea with our own patron, Nunal Bhai and Chirag Bhai, they immediately grabbed it, and thanks to the leadership, rather the proactive leadership of the SGCCI, through which we have been able to cater this annual affair with a great pride and great presence. So, big round of applause for the entire leadership of SGCCI. As you have just celebrated the 74th Republican Day 2 days back, and today we can't forget, today is 28th January, and it's also the birth anniversary of our Punjab Kesari Lala Lajpat Rai, who has contributed immensely in the fight for the freedom. With the same thing, I'm making a statement very consciously that days are becoming more Republican, especially in the business as well as the HR. We might have got the news that the scenario, especially in the business houses, is getting tougher and tougher day by day. You all might be knowing that the season of layoff is going across the world. You might have got the news that the parent company of Google, Alphabet, laid off almost 12,000 employees globally. And the speculations are there across worldwide that this layoff has happened due to the tough competitor Microsoft-backed company OpenAI, the ChatGPT. The evolution of artificial intelligence is deeply penetrating into the business. And in the same note, it could not be the more apt subject, which is also the theme of the 6th Natural HR Conclave, the high tech versus high touch, an HR paradigm. As per the recent report by the Accenture, which they gathered across the world, they asked the simple question to the CEOs that what are they thinking as far as the empowerment within the HR leaders are concerned. So almost 89% of the CEOs felt that there should be a due empowerment to the HR leaders who are working and contributing to the business with the best of their competencies. But only 45% out of 89% CEOs were actually doing the thing in the right spirit. And that's the situation in which the businesses are struggling. The CEOs are facing the tremendous pressure as far as the digitization of their respective processes are concerned. So there is a paradox between a proficiency and the productivity as far as the business resilience is concerned. And we are literally be working in a very volatile world, and so is the business in the current scenario. We recently passed through the COVID, and we are almost on the verge of getting the doors knocked by the global recession. I'm not sure how many of you have seen the today's headlines, when one of the largest MNC had spurred almost 4 lakh crore in a single day by the investor, and a global spur of around 11 lakh crore from the market. So this is the scenario in which we are working as of now. But being an HR leader, if we really would like to face this challenge with the great spirit and breaking down the silos, or rather the departmental silos within the organization, so there are a couple of things which I would like to ponder upon in the interest of the time. The first thing which any HR leader should be doing within the organization is to have the ability to synthesize the internal and the external competencies and to get where the organization is going, how to get the pulse of the organization. The second thing which any HR leader should encompass is to have the financial acumen. Our board member, Sri Ranjan, is there, which sits on the board of IOCL, and we wouldn't be having a better person than him, that how the financial acumen is also requiring within the HR domain. The third thing is to acquire the technical abilities. The HR leader also needs to have inherent technical skills to acquire in the due course of time to face the big amount of the competition within the respective domain. And according to me, only those HR practitioners would be able to sustain their position more within the organization who would be having the business, not only the business acumen, but along with the business acumen, one should also be acquiring the financial acumen in the due course of time. One should also be having a leadership discipline with respect to the foreseen challenges within the organization. The third, and one of the most important thing is the DNA to drive the change, because we all are driving through a very volatile and very kind of a rigorous change on the transformation in the respective domains. And the last thing which I would like to ponder upon is to find a connect what the HR is doing and how to transform the perspective of the HR from a people perspective to a P&L perspective, or rather the profit and loss perspective. So I'm just leaving you with one question which any HR practitioner could ask to their managers, line managers, leadership, that does working here for an employee make them feel better than taking the day off? It's the same question I'm leaving you with behind, and we do have the esteemed panel and the speakers throughout Pan India who would be deliberating upon today's topic, which is HR tech versus HR touch, high tech versus high touch, and HR paradigm. So without further ado, I'm just sharing over the dais to the respective speakers and hoping to have a very delightful, insightful conversation throughout the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nirav Mandir, for your very much wonderful insight given by you. May I now take the pleasure to call Shri Deepak Shetwala, Group Chairman, SGCCI, for the introduction of our guest of honor, Shri Sanjay Kumar, Senior VP and Group Head, HR, APAR Industries.
Good morning, dignitaries on the dais of the dais. It is my pride privilege to introduce genius in HR, Mr. Sanjay Kumar. Sanjay Kumar is an alumnus of IIM Calcutta and Masters in English Literature from Kirori, Delhi. He is Chief Human Resource Officer at APAR Industries Limited, leading company in the power sector. He is dumped with vast and intensive experience serving at higher position with companies like FINO, EXL India, Reliance Communication, Hero Group, Bharti Airtel, HCL, Perot System, and Ispat Group. Sanjay is responsible for the organizational strategic plan of the design and execution of the company as well as business unit strategies through the development and implementation of HR strategies and solutions that support short and long-term business objectives. He inspires HR thought leadership as a catalyst for change management in the context of organizational culture in the backdrop of the dynamic market and ecosystem. He is a craftsman of enhancing the employer brand. Mr. Sanjay is a prolific writer in prominent newspapers, research journals, Forbes and other magazines. Apart from being a speaker at various HR forums and webinars, he has been a panelist on TV shows like Bloomberg and CNBC TV 18 along with top industry leaders. Mr. Sanjay has been presented with citations Most Influential HR Leaders in India 2017, 100 HR Innovators in 2018, 101 Top HR Minds in 2019, Sustainable HR Leaders in 2020, and Topmost HR Leaders citation in 2022, very recent, by the World HRD Congress, besides many other accolades earlier. Mr. Sanjay has been regularly leading campus recruitment in premier management institutes such as IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Bangalore, ISB Hyderabad, Delhi School of Economics, TISS Mumbai, NMIMS Mumbai, and FMS Delhi. Friends, it's a matter of great honor to me to present before you Mr. Sanjay Kumar.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Deepak Shetwala, for your kind words. Thank you, Dr. Nirav Mandir, for the succinct context setting. And I must thank the leadership of SGCCI, Mr. Himanshu Bodwala, and the entire leadership. And it is quite a task for me because, you know, I have very eminent speakers. And thank you, Mr. Ranjan Kumar Mahapatra. Thank you, Professor Sahai. So this is, I will try to do my best. Now, the topic which I have been entrusted, so HR is a vast subject, management is very big, and the biggest is business. So whereas we try to find complex solutions. Actually, sometimes the problems may be complex, but the solutions may be easy. Keeping that in mind, I would like to present to you a few of my, points of view on this topic of curating the cohesive culture between human and technology. So is there a screen, everyone? I can see it, but others can't? Oh, they are able to see it. Okay, sure. So, human nature is a bit averse to change. That is human nature. Instinctively, as the human species has evolved over the decades, over the centuries, we all try to get into our comfort zones, and whenever there is change, there is discomfort caused. So that is a very natural phenomena. However, people who learn to live with change, because change is the only constant in life, they really thrive. And businesses which do that, professionals, including HR professionals who do that, truly thrive and leverage the opportunity which change brings. Technology is nothing but a way of change. Technology changes almost every day, if you see, but certainly every year which we are experiencing. Particularly post-COVID, I think it has really made a dramatic change. So now, how to marry the two, culture and technology, human and technology? Culture is the solution. So with this, let me take you to a prelude, how in the 1980s when I was growing up and studying, so that is a time when there were a lot of protests in the bank, by the bank unions, if you recall, because there was an introduction of technology in the banks. What was the reason? Everybody was scared that, the technology is computers are going to take away their jobs. They did not know that computers were the harbingers of a silent revolution. At that point of time, I still recall conversations when the bank officials, the clerical staff, others, everybody would discuss that anything which is as monstrous to take away the job of a human being is something very bad and should be stayed away from. However, look at what happened. Actually, technology created a plethora of jobs, many, many more jobs in the banks and outside the banks than it took away in the 1990s, if you recall. And coupled with the liberalization policies of the government at that point of time, there was a tremendous number of jobs which came up. So this is a mental block, an apprehension which is there, and this is the moment we are able to help employees, businessmen, and the others to overcome this fear, that change is going to bring more prosperity. It is not going to really be a stumbling block. So in the 1990s, we have seen what kind of jobs were there in India, what are the jobs that time and later on today. There is no comparison. This is a repeating phenomenon, the fear. So there was Y2K of some of the people out here on the dais, I'm sure are there and some there. So I used to work for HCL Pero Systems, which was a joint venture of HCL Technologies and Pero Systems of US. It was later on acquired by Dell when I was there. So people felt that the world is going to come to a standstill after Y2K, which is the year 2000, because all the coding that had been done at that point of time was coded in the DDMMYY of the year 2000. So people said the Indian IT industry is based on labor arbitrage. We have lesser wage cost. We are sending our people abroad. Also in India, offshoring is happening from the bigger companies. Indian companies are also doing software development because the wages are less. And after Y2K, everything is going to come to a standstill. This didn't happen. There's so many more jobs after that also, So these are the two trends I just wanted to share with you, how the apprehensions, fears grip our minds. History repeats itself. If you look at the present today, again the same thing had happened during COVID. And after COVID, again the resurgence of jobs. a plethora, multitudinous jobs, in IT particularly, because our way of life changed suddenly. India and the whole world, particularly India, adapted to the challenges brought in by the pandemic really well and really fast. I think in technology space, we have moved 5 years ahead. What it would have taken 5 years, it has taken less than a year now, or a few months. So again, after COVID, the jobs fear was there, but see what is there today. So much hiring has happened, and Dr. Nirav Modi, he spoke about the layoff again. I feel it is not layoff, it is basically a correction. Maybe we just went on hiring, particularly in IT and consulting as well, as if now this is the only thing which is to be done. So probably I have a feeling it is a correction and things will keep on. It's a cyclical thing, it will go on. The point I'm trying to drive home is that the apprehension of change is not valid. The apprehension of technology, which is a very fast form of change, is not so valid. So let us not fear it. Let us just embrace change, embrace the technological change and move ahead faster with it. We have always done that. If you look at the human civilization, that's how it has progressed. Now this human and technology, how to, bring them together, that has been a timeless quest. I remember in my school in Hindi, I would read Vigyan Abhishap Ya Vardhan. Those essays were written. So the same thing is about technology. So it's been a timeless quest. The biggest challenge is not to buy technology for the businessmen, for the companies. The challenge is to get the employees to adopt that technology. That is a very big, and to quell their apprehensions, as I mentioned. So this is something which can be done by culture. Out here, let me take a pause and make a contrarian viewpoint. I'm sure some of you might be surprised. Whose picture is it? May I get the answer? Somebody will like to hazard a guess? It's Karl Marx. So some of you may be surprised, how am I showing Karl Marx in the southern Gujarat chambers of commerce and industry, right? Which is the font of citadel of capitalism. So what Marx said was valid. That's why I'm showing it. He said anybody who controls land, labor and capital, that is where the ownership and that is where the power comes from. And those are the group of people who rule the world. Today, I feel there is a change in that. There is a fourth quadrant to it, which is technology, over and above land, labor and capital. Because capital, many people have. Look at the banks, for example, who are afraid. Today, fintech, the way it is challenging the banks. I mean, fintech in itself is a bank. I worked for Fino, which is into financial inclusion. So without a branch, it is branchless banking. So technology itself has become banking today. So I think this is the fourth quadrant, and culture is important because culture by definition is cohesive. It brings the man and technology together, and because culture impacts results. In one of the trainings which I was fortunate to attend by Franklin Covey, Dr. Stephen Covey's trainings which are there. So we learned that culture can be your competitive advantage. Is that true? Okay, great. I see someone clapping. Because, what is unique about, say, a company like Google, Apple, which is always in the forefront, even Microsoft for that matter. I'm taking the names of some technology companies. Of course, there are many other great companies. What is unique about them? Is it technology? There were the Microsoft servers, cloud came, and everyone said, Microsoft is going to go bust. It is going to close down because they have captive servers. Everything will be on the cloud. However, if you see, Microsoft adapted itself. It has its own cloud now. So it's the culture which is unique, the culture of innovation which keeps Google, which makes Google Google. The culture of innovation, of inquiry, the spirit of inquiry and innovation which keeps these companies at the forefront. It is not technology, because technology becomes obsolescent very soon. Now what is culture? Since we said man environment, man, technology, and what binds them is culture. So what is culture? So I went back to some of the sociologists, anthropologists to understand, because it's a very vague word, culture. So of course, Edward Tyler gave a very simple definition of it, and which is holistic, is that it is a complex whole of beliefs, values, laws, mores, customs, which a man learns as a part of a society. So culture is a learned behavior. He also gave another definition that culture is the man-made part of the environment. So the man-made part of the environment today is there is more man-made and less environment, which is unfortunate. And that's why things like Joshimath happen, right? So there has to be a balance. The culture has to balance everything. So man, environment, technology. So, but they have, man and environment have always coexisted. They have always attained a balance. There was a big disruptor, which was in 1750. Till then, India always was, and Surat is the place where, the British also came, the other colonists also came first. Because till then, India, because it was an agricultural economy, so India was always the Sone ki chidiya. After that, it started taking a little back seat. The reason was the Industrial Revolution overtook the Agricultural Revolution. But what it did is also it created great disruption. There was immense pollution, the labor laws, there was exploitation. Eventually, there was a culture which did attain a balance between the two. Because it was the new technology which came and how to learn with it. So if you see, that was the industrial age. Today we live in not the information age, but the digital age. So there is always an equilibrium, always some kind of a balance which is created. While we talk about technology and culture, we must remember that use tech, innovation, but never forget the human aspect. What is important is the more technology comes in, ironically, you will have more and more of need for HR and other social requirements, unlike what is thought otherwise. The more people are using the gadgets, they are always glued on to particularly the new generation, the more they will need the digital detox. And HR people professionals will need to become specialists on that as well. Because human aspect will always remain, whatever be the technology. The other thing which culture, as an entrepreneur, as HR professional, as an entrepreneur who himself is the HR head of the company, can do is definitely can create a culture where there is no politics. What matters is work. There are no power groups, interest groups, as less as possible. The human nature being what it is, these things will remain. So the lesser the politics, the better it is. People can work. Rewards are directly related to that. Meetings also eat up into too much of time. So meetings should be agenda driven, time bound, and participants should be only those who contribute to the meeting. So this is a very simple management mantra which is very important. Emails, I think, are another. You can see a lot of fights on emails. People who are sitting next to each other, they will keep writing emails. What is the point? You can just get up and go and meet the person. You can just pick up the phone if the person is in another location and call. So email is good when you have to send a one-way communication, where there is a document you need to mail, there is a lot of details are there. But when there is a two-way communication needed, it is always better to have a conversation, either over the in person, the best one, where you sense the body language and relationships become easier, or virtually, whichever is possible. On this, when culture, if you see, and because I'm saying culture binds human and technology, what really is visible in the organization culture is you are only seeing the tip of the iceberg if you're looking at the company vision, mission, values, the company policies, the rules, the business objectives, imperatives, business goals. But what really matters are the feelings of people. They are not visible, but they are driving everything. Are we doing the performance appraisal correctly? Are we giving the promotion to the right person, not displeasing 20 other deserving people? So these are some of the feelings which really matter, and we should be cognizant of that. Why culture matters is because it gives you results. Culture can be your competitive advantage. It is culture which drives the behavior, the values which are there in us. They drive our behavior, and behaviors give us results. Behavior means actions here. Coming to technology, I think in one of the conclaves of APAR Industries Limited recently, senior leadership conclave where all the leaders from across the globe we congregate, we said technology makes us help getting better, faster, cheaper and greener products. We talked about the environment also right now quite a bit. So now I'm talking about technology. About technology, particularly on the shop floor, some of you who may be working in the manufacturing industry, the others in service industries. Now, Dr. Neerav Modi spoke about artificial intelligence. Right now, I would say artificial intelligence is in its nascent stage because it is nothing more than a VLOOKUP or a HLOOKUP, where you have the choices and you just key in the word and you get the best. You have, but it is going to grow, and people say it is going to become like humans. Robotics, you know, on the shop floors in the automobile manufacturing companies and many others, you have robots working along with men. Then you have the Internet of Things, where various devices, various technologies, a combination of that. Virtual reality is so helpful in training. Augmented reality, you can do a surgery here. A surgeon in India can perform a surgery, seeking guidance from a surgeon in the US on the operation table through augmented reality. So there are many usages. Machine learning is another very useful thing. So, you know, if you're conducting a training, there is a classroom, and the different trainees have different levels of readiness, receptivity, preparedness to understand and to apply what you're teaching. So machine learning can help you pace your training depending on each of the different participants. I remember a childhood story. When I was in class 6, there was our English teacher. And she was such a great teacher that I still remember her name, Ms. Aruna Mukhopadhyay. So she said, no, I'm not going to teach all of you class 6 English, because, so she identified 4 groups of people. Some 4 students were given the books of class 7, most of them of class 6, also a smaller number of class 5, and about 3 students of class 4. Initially they felt bad. But in class 10, that class scored the highest in the board, one of the highest in the board rankers, because she was doing exactly what machine learning can help you do for your training also. So I just tried to give you an analogy of that. So technology, especially at the shop floor, Industry 4.0, there are so many, you know, in APAR, for example, we have hired someone from the automotive industry who is going to help us with the Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 is nothing but actually studying, it's not big mantra, digitization or Industry 4.0, but it is just jotting down what are the processes that you have, understanding them and trying to tweak them for productivity, for efficiency. Then understanding what are the systems and who are the people who are doing it, and then automating or digitizing them, creating, having Six Sigma and others, and then finally using technology as an aid. So this is not something really going to radically change things. It will change things over a period of time. It will make us better. So as I mentioned, going back, technology is impersonal, right? It is not like two human beings meet each other. The more it is impersonal, the more space in our lives that it takes, the more HR interventions are needed. That's not only because of technology, it's also because today if you see the millennials, one, they are themselves glued on to the Gen Z is the later generation, I would say. Millennials would be, say, in the 1990s who are born. Gen Z who are joining the workforce or who are going to join the workforce now. So one, they are glued on to technology. Many a time, particularly in the metropolitan cities, both the parents are working, the child, and it's a single child family. So there is a lot of loneliness. There is no social need. The families are nuclear families, sometimes only one child family, and sometimes, unfortunately, broken homes. The social needs and socialization of the child doesn't happen adequately. So there is a lot of loneliness which grips the child and who grows up when he comes to the workforce, far more than it used to happen, say, in my generation. The other thing is the use of technology. Now they are more happy with the Facebook friends, the LinkedIn. They would rather text the person sitting next to each other than talking. If you see the facial expressions, they will be a little quite, not in sync with what they're saying or feeling, because that is happening. Now, they have their own imbalances. There is so much of anxiety today among the younger students, if you see. So that is something, because I believe it's a positive sign also. Human evolution never stopped. Right? It has never stopped. It is going on. So the brain is working more. Social needs are not being met. Human beings are social animals. So naturally there are imbalances. HR will have to come forward to address the imbalances. The companies will have to come forward to address the imbalances, make the employees feel home, whatever they are not otherwise getting. Try to do that to whatever extent possible in different ways. So what we have done, for example, is we have a counselor in our company who comes. It is no longer a taboo. What I did first is I went for a counseling session, because otherwise people feel if you're going for a counseling session, something is wrong with your mind, right? So just to set an example, I was the first one. I once requested, because not many people were forthcoming, to get my MD 2K. He was highly reluctant. I said, you please come for 5 minutes. After that, people have opened up. It is not that if you're unwell mentally that you need. Mental wellness, otherwise so many emotions are there. Emotional intelligence gets better if you're having some counseling session with a trained, psychologist. The challenge has been, so I'll remind you the subject, culture, which binds human and technology. So the challenge has been, there has been academic asymmetry. So Professor Sahai would definitely be a better person to know this, that as far as STEM is concerned, science, technology, engineering, and management, so economics and this thing. So there has been a lot of advancement in the academia. There's a lot, but on the social development part, because it is not a hard science or a pure science, where 1 + 1 = 2. It is an observational science where you learn. It is a science only to the extent that you are observing phenomena, collating, collecting data, tabulating it, classifying it, and then you generalize things and you understand trends, and you can say that, okay, so there's it's a kind of probability that, okay, things will happen this way. Management is also a social science, but it doesn't give you the right exact solution all the time. It's not an exact science. Unfortunately, the social sciences have not developed, they have not kept pace with technological development in the academia. That calls for a challenge, and it calls for a synergy. Professor Sahai and I were talking in the car that it may call for a synergy between the academia and the industry to really grow on this subject. And in different countries, India is the crucible of, the economic growth today. Surat is the hub of it, one of the biggest hubs of it. So I think I would urge SGCCI to take the initiative on this and see what can be done there. So there is one thing, I've just taken an example where social development has become well. There are answers to these problem-solving needs which are there. So for example, ISA, Indian Society for Applied Behavioral Science, it is there. If some of you are aware of it, if you've undergone that, where they get you into a T group sensitivity training, there is a group which comes, it opens up, there is a defreezing which happens when we are guarded, we drop the guards, Then we start interacting more as friends. Like today, I have a school friend of mine here who is a businessman, Mr. Anjani Agrawal. So we have no guards when we talk to him because we grew up together in the boarding school. But generally in a professional setup, we are always guarded. So in that T group sensitivity training, so we drop the guards as a group participant. And there is a defreezing happening, there's an unlearning and then learning of new behaviors, and then the refreezing happens. So these are some, few and far examples. There are some, but a lot many more are needed, which the HR professionals, the entrepreneurs, the sales and marketing professionals, finance professionals, they have to all work together to get this going, and the academicians. I recall I work for a company which incidentally is a Desai family. It's a Gujarat-based company, though we are based in Mumbai, but they are from Gujarat. So both the MDs, the chairman and managing director, Mr. Kushal Desai and Mr. Chaitanya Desai. So we both of them and I, we were having a session with a trainer in Dubai. And at the end of the session, we just decided that, you know, what all we generally talk of, most of it is Gyan. Maybe, unfortunately, I am also giving you a lot of Gyan. I just look at the time. So how much time do I have? Sorry. I have some? Okay. So I'll quick. So most of it is Gyan. But what really matters is what I heard in the morning, what leads to motivation, what emotions are there. Rest, process, technology, everything is easy to understand. But changing a human behavior is not so easy. It's the most complex and unpredictable phenomenon in the world. The reason is it takes years of upbringing during the formative years of personality to create it. So changing is not so easy. So there are more and more, you know, interventions needed there. So we talked about technology. We talked about culture. We talked about a cohesive culture for humans and technology to be together. Now we come to the humans part, the role of the organization. What is it? And especially of HR. One is strategic business partner. First and foremost, if there is no business, there is no organization and no employment. I mean, nobody can deny that. But as the HR head or HR manager of the company, am I the employee advocate or not? Suppose there is a problem in the employees are feeling, and I don't stand up to my promoter or the CEO and say that this is the problem. Is HR the union leader or not? If HR is not the union leader, then the union will come up always. If HR is the union leader, there will be no union. So if I have the spine and the guts to stand up to my promoter, not fearing, he's not going to throw me out. I may say some things which may not be so pleasing to him, but I can be courteous and see the right opportune moment when I can say that advice. So that is the time when, I can proffer that advice. There is a problem. Because if I don't do that, I'm not doing my job. I'm not having intellectual integrity actually. So, employee advocate you have to be, strategic business partner. HR has to be the career architect of employees. There has to be counseling, there has to be mentoring. So, for example, there is a very good company, Intercell. So, it's a SaaS-based platform on mentoring where there are a lot of industry leader mentors, and then you can also, and as an individual, go there for finding mentors. And the companies can also, we have engaged with them. So there is a mental well-being part. Now, this is the role of HR, and for being a career architect, for example, in our company, we have a high potential employees, 140 employees, as a talent pipeline for the future. We are working on assessment centers, individual development needs, then their mentoring. The other role is on learning and development. What is the training calendar? Is it just perfunctory? Are you going only by man hours of training, or are you actually looking at training effectiveness? How are you helping in digital tech adoption? When I joined this company, the first thing my CEO told me to do, I was surprised, was get DMS implemented, data management system. Please get cyber security done. Please get, other Microsoft SharePoint done. So I was surprised and I asked him, this is the IT guy. So he said, yeah, but employee adoption, acceptance by the employees is not easy. So technology, wherever it comes, HR has to work very closely with technology to get it accepted by quelling the apprehensions of the people. And what is the digital maturity of the company? So that is there. And finally, we have to help in, COVID has taught us one thing, physical resilience is very important. Our immune systems are very important. We can be very good at other things. I can wear a nice suit. I can go to a good college to study. But if I am not having physical wellness, immunity, I would not really be able to sustain. The other thing which is very important is mental resilience. So work-life balance, which was earlier more like something good to have, today it has little more than that, and it is a must to have if you see. And how to create mental resilience among employees, that is the role. Now the last slide which I say is relationships between two employees. That's the first row. Second row is 3 people are there, 2 rows, and a robo or a machine. The third one is the relationship between 2 machines. This is the present and the future. It is present also. We are already working with technology, not as robots, but in some different ways. Now, when you have a relationship, what is important is there role clarity between 2 people? Otherwise, you'll be rubbing the other person on the rough shoulder. I'll be interfering with the other person. So are we creating the right, what will the machine do? What will the human being do? There also the same things of rules of interpersonal relations work. So role clarity is very important. Respect and dignity. If the machine is not doing something, now don't think that let's dump this, let's get something else. All the time. It has its limitation. So do we in terms of speed of processing. With this, I conclude my session. I hope I was able to share something with you on how to create a cohesive culture between man and technologies. Thank you. I don't think we have
Thank you, Sanjay Kumar ji, for the wonderful insight on curating the cohesive culture between humans and technology. Especially you talk about the imbalances where HR and company both should come ahead. You talked about millennials, Gen Z, nuclear family, physical immunity, social need, loneliness. It was just an eye-opener. 2 sentences which is very much important to understand is, problem might be complex, but solution must be easy. Last but not the least, you gave a lovely word of layoff, and that is correction. So on the lighter note, for all HR community, whole HR people here in the hall, मंजिलों की परवाह ना कीजिए, मंजिलों की परवाह ना कीजिए, ये HR का सफर है, बस उसको एंजॉय कीजिए. With this, I would like to call Shri Bhavesh Gadia, Honorable Treasurer SJCCI, for the introduction of Guest of Honor, Professor Arvind Sahai. Thank you.
મેં એવું સાંભળ્યું હતું કે જે ઘાટ ઘાટના પાણી પીવે એ દુનિયાદારીમાં અવ્વલ હોય. આજે પ્રોફેસર ડૉક્ટર અરવિંદ સહાય સાહેબનો પરિચય આપવા મારી જાતને હું ધન્ય ગણું છું. કારણ કે જેનો જન્મ પટનામાં થયો હોય, બાલમંદિર રાંચીમાં કર્યું હોય, સ્કૂલ જમશેદપુરમાં કરી હોય, ગ્રેજ્યુએશન આઈઆઈટી કાનપુરમાં કેમિકલ એન્જિનિયરિંગમાં કર્યું હોય, રાજસ્થાનના કોટામાં ઇન્ટર્નશીપ કરી હોય અને ટેક્સાસ યુનિવર્સિટી ઓસ્ટિનમાં જેણે પીએચડી કર્યું હોય, 8 વર્ષ સુધી લંડન સ્કૂલ ઓફ બિઝનેસમાં જેણે પ્રોફેસર તરીકે સેવા આપી હોય, એવા પ્રોફેસર અરવિંદ સહાય આપણી વચ્ચે છે.
જોરદાર એકવાર તાળીઓ કે જે એમને ડાયવર્સિફાઈ જર્ની માટે એમનો સ્પેશિયલ રસ જેમાં ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ છે તે છે રિસર્ચ અને એજ્યુકેશન. ખાસ એ માર્કેટિંગના વ્યક્તિ છે માટે એમનો ઇન્ટરેસ્ટિંગ સબ્જેક્ટ છે ન્યુરોસાયન્સ ઇન માર્કેટિંગ, સેલ્સ ફોર્સ પરફોર્મન્સ ડેવલપમેન્ટ, ફિનટેક એન્ડ એપ્લિકેશન ઇન બિહેવિયરલ સાયન્સ. આ એમના એકેડેમિક ઉપરાંત એમને સામાજિક દાયિત્વ માટે એ લગભગ 5 જેટલી, એમાંથી 2 લિસ્ટેડ અને 3 અનલિસ્ટેડ જેવી કંપનીમાં સિટિંગ ડિરેક્ટર તરીકે સેવા આપે છે. આમ એમનો ક્યુમ્યુલેટિવ બોર્ડ રૂમ એક્સપિરિયન્સ લગભગ 35 વર્ષનો છે. આઉટલુક બિઝનેસ મેગેઝિનમાં જેમનું હંમેશા રેગ્યુલર કોલમ આવે છે, 33 જેટલા ઇન્ટરનેશનલ રિવ્યૂ આર્ટિકલ્સ એમણે આપ્યા છે, 65 જેટલા કેસ સ્ટડી કર્યા છે, 50 જેટલા આર્ટિકલ બિઝનેસ મેગેઝિનમાં આપ્યા છે. એમના 2 ખૂબ જાણીતા પુસ્તકો પણ એમણે લખ્યા છે, જેમાંનું પહેલું છે કેસીસ એન્ડ પ્રાઇસિંગ, ડિસ્ટ્રીબ્યુશન એન્ડ બ્રાન્ડિંગ, અને બીજું છે બ્રાન્ડ્સ એન્ડ બ્રેન્ડ્સ. એજ્યુકેશન ઉપરાંત એક બીજી ખૂબ જ આપણને કોન્ટ્રાડિક્ટરી લાગે પણ ઇન્ટરનેશનલ ગોલ્ડ પોલિસી સેન્ટરમાં તેઓ ચેરપર્સન છે. ઇન્ડિયન ઇન્ટરનેશનલ બુલિયન એક્સચેન્જના પણ તેઓ ડિરેક્ટર છે. વર્લ્ડ ગોલ્ડ કાઉન્સિલમાં તેઓ ડિરેક્ટર છે. હી ઇઝ એ વિઝિટિંગ પ્રોફેસર. જેવી રીતે એમણે એજ્યુકેશન ઘણી બધી જગ્યાએ લીધું, એવી રીતે વિશ્વના અનેક ખૂણાઓની અંદર તેઓ એમનું વિઝિટિંગ ફેકલ્ટી તરીકે પણ સેવા આપે છે, જેમાં યુએસ, સ્પેન, સાઉથ આફ્રિકા, દુબઈ, સિંગાપોર અને વિયેટનામ, આ બધા જ દેશોમાં એઓ એમની વિઝિટિંગ ફેકલ્ટી તરીકેની સેવા આપે છે. એમનો પરિચય ખૂબ લાંબો છે. હું જો બોલું તો શુક્લા સાહેબ તો ગયા, તરત મને ચિઠ્ઠી મોકલે, પણ એમને લગભગ એક પણ વર્ષ એવું નહીં ગયું હોય કે જેમાં એમણે એવોર્ડ નહીં મેળવ્યો હોય. ટોટલ 23 નેશનલ અને ઇન્ટરનેશનલ એવોર્ડ્સ એમણે મેળવેલા છે. મિત્રો, આવી એક વિશિષ્ટ પ્રતિભા આપણી વચ્ચે છે, અને મારે સૌથી છેલ્લે એનો જે આપણે બધાએ પ્રેરણા લેવા જેવો પરિચય છે એ છે કે એમનો એવો રમતના પણ શોખીન છે. ગોલ્ફ રમે છે એમના ફ્રી ટાઈમની અંદર. રોજ સવારે ઉઠીને 40 મિનિટ સુધી બ્રિસ્ક વોકિંગ કરે છે અને 25 મિનિટ સુધી યોગા કરે છે. પુસ્તકો વાંચવું એમનો ખૂબ શોખ છે, અને આપણે સૌ માટે આ એમનું જે સતત પ્રવૃત્તિશીલ જીવન ખૂબ જ પ્રેરિત કરે એવું છે. સાહેબ, અમારે તમારા વિચારો હવે સાંભળવા છે, અને મને ફરી એકવાર હું મારી જાતને ધન્ય ગણું છું કે આપનો આવો દુર્લભ પરિચય મને આપવાની તક મળી. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ.
We look forward to hear to you, sir. So the floor is yours, and the entire audience is super excited to hear from you with reference to the topic that Professor Arvind Sahai is going to present to you. Is going to be on shaping the next new with tech and touch. So gather your writing pads and pen to make certain amazing notes of these deep insights. A round of applause to Professor Sahai.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Mr. Ranjan Mahapatra, Mr. Sanjay Kumar, my very kind introducer, Mr. Gadia, आपने कुछ ज़्यादा ही बता दिया. Mr. Taylor, dignitaries on the stage. Very happy to be here. Dr. Nirav Mandir for inviting me here. My pleasure and privilege to be here at the 6th National HR Conclave. When Dr. Mandir invited me, I was wondering a little, I'm a marketing professor, मैं HR में conclave में what should I be talking about? But I think Mr. Sanjay Kumar has helped me a little by saying there are some commonalities, and some of the areas that I work in do have some commonalities. And so therefore, hopefully what I will talk about will be of interest to the HR community as well. My training in my PhD was in the applications of behavioral science to mainly marketing problems, which is pricing and branding, but behavioral science has applications in how people behave and how you can influence how people behave. And from behavioral science, over the last 10 years, I have also now started doing work in neuroscience, because behavioral science is all in our heads, and therefore in our heads we also have 100 billion neurons, and over the last 25 years there's a fair amount of research which helps us to understand how the brain works and what is actually happening when we take some actions. So my talk is built around that. The topic that was given to me was shaping the next new with tech and touch. Can I have the first slide, please? Shaping the next new with tech and touch. And what I'm going to be talking about is based on some of the work in neuroscience and what I have done in neuroscience, and what are some of the applications of neuroscience in the context of HR, people engagement. So I will talk about it through the lens of how the brain behaves. So when we think about our brains and what is going on inside, we normally don't really reflect on what is happening inside, right? If I were to ask you, for instance, that you are walking on the street and you drop some money, 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees, and you can't find it, versus you're walking on the street and you suddenly gain some money. You see some money, there's no one around, you wait, but nobody comes, so you've suddenly got 2,000 rupees. So in one case you will feel pleasure, in the other case you will feel pain. Because 2,000 rupees is 2,000 rupees, the magnitude of the pleasure should be the same as the magnitude of the pain. आपको जितना दुख होता है उतना प्रसन्न भी होना चाहिए, उसकी मात्रा जो है बराबर होनी चाहिए. लेकिन the fact of the matter is, if I asked you that question, I'm pretty sure most people would say कि the pain is more, right? It is not logical, because 2,000 rupees is 2,000 rupees. But for most of us, the pain will be more. And that's because of the way in which our brain is structured. And one could go on with different examples. There's one example that I wanted to start off with, which is not actually over here just now, where sometimes we see things which are not there in front of us because our brains are configured to recognize patterns. And when we see something, we're always looking for a pattern, and if there's something familiar, that pattern kind of embeds itself in the head. So the long and short of the story essentially is that our brains are built and function in ways sometimes that we are not aware of. And so that is what I would like to be able to talk about, and to relate it then to engagement, the high touch and high tech that we were talking about, to relate it to how we connect with people in the HR context. So one example that I will talk about has to do with a large conglomerate, well, two. One is IT services and the other is in the power industry. And in both these cases, the companies are trying to engage in different ways: online, face-to-face, machine-to-human, machine-to-machine, so that it is a mix of different modes of engagement. अभी आप हमारे सामने बैठे हुए हैं, तो हम जो है face to face जो है हमारा interaction हो रहा है, लेकिन sometimes we interact on Zoom पे या Microsoft Teams पे हमारा जो है interaction होता है. तो उस समय जो है जो interaction होता है उसका जो है परिभाषा अलग होता है, impact अलग होता है कि नहीं. हम ईमेल से जब भेजते हैं तो उसका क्या इम्पैक्ट होता है। हमारे जो पूर्व स्पीकर थे उन्होंने बोला था कि समटाइम्स वी आर सिटिंग next to each other and we text one another. तो उसका क्या impact होता है versus face to face? Has it changed over time? And these have a direct implication for the employee engagement process. जब HR जो है अपने constituency से engage करती है, so then what is the way in which it impacts the people? So in that sense, we want to understand the impact through the lens of how the brain behaves. So let me go over, since I'm still speaking without my slides, so you'll have to excuse me. The slides are a nice prop to have, even though one doesn't use the slides, but it is a nice prop to have. So let me start off with the first principle on which the brain operates. The first principle on which the brain operates is our brains function with some objectives, right? आप लोगों में से कुछ लोग, any engineers here? तो इंजीनियरिंग में ऑब्जेक्टिव फंक्शन होते हैं, राइट? ऑब्जेक्टिव फंक्शन को आपको मैक्सिमाइज करना होता है, तो ब्रेन का भी ऑब्जेक्टिव फंक्शन है। ब्रेन का ऑब्जेक्टिव फंक्शन क्या है? ऑब्जेक्टिव फंक्शन है कि इट वांट्स टू फील गुड, फील सिक्योर, अवॉइड पेन, गेट रिवॉर्ड्स। तो दैट्स सिंपल, उसमें क्या नया है? द इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग इज़ कि दैट करस्पॉन्ड्स टू सम न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर्स। हम नहीं बायोलॉजी मेजर्स ओवर हियर, कोई बायोलॉजी के मेजर हैं, कोई मेडिकल। तो न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर्स क्या होते हैं? दीज आर प्रोटीन्स विच आर जनरेटेड इन योर हेड। कुछ लोगों, आप लोगों में से कुछ ने नाम भी सुना होगा, डोपामीन, सेरोटोनिन, एसिटिलकोलिन, ऑक्सीटोसिन, वैसोप्रेसिन, testosterone, estrogen, progesterone, BDNF, norepinephrine, adrenaline, whole bunch of neurotransmitters that are there in our head. So when we are feeling good, there's a certain spike in the neurotransmitters, और हमारा भेजा जो है, it wants that spike. When I am feeling secure, there is a spike of some different neurotransmitters, and my brain wants those spikes, dopamine, serotonin. So that is the objective function of the brain. It is looking for those neurotransmitters. In the old times, the neurotransmitters would have corresponded to very basic things, food, shelter, clothing, and so on. However, nowadays, nowadays we have reached a stage where हम लोग ये बोल सकते हैं कि जो हमारे बेसिक चीज़ें हैं वो तो हमें ऑलरेडी मिल गए हैं। यहाँ पर सब लोग जो बैठे हैं उनको कल हमें खाना मिलेगा कि नहीं इसके बारे में चिंता नहीं करनी है। हमारे पास एक घर है, कपड़े हैं। तो द न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर्स आर ड्रिवन नाउ मोर बाय व्हाट वी बाय एंड मोर बाय आवर इंटरैक्शंस विद अदर पीपल। And because HR is one of the prime responsibility holders for the engagement process in the company, so therefore, how does it matter to us in terms of what I am providing as the neurotransmitter mix to the people that I am engaging with? Sanjay Kumarji, when he was talking, he made a mention of the fact that when I am dealing with people, it is really the feelings of the people that matter in the HR process, right? So when we feel something, what are we actually feeling? If I am feeling good, I am getting a spike of dopamine. If I am feeling sad, my serotonin levels or my dopamine levels have gone down. If I am feeling really, really angry, my acetylcholine and my adrenaline levels have gone up. And so there is a direct correlation between the neurotransmitter levels in my head and the feelings that I am feeling. It's kind of a circular argument almost, right? I am feeling good, so dopamine levels are high. If the law and legal ethics permitted me to do, I would inject you with dopamine or serotonin or oxytocin, and we would be best friends. So for example, when I was coming in the car in the morning with Mr. Kumar, so I learned that he was born in the same part of the country that I was. Mr. Gadia said that I was born in Patna. He comes from a place called Sitamarhi, which is also in Bihar. So as fellow Biharis now, if I were to give him a nice big hug and somebody were to inject us both with oxytocin and vasopressin, so we will be real good friends for life, right? Actual emotional friends for life. Of course, it's completely illegal, right? So why am I sharing all of this? Because then the job of the HR head is essentially also not just to follow the process, right? I have to obey the Shop and Establishment Act, I have to obey the Factories Act, I have to obey the Sexual Relations Act and so on. All of those compliance requirements are there, absolutely, but I also need to be able to manage the emotional climate of the organization. Essentially, when you're managing the feelings of the people, what are you doing? You are managing the emotional climate of the organization. So my contention to you, gentlemen, and I'm sure this will either be corroborated or negated by the two gentlemen who are at the head of the HR function in really large and respected organizations, is that we will be responsible for managing that emotional climate in the organization. And why is that important? Because if I do not create the right emotional climate in the organization, then it is less likely that my organization will perform at a high level. Good organizations, successful organizations, organizations that make consistent profits are places that people work hard in. They give a reasonable amount of their emotional investment into the organization. We are not machines, we are humans. So until our emotions are positively engaged, we are not going to be able to get the maximum productivity levels in the organization. And so therefore the idea that as the HR head of an organization, one of my key responsibilities, goals, metrics, KRAs should be to be able to manage the emotional climate of the organization. In each transaction that happens, how do I get people to have the right mix of dopamine and serotonin and oxytocin and vasopressin and so on. When I'm doing the appraisals are hard. If I'm a good HR manager, it's hard for me and it's hard for the person being appraised. Nobody likes being judged. So that was the first key idea that I wanted to share with you. Can you see the screen now? So what do you see here? How many people see triangles? Raise your hand. So a majority of people are saying that they are seeing triangles, but there is no triangle there. Right? There is no triangle. What is there? Aapne Pac-Man kabhi khela? Yes, so there are 3 Pac-Mans and there are 3 brackets. लेकिन मैंने आपको बोल दिया है कि वहाँ पर 3 पैकमैन हैं और 3 ब्रैकेट्स हैं, उसके बाद भी आपको जो है नज़र आ रहा है ट्रायंगल. Yes, and there is a reason for that, which we will go into a little bit later, which is about how the brain works. We talked about this example, which one would you feel more and so on. So let me take these 2 examples. I mentioned this in the passing, that how we engage with people can be across different mediums. So high touch versus high touch versus high tech is the mixture that we were talking about. So this is one engagement that we are currently having with a large IT services firm based with global managers, global clients, and the clients are spread around these many different countries. So we are kind of trying to map what is the nature of the engagement, right? 40%, 35%, 15%, 5%, and 5% across different modes of engagement. And for this company, the idea is to be able to figure out which combination of modes of engagement in what proportion, किस मात्रा में कौन सा engagement form जो है और उसका जो सम्मिलित पूरा जो है, that gives me a higher level of client conversion, client satisfaction, and so on. Right? So this is one of the things that we are doing just now. The second one that we are doing is to do with employee value proposition, EVP, pillars. So there is this company in the energy sector which wants to be able to provide a better set of employee engagement parameters within the company that leads to a higher level of retention, right? So this is one of the pillars, which is growth related. Will people come to me and stay with me more if it is growth, if my principal mode of engagement is growth related? Or will they come and stay with me if my principal mode of engagement with them is sustainability related or oneness related, or there are 5 or 6 pillars, and the idea is to evaluate which one of these pillars is going to work better, and how do we evaluate it? So one of the things I said to you, we were talking about the brain when the presentation came on. At IIM Ahmedabad now, we have been able to establish a behavioral science lab with support from the NSE, and we have some instruments like the galvanic skin response meter, the eye tracker, and the EEG. So the electroencephalograph, it's an instrument which is kind of putting a cap on your head, and there are electrodes in the cap, and those electrodes are able to measure brain activity and allow us to come to some kind of information and insight on what is driving your feeling, your liking, your disliking for what it is that you are seeing. So for example, what you're reading just now over here in terms of employee engagement based on growth. I have highlighted growth-related words over here. This is then translated into certain visuals also. And I observe what is happening to the brain of a set of people, employees and others, and whether they are more positively inclined to this or to sustainability or to oneness or to development, what is it? Which one is more relatively, and what combination works the best? So based on these studies, we will be able to give some insights and some recommendations to this company that you should probably try this rather than the other one. And so therefore, the application orientation that we were talking about, why it is important to understand how the brain works. So clearly, somebody that is growth oriented, we were talking about dopamine and serotonin. If more of my employees are growth oriented, they will react more through dopamine and acetylcholine. So I can actually get a sense of how my employees are going to behave and which is the employee engagement pillar. This is one of the pillars, they call it pillar, is more likely to work for the company. And we all know that, brand experiences are also getting digitized. So there's one company which is called Carrot.in, and they are happy to monetize some of your brand assets as well. I'm going to skip this part and come to the main part of the presentation. So what is the purpose that one wants to achieve with different modes of engagement, and what proportion of impact comes through a particular mode of engagement? So the first one that you saw, face-to-face, machine-to-machine, machine-to-human, human-to-machine, and so on. So what proportion of the impact comes through which mode of engagement? So one can actually now measure that, and that is useful because then I can ask my business development managers to divide their engagement mode along in that proportion, because that proportion will work better if I can measure that, right? So we were talking about the first brain operating principle. I should leave this with you. If you disregard the technical terms, it's essentially saying that human beings in the presence of a favorite brand or a person, we behave differently, right? The emotion centers of our head will start becoming more active. The rational centers of our head, जो हमारे ब्रेन में, जो हमारे मस्तिष्क में जो रीज़न के सेंटर्स हैं, उनका एक्टिविटी लेवल थोड़ा कम हो जाता है. जो हमारे इमोशन के सेंटर्स हैं, उनका एक्टिविटी लेवल थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो जाता है when I am in front of a favorite person. And there is now research शोध है जिससे ये साबित हो चुका है. And the second part that I want to leave you with is, without going into the biology, is यहाँ पर कितने लोगों ने गजनी देखा है? तो गजनी में मिस्टर संजय सिंघानिया का क्या प्रॉब्लम था? He could not form long-term conscious memories. Yes. अगर मिस्टर गाडिया जो हैं, जिन्होंने हमारे लिए इंट्रोड्यूस किया, अगर ये जो हैं मिस्टर गजनी होते तो ये अभी तक भूल गए होते कि इन्होंने जो है ये इंट्रोडक्शन दिया होता, राइट? लेकिन अगर ये मिस्टर गजनी हैं फॉर द मोमेंट, अगर आपकी अनुमति हो तो मैं थोड़ा सा कुछ करूं. तो ये गजनी साहब हैंड होल्डिंग So, we'll pretend for the moment that he is Mr. Ghazni, right? He is Mr. Sanjay Singhania. तो ये मुझसे मिल रहे हैं एंड while he is meeting me, तो मैं जो है अपना कलम जो है इनके हाथ में ऐसे थोड़ा गड़ा रहा हूँ. यस, तो इनको थोड़ा दर्द तो होगा, राइट? ही विल फील सम पेन. थैंक यू. ही विल फील सम पेन. तो इफ इज मिस्टर संजय सिंघानिया, तो मैं अगर जब इनके साथ लंच पे बैठूंगा तो इनको कोई मेमोरी नहीं होगा, राइट? लेकिन वो लंच पे मेरे, अब अगर संजय सिंघानिया है तो मेरे साथ वो शायद बैठना नहीं चाहेंगे. क्यों? He will have somewhere in his mind the feeling of pain, but he doesn't know consciously because there is no conscious memory. Yes, so you ask him why he doesn't want to have lunch with me. मैं आपके साथ बैठ के lunch कर रहा हूँ. I hope you are joining me. So if you ask him why he doesn't want to have lunch with me, he cannot explain it to you, right? But the unconscious part of his head actually has internalized the fact that this slightly naughty professor has, done this mad thing to him. And therefore, it is the way our brains are configured. It's part of your hindbrain. We remember these things unconsciously and they influence our behavior. So if we go back to the original premise that we were saying, that the HR is the primary manager of the emotional climate of the firm, then if I am the primary manager of the emotional climate of the firm, then it is part of my responsibility, therefore, to do what? It is part of my responsibility to manage not just what is conscious there, but also unconscious things which have happened and which are part of the company's history, which remain in my mind and which influence my behavior. And therefore, the idea that we are in a place where we want to manage this chemistry of hormones that happen. The second key idea is, which is related to what we just talked about, that a lot of our stuff happens in the unconscious. Why does it happen in the unconscious? Because the brain is an energy guzzler. सबसे ज़्यादा ऊर्जा का खपत अपने शरीर में कहाँ होता है? यहाँ होता है, राइट? ब्रेन का वजन क्या है? 1.5 kilos. शरीर का वजन क्या है? 60 किलो, 70 किलो, 80 किलो. 1.5 kilos versus 70 kilos, so maybe 2% of your body weight. 2% body weight, लेकिन खपत जो है, ऊर्जा खपत जो है 25% होता है. 10 times, 10.5 times. And because it is taking place in such a large amount in such a small space, 40 watts of actual power, तो maintaining homeostasis, तापमान maintain करना is not easy. If the brain is not careful, literally आपका भेजा fry हो जाएगा because of that amount of energy consumption. So how does it maintain homeostasis? By trying to reduce energy consumption. How does it reduce energy consumption? By pushing stuff into the unconscious. And therefore, the normal propensity, हमारा प्रवृत्ति जो होता है वो ये होता है कि we will use less of our conscious mind, we will push stuff more to the unconscious mind. And it takes effort to bring it back to the conscious. So therefore, when I'm dealing with people, when I'm dealing with employee processes, how do I create these small nudges in the organization that allow me to reduce the energy consumption of the people and allow them to feel better? So in terms of modes of engagement, HR modes of engagement will be more effective, that ceteris paribus require lower energy consumption at a point in time. Of course, the context matters. Yes, if you're in a manufacturing plant and you have to take care of Industrial Disputes Act, then it's something different. If you have a software setup in Bangalore and more clauses of the Shop and Establishment Act apply, then it's something different. In these days of GST, registration and processes, you need to manage that somewhat differently. The third idea that I want to share with you is that our brains are wired to make patterns, to create patterns even when they are not there. We tend to group, we tend to categorize. आपको यहाँ पर triangle क्यों नज़र आ रहा है? It is because the brain is designed to see patterns. Yes, we will see patterns even when it is not there. वहाँ पर triangle नहीं है, लेकिन हम देखेंगे. Why will we see it? Kyunki that's the way the brain is designed. Of course, if I look carefully, if I expend energy, then I will figure out ki it is not a triangle, it is Pac-Man with 3 brackets. But a majority of the time, because of the second idea that our brains are designed to conserve energy, हमको ऊर्जा का खपत जो है कम करना है, we will not necessarily pay that much conscious attention. And so therefore we will see the pattern and our action will be guided by that pattern. And why do we see the pattern? A, हमारा energy consumption कम हो जाता है. B, I feel secure. मुझे ये समझ में आता है ये क्या है. So I don't feel that I have to now think about whether it is an opportunity or a threat. I know what it is. So therefore it makes me feel secure. If I feel secure, मेरा serotonin level ऊपर हो जाता है. So that's why I see the pattern, even though it is not there. Now, in terms of HR engagement processes, therefore, what does it mean? To me, and I'd love to hear comments from the 2 leaders over here from HR on this, because this is a part, while I have worked in employee engagement processes and the mix between high touch and tech, digital and so on, to get a sense of the value, this is something that's a little more hypothesis, I would say, bit of a fit with existing patterns in the mind, right? So what are the existing expectations of the people about HR practices? And do I fit into that? Because if I don't, then what am I going to do? I'm going to decrease serotonin levels in the head of people. And if I decrease serotonin levels in the head of people, then there will be uncertainty, there will be insecurity, and so on. Now, how that works exactly in the HR context remains to be seen. But given that our brains are designed to behave that way, we need to keep that in mind. Interestingly, while we want to see patterns, we are also interested in seeing differences. Our brains are designed to want differences. I want something new. मुझे कुछ नया चाहिए, कुछ variety चाहिए. So we will always pay attention. हमारा ध्यान उस तरफ जाएगा जहाँ पर मुझे कुछ अलग दिखता है, और I will be more attracted towards something that is looking different, right? And so the challenge is that we want patterns and contrasts at the same time. From a marketing perspective, to me, that's really, really interesting. So if I put on my marketing professor hat and talk for 2 minutes on that matter, one of the companies that I'm engaged with is an Ahmedabad-based electric two-wheeler company called Matter. तो ये लोग जो हैं इलेक्ट्रिक मोटरसाइकिल बनाते हैं, अभी बुकिंग चालू होने वाली है, एंड द टारगेट कस्टमर इज़ द पर्सन हु वुड अदरवाइज हैव बॉट अ पल्सर और एन अपाचे. अब कोई पल्सर और अपाचे ख़रीदने अगर जा रहा है तो उसके दिमाग में एक अपेक्षा है, उसके दिमाग में एक पैटर्न है. द पैटर्न इज़ दैट ठीक है, आई विल कंसिडर एन इलेक्ट्रिक मोटरसाइकिल, बट आई एम अ पल्सर एंड अपाचे बायर. So even if I am buying an electric motorcycle, it should look and feel like an electric, like a Pulsar or an Apache. उस category में उसको belong करना है, right? तो आपके product design decisions get influenced by this requirement to conform to the pattern. Your design of the vehicle is now conforming to the pattern that is there in the mind of the customer. For example, one pattern that is there in the mind of the customer is कि भाई पल्सर और अपाचे में हमको I want that throttle and gear. मैं gear के through accelerate करना चाहता हूँ, अच्छा लगता है मुझे. That's one of the reasons I buy. I also buy it because it gets me from point A to B in a reliable way. It looks nice. But वो gear हमें अच्छा लगता है. तो suppose through some research we are able to show कि the presence or absence of a gear makes a significant difference in the final purchase intention. क्योंकि मैंने I have seen inside the head to understand कि it does make a significant difference. So now I have to think about designing a gear in an electric vehicle. Electric vehicles को gear नहीं चाहिए. They don't need gears. But because of the requirement of the customer, because of the pattern in the mind of the customer, you are putting in a gear. so that customers are comfortable with it. It looks and feels and performs like an electric motorcycle. आपके cost बढ़ रहे हैं because you are designing a gear. The gear needs to be stronger because torque जो है electric motor का ज़्यादा होता है compared to an ICE engine. Torque ज़्यादा होता है. So you are designing it with the intention of getting a higher purchase intention. एक benefit भी आपको मिल जाता है. वो benefit क्या है कि आपने जब gear डाला तो your power draw from the energy source, the battery, is optimized. क्योंकि that's what a gear does, right? It optimizes the power draw from the energy source. So यहाँ पर बैटरी है, एनर्जी सोर्स, आपने पावर ड्रॉ को ऑप्टिमाइज कर दिया तो आपका रेंज बढ़ गया. सो बाय डिजाइनिंग अ गियर यू आर ऑल्सो प्रोवाइडिंग अ मोर पावरफुल रीजन टू बाय, एंड यू आर इंक्रीजिंग द रेंज ऑफ द बैटरी, हाउ लॉन्ग इट विल गो फ्रॉम whatever the number was, let's say x to x plus 1.2x or 1.3x, which then makes it more attractive to the customer. So that is how you are fitting into the pattern, and the difference that you are designing is the unexpectedness simultaneously कि भाई electric two-wheeler में जो है gear नहीं होता है, इन्होंने gear भी डाल दिया. It was unexpected. It's a nice, positive, unexpected thing. The last point that I want to touch on with, I believe I have about 5 more minutes, if I'm okay, is the issue of what we call as mirror neurons. यहाँ पर कोई रैप म्यूज़िक के फैंस हैं? किसी को ये पहचान में आया ये छोटे बालक क्या कर रहे हैं? Anybody heard of Gangnam Style? So how old do you think this infant is? Around 7 months. Can't stand up, but 7-8 months. And what is the infant doing? Baby जो है टीवी पे देख रहे हैं and imitate कर रहे हैं, right? So when it is imitating, what is it doing? It is using the same set of neurons. So it turns out that human beings are born to imitate. आप लोग में से कई लोग जो हैं स्पोर्ट्स फैंस होंगे, एंड इफ़ यू आर अ पर्टिकुलरली पैशनेट स्पोर्ट्स फैंस, कोई अपने फेवरेट क्रिकेटर को या फुटबॉलर को देख रहे हैं, वो सिक्स मारता है या गोल लगता है, तो कभी कभी क्या होता है आपके हाथ या पैर भी अपने मूव करते हैं. जस्ट बिकॉज यू आर वॉचिंग, यू आर नॉट प्लेइंग, बट योर हैंड और लेग ऑल्सो मूव्स. वॉट इज़ हैपनिंग? द सेम सेट ऑफ न्यूरॉन्स दैट द पर्सन ऑन द टेलीविजन or in the stadium is using to hit the goal or to hit a six are firing in your head. So we know that because over a period of now 25 years, there are enough experiments that tell us that this happens for humans also. Why is it important for us? Because from an employee engagement perspective, from an HR perspective, therefore, and partly this is about leadership also, right? Why do leaders matter so much? Because leaders are the ones that we tend to imitate the most. Whether it is an HR leader, a CEO, a political leader, a Bollywood actor, a sports star, these are people that we tend to imitate. And therefore, from an HR perspective, to me, the question therefore is, we will pay attention to remember and engage with HR practices and modes that get amplified through others, right? So therefore, who are the influencers in marketing? And now I'm putting on my marketing head and trying to see what are the applications in the HR area. If there are some HR practices that need to be deployed in the organization, तो ये नए HR practices को अगर मैं अपने संस्थान में जो है डिप्लॉय करना चाहता हूँ, तो what is the most efficient way of doing it? By getting a core set of people who are influencers in their own way to buy into the idea, and then other people also start implementing it. So we are more comfortable that we see other people doing it. In fact, that's normally our first instinct also. So just to summarize, therefore, we want a set of neurotransmitters, we want to conserve energy, we want to group patternized stuff, we want to see differences, and we want to imitate. And then finally, the issue of, how do we make decisions? And the evidence is kind of fairly strong that the decision-making process is not just rational and conscious, it's a mix of conscious, unconscious, reason and emotion. In fact, one of my previous speaker, Mr. Kumar, kind of mentioned this fact quite explicitly when he talked about the fact that you need to manage the emotions, and what matters is the feelings of the people. So some of these feelings are conscious, some of these feelings are unconscious. And so how do people react to HR touch points? Consciously, unconsciously, emotionally, rationally? Do I have a way of measuring it? Can I therefore influence how it actually then works out in my organization? And so what actions can we take? Which mode of engagement, and now I'm talking about it from the employee engagement perspective, which mode of engagement gives me the most bang for the bucks? कौन सबसे ज़्यादा अच्छी तरीके से काम करेगा? So there are these companies that I've listed over there. There is the Razor Pay firm, there is the IT firm that we talked about earlier, McAfee, which is a personal care, coffee-based personal care firm, and Matter Motorworks, जिसके बारे में मैंने बात किया. हमारे कौन से engagement process, what mix में जो है ज़्यादा efficient होगा हमारे लिए, and which design elements and which mode drive the key dimensions of the HR experience. If I'm asking people to fill out a form online appraisal, if I'm asking people to engage with the HR people, to engage with people on normal everyday practices, online versus offline, what should be the proportion? In these days, especially after COVID, there is this sense that we can do a lot of stuff online. And yeah, definitely it is possible, but I do need to manage that transition process carefully. And so, in a sense, therefore, the example on top is from the marketing one, but translating it into the HR one. So what is the HR journey? Just like a customer has a journey from the point that he starts to search for a product, evaluates the product, buys the product, uses the product. The employee also has an HR journey from the point that he first engages with the company in the recruitment process, in the joining process, in the orientation process, in the working process, and so on. So how am I managing the journey in the first year over 5 years, and what are the touch points? How do I reach my employee engagement pillar to all employees, and what will be the modes of engagement? High touch or high tech? What will be the mix? So with that, let me since I'm almost out of time, I'm just going to skip these two and close my talk at that point in time. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll hand over to the next.
Thank you, Arvind Sahai-ji, for giving a wonderful information on shaping the next new with the tech and touch. You touched us with the neuroscience, brain behavior, brands and neuroscience, and HR and neuroscience, HR modes of interactions and engagement, application orientation, brain operating principle, mirror neurons. गंगनम स्टाइल का याद दिला दिया आपने, याद दिला दी बचपन की ट्रायंगल के रूप में पैकमैन की. पेन के वर्ड से एक खूबसूरत शुरुआत की आपने, वही पेन से अंजाम देना चाहूँगा हमारी एचआर कम्युनिटी के लिए. फॉर यू एचआर, हर गम का दो ही इलाज, या फिर हर गम का दो ही उपाय, पहला एचआर और दूसरा बी एचआर. With this, I would like to call upon Shri Bhavesh Taylor, Honorable Secretary, SGCCI, for the introduction of Chief Guest, Shri Ranjan Kumar Mohapatra.
Good morning. President Shri Himanshu Bhai Bodawala of SGCCI, all dignitaries on the dais, and all ladies and gentlemen over here. It's my great pleasure to give introduction of our today's chief guest and keynote speaker, who is creating the path, walking the path, and leading the path, Mr. Ranjan Kumar Mohapatra. Thank you. A visionary committed to championing the cause of human energy endeavor Mr. Ranjan Kumar Mahapatra, Director, Human Resources, Indian Oil, and Chairman, Lanka IOC, is a firm believer in the power of possibilities. He is a mechanical engineer from BITS Pilani and a management degree holder from Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. Besides being the driver of excellence for 31,000 plus employees at Indian Oil, Mr. Mahapatra has been inspiring transformational changes as the President and the board member of the International Federation Training and Development Organization, Trustee Secretary of Indian Oil Foundation also, Chairman of Skill Development Institute, Bhubaneswar, Chairman of HR Committee, FICCI, Member of Advisory Committee for Institute of Chemical Technology, Indian Oil, Odisha, Member of Board for Governors in Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Petroleum Technology, Amethi, Executive Board Member at Ford School of Management, Member of Committee on Ease of Doing Business, CII, and Executive Board Member of the Standing Conference of Public Enterprise, SCOPE. Sir, so many organizations, you are leader. Once again, I request all of you to give him round of applause. During his illustrious career of over 3 decades with the energy of India, Indian Oil, Mr. Mahapatra, in his current role of Director HR in Board of Directors of Indian Oil, has led multiple endeavors that significantly added transformative value to the Indian energy sector. Mr. Mahapatra's vision to catalyze socio-economic process by enhancing energy access left global imprints when he led Indian Oil's Mauritius operations with remarkable success for 3 years. Currently, under his leadership as chairman, Lanka IOC is creating ripples in the energy landscape of island nation Sri Lanka, wherein a team of young professionals registering remarkable market share and profitability growth. Mr. Mahapatra is also a prominent member of Asia Pacific Resource Center of Global Compact Network India, GCNI. GCNI, a non-profitable society which functions as the Indian local network of the United Nations Global Compact, UNGC, New York. He has been a celebrated invitee at various forums of the Society for Human Resource Management, a professional human resources membership association headquarters in Alexandria, Virginia. So I welcome Mr. Mahapatra ji. Floor is yours, sir.
I know why SGCI is doing so well. People are so passionate and say so many good things. So that is why it is so so vibrant. So I think they deserve a lot of accolade, lot of applause for this. I don't know. Still we are in morning. So very good morning to all of you. I think Nirav ji beginning से ही बताए थे थोड़ा जोश होना चाहिए and when we have youngsters, so many youngsters sitting here, so जोश ज़्यादा होना चाहिए. So very good morning to all of you. चलो, very good. I think my co-speakers today, Arvind Sahai ji, Sanjay Kumar ji, and of course once again very passionate group which is led by Himanshu Bhai, then Ashish Gujarati ji, who is not present, immediate past president, I understand he also led, that's what I was hearing from Nirav ji. Bhavesh Taylor ji, thank you for your kind words. Bhavesh Gadia ji, I mean I learned a lot of Gujarati today. I just learned Gujarati and the way you spoke about it, it was very interesting for me as well. Of course, we also have Mrinal ji, who is also the CEO of I think, yes, I'm right on that, yes. And CEO and Chairman of SGCCI, and of course, my dear friend, Dr. Nirav Mandir. I think today, of course, संजय कुमार जी, आप बीच-बीच में उनको नीरव मोदी मना रहे थे, तो खुश भी हो रहे थे वो. तो हमने बोला कि you are in elite company, but Nirav Mandir ji is also my he is in FICCI HR committee, so we are together, and I am again thankful to him for first giving me this opportunity to come to Surat for the first time. So that's something I am extremely happy about. And normally, in our course of work, we go to every part of the country. I think probably I have not, this is the only city which was left, so I have visited that, so thank you very much for that. Also, I must also thank you for the topic or the subject you have chosen. Only thing I will come to that, I probably feel that it is that versus doesn't work. I think it has to be now plus. We have to live with both high tech. I think Arvind ji apna ekdam tarika Hindi or Angrezi milake, he has made it very amply clear why it is necessary. And of course, Sanjay Kumar ji has talked about high touch. I think the future of HR depends on how we really create a paradigm, or how do we really create a balance between these two. So, very apt. But only thing is that I was looking at the participations here. I think although some of us sitting here are pulling up the age, otherwise average age here is less than 30. So that's something great. I think we have so many youngsters, because what we learn today must be carried on for a longer time. So 30, 40 years of, you'll have to carry it on. So that's one thing. But one more thing is that when you have a very young group, I think Sanjay ji ne bhi Gen Z and millennials, everything you showed, the time, retention time is also very low, right? So we'll have to, it's a challenge. How do you meet both the requirements? So, and I'm again very, very happy that how you are trying to keep a balance between the future and the present as well. So congratulations to that entire team here. See, I will start with what Sanjay ji also spoke about, that we all knew that change is the only constant in life. I was sharing with my young group yesterday evening when I landed here. Long back when 2018 I took over as CHRO of, or I call myself as the Chief People's Officer of Indian Oil. When I took over, I had been talking about it. Yes, change, we have learned about change is the only constant in life. But these days, change is changing so fast that we have to really cope up with it. And let me tell you, that time I did not know that COVID will come. And it has changed everything in our life. It has changed the way we do our business. It has changed the way we look at possibilities. It has changed the way we deliver. It has changed everything. You are not, in fact, these are all occasions of a century. It doesn't happen every time. What I was talking about, the things which happens in months or in weeks time. But comes this COVID, it has changed everything. And now in this context, how do we really respond? How did we really respond? I don't know how many of you will be knowing that many business houses have completely gone extinct during this period. By a study, it's almost, and take it with a pinch of salt, that almost 65% of the business houses or businesses which were there in US went extinct. And so there is no study available in India, but I am sure it will be much more than that. And I'm very happy when today I was sitting with the leadership of SGCCI. that you are taking care of MSMEs. That's more important. This business have to come back. So again, now coming, so this was the learning which happened during COVID. How many of you have taken all the 3 vaccinations? No, I also have to raise my hand. Yeah. And how many of you have suffered at least once from COVID? I suffered twice. So anyway, I am telling, when you sit, see, why I asked you all about it, I don't know. I stayed in the hospital for 11 days. And that was the time of introspection for me. When you look at the people around you, what is happening, you realize the value. You realize the value of human touch. You realize the value that we were just sharing that these days when we have to call our children, come for dinner, we'll have to send a WhatsApp. Because if you call, if mother calls, Aajao bhai, nobody hears because they are busy with something on the ear. So they are busy with that. So so you send a message and they will be back. So this realization of, this is the other example, but this realization of human touch came during this time. Anyway, I would like to start with what I tell my people, my one learning which had been with me. I call it 3 A's. So that has helped me earlier, and that has also helped me during this COVID time. I call it 3A: agility, adaptability, and alignment. I just would like to delve slightly more. Some of my colleagues from Indian Oil are sitting, so they are aware of it. But for all of you, it has worked wonders with us during COVID times. Agility. We know we have to be nimble-footed. We know we had to work. We can't be working like this. We have to be nimble-footed. We have to work. We have to be agile. We have to see what is coming. And we have to react to that. And unless we react fast, again I talked about that 60-65% of organizations going extinct. This is what? Because they were not agile. You have to adapt. You have to be adaptable. You have to adapt to the new technology, new way of doing business, new way of thinking, new way of looking at things. Who knew that hybrid will be a talk? The opportunity, the option was available. And at least I know in my organization, we knew, we had VC culture. This video conferencing and talking to people over VC. But hardly it was being used. Now, it has become the normal thing. What has happened in turn? See, there are 2 things which has happened which you all may not realize. Number one, it has helped you to reach more people at one point of time. You have been able to reach. During COVID time, I think almost, we had almost reached to everyone in our organization through this virtual meetings. Number 2, what you have done to the Mother Nature. I think Nirav ji works on SGT and other things. You have to understand, we have done a wonderful thing to the Mother Nature by adapting to this. So adaptability. The number 3 important thing is alignment. We must know our purpose. So alignment ka pehla cheez hai, we must, what I am trying to say is, you must know your purpose. How many of you have read this book, Ikigai? Very good, excellent. So if you have read it, then you will understand why I am telling what is important, why it is important. You must know your purpose. Then what? You must align that purpose either with the purpose of your organization, or you must align with the purpose of humanity. You must align with the purpose of the nation. As a proud public sector. We always feel that Pehle Indian, feed oil. Our tagline is that. So we feel that whatever we do, our purpose should be aligned with the purpose of the nation. Comes a calamity, comes a difficult situation for the country, we have to stand behind. So you must find your own purpose. So these 3 A's have worked wonders for me, in person, and I would like to leave it with all of you that it also has that, it can also be utilized by each one of you personally as well as professionally. Then coming back again, then what do we have a choice that we leave high tech or we leave high touch? No, we don't have a choice. We'll have to live with it, and we have to see that how they both complement each other. That's one of the most important things every leader now has to do. And when I am talking of human touch, it does not mean only a physical touch. It could be anything. Again, coming back to this COVID times, my organization, particularly, I am extremely proud that what happens when the whole world was sitting inside, or you were locked in your rooms, you required more of LPG, gas, for cooking purpose, because restaurants were closed, everything was closed. And one more bad thing which was happening is that gents were cooking, so there will be a bad cook, definitely. So definitely they will be spoiling, they will be wasting more of energy, but that was beneficial to us in a sense that our sales went up. Our LPG sales went up by 28%. On a given day, we supplied 35 lakh cylinders in the country on a given day. And just imagine, it's not a number. That means there were at least 35 multiplied by 4 touches, because it has to be loaded in my bottling plant, it has to come to the distributor's place, it has to be unloaded, again it has to be reloaded by a delivery boy, he has to bring it to the customer's premise, and yes, he has to deliver. So that means multiplied by that 35, multiplied by 4, almost 1.4 crores of touches happened on that particular day. And again, when I told why human touch is important, it's not only that you touch physically. Definitely, physical nudge, a tap on your back works wonders. But nothing works when you appreciate your fellow colleagues or you appreciate your people in a way that they feel that what exactly you mean for them. I just have a small clip. I think I can play that clip. There is a clip on, I think we can play this clip. This is a This is a LPG delivery. I think we can also clap for him, because there were 35,000 such cylinders were delivered on that particular. This is a person who is delivering, and entire society comes down to acknowledge that it's being delivered at. It's a movie of. It happened again. It happened at many places. So we tried to capture at least one place. So that is how it is. So people acknowledge this is what is human touch. The pain that particular delivery boy has undertaken during that period is acknowledged by all of us who have seen that, and that's where HR works. See, one more important thing, that in HR, H is more important, and that has to remain. We must, I can quote also recently Honorable PM, I think yesterday only, when he was speaking with the students on Pariksha Pe Charcha. I think many of you might have seen that. I also saw that live. I mean, he was also talking about one thing. Use technology, but don't become a slave to technology. I think he told the students, he told particularly about this instrument. He told, don't become a slave to technology. That's where it is important for all of us, that how we balance between high tech and high touch. In this context, I also would like to bring in second concept. I mean, these are the 2-3 things I will like to leave it with all of you. Second thing, which all of you are HR students. I think I'm mostly addressing the students. All of you are doing HR? Please raise your hands. Yeah, okay, good. I had one interaction with Professor Ramcharan. I think you might have heard about him. So we were interacting. Then I asked him, Professor, what do you say about HR? What should be in your opinion, what should be a big motto for HR? He says, Mr. Mahapatra, 3 things. I told, what is that? Learn the business, and learn the business. Can you, I mean, it has remained with me because it's so impactful. We are not HR, again, for all of you, HR is not dispensing with activities or dispensing or giving services only. That part of activities, HR has now recruitment or many things, or administration activities, that activities are being taken over by technology. That can be taken over by technology. I think Sanjay ji and both Sanjay ji and Arvind ji spoke about artificial intelligence, VR, AR, all these are available with us to take care of it. But we must align everything, whatever we do. So we must create a model, a business model, which is human. So I call that as a human business model. This is my second thing which I want to leave it with you. We must do business in a way that it touches lives. It makes an impact in everybody's lives. It creates a difference. It creates a difference for your stakeholders. It creates a difference, all your stakeholders, it creates a difference. And how do you do that? It's up to you. What I do may not work for you. What you do may not work for others. But you have to see, you have to find out how you can really do it. And that is extremely important for us to survive as an HR professional. If all of you are thinking to succeed as an HR professional, it's extremely important that first of all, you know the business. And then second thing is that you try to create a business model which is human, which touches lives. One more, I think I have one more video. I just want to, it's a slightly longer one. It's the story of some people which we have done. Yeah, I think we can play that.
से छुट के 5 साल में थी, 5 साल अंदर थी और मेरी जिंदगी बदल गई। मैं बचपन से दोस्तानों में काम।
Yeah, let me just give you a brief about this one, what we are trying to show. In Andhra Pradesh, rather Telangana, we went ahead with an initiative where we had a filling station, retail outlet, which is a petrol station or petrol pump, as you all know about it. We wanted it to be run by the jail inmates. So I don't know how many of you are aware how is the life of a jail inmate and what happens to them when they come out of it. That's more important. That is more difficult. I don't know. That is Many jail authorities themselves have tried. I think we all have heard about Kiran Vediji trying to do a lot of things in the Tihar jail, which became a model later on, and many jail authorities are trying to do that. This is something, this initiative is something which we tried to make a business out of it. So we had one retail outlet along with the jail authorities there. We set up that retail outlet, and when we set it up, let me tell you, we had envisaged a sale of around 150 to 200,000 liters, and that particular retail outlet is currently selling not less than 800,000 liters. And I'll tell you, let us hear about, let us see the movie. I will tell you what exactly is a human business model where you can create those technology touch, we can create a balance. Please, can we play it again? Sorry. Yeah, can we play?
दोस्तानों में जब भटकना, चोरियाँ करना, स्नैचिंग करना, रॉबिया करना, बाइक लिफ्टिंग करना, तो दोस्तानों में मेरी सोबत खराब हो गई थी।
Manoj was a known criminal in the area. Jail terms were not enough for him. He used to commit the same crime again and again despite being imprisoned. Asiya spent 5 years in prison on murder charges. The sentence was eventually overruled, but that changed her life for the worse. It became very difficult for her to survive after the sentence.
मेरे से और दूसरी शादी कर लेने से उनकी ज़िंदगी वो अलग बसर कर ले रही और मैं अकेली हो गई, मैं तन्हा हो गई बोल के मैं डीआईजी सर के पास आके जो है कि बात करे तो
4 लोग अपने करीब आते ही नहीं आते बात करने के लिए, लेकिन बहुत कजने करीब आ रहे मेरे बस्ती के लोग।
Manoj and Asiya were prisoners in the Hyderabad Central Jail. Their stories are similar to many others who chose a life of crime and ended behind bars.
किसके किस्मत में नहीं आना, मगर अगर आ गया तो नर्क की जिंदगी है सही में। किसी को नहीं, दुश्मन को भी नहीं आना वैसे देना। कोई करते है तो कोई नहीं करके है, खाना बाकी है तो चले जाते बोले जैसा वहाँ पे। वो जिंदगी दोबारा नहीं आना, ये अभी की जिंदगी बाहर निकले, नर्क से बाहर निकल के एक जिंदगी अच्छी जिंदगी जी रहे, भगवान ने अच्छी जिंदगी दी।
All these stories today are testimony to stories of fighters. An initiative is changing the lives of many like them and giving hope to those who are neglected by society. Indian Oil, in partnership with the Telangana State Prison Authorities, has been running 12 petrol pumps which are exclusively operated by prisoners. In the 3 states of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana and Tamil Nadu, a total of 22 pumps are operating. A step which has ensured that prisoners are accepted in the mainstream, and this partnership will be a step towards their rehabilitation.
लोगों से मेरे को वास्ता नहीं है, सिर्फ ऊपर वाले से है मेरे को डर। मेरे में मैं हिम्मत करने वाली हूँ, करूँगी तो डरूँगी, मगर ऊपर वाले के साथ डरूँगी, मगर दुनिया वालों के सामने कुछ भी नहीं।
जब इंसान काम करता है तो जवान, बूढ़ा, बच्चा कोई कुछ नहीं होता, बस अपने पे रहता, अपना हिम्मत से, भगवान की मदद से काम करके आगे बढ़ सकती है।
This lady is 76 years old.
The aim was straight and simple, to ensure that prisoners who've been released become self-reliant and throw crime out of their lives. Seeing the impact, even the serving prisoners were included in the program. These individuals would still be fighting the stigma if Indian Oil's prisoners program had not opened doors of opportunities for them.
We made an experiment at Kadapa, where we took the land of jail and set up an RO. Initially we had an apprehension how people will take it, but when we found that model is very successful model and it was one of the highest selling RO in Kadapa. Later we expanded and take this RO we are spending about 1.6 lakh rupees as rental, and we spend around 1.6 crores on investment of this development RO. Now it is doing 300 kl of MS and 160 kl of diesel, and it is very good revenue model, both for Indian Oil Corporation as well as for the jail department. They are getting good rental, and there is an avenue for the prisoners to get rehabilitated It is a business model with a social responsibility.
Will study his behavior according to his skills, according to his educational background, according to his capabilities. Will allot the duties. As a part of the allotment of the duties,
Okay,
we'll select the people also.
It will continue. Okay, so I'll just stop with that. It's slightly longer. So, of course, you saw some of these figures in dollars, because this one also I presented when I was in Chicago last time. So there is a conference, so we presented this one in US, and particularly looking at the business. I mean, this what Mr. Ramana Rao was showing. This is almost 1.5 years old figures. So current figures is more than 800,000 liters. And that's how it is. What exactly how it has worked? It has worked with that not only, I mean, why people have started coming to that retail outlet or that petrol pump? Because people also everybody has a feeling. I think I was taking a cue from what Arvindji was talking about. What goes on your mind when you get that 2,000 rupees, right? Whether it's a joy or a pain. What really happens to you when you come to such a retail outlet or a petrol pump? You feel extremely happy that you are giving back to the society. This probably has played on the minds of people. And we have repeat customers who once have come and have found out. I told you about that particular lady who is 76 years old. Once you get your vehicle fueled by this lady and you hear her story, how do you not come back again? And that's what is human business model. See, it has worked for them. It has given them a space in the society. But it has also worked for me. As a company, it has worked for us. It has worked for my people as well, who have been involved with this. So this is what needs to be worked on, that you may have a human business model. And that is possible. I have not shown many of the things here. That is possible. You can take care, you can do it with the advent of technology now. You can keep a tab of everything. You can keep a tab of all the activities. All our retail outlets or the petrol pumps are automated. You can keep a tab of everything. It's all possible because there is high tech. At the same time, you are creating that balance between high tech and high touch and giving this human business model back to the society. So this is the second thing I wanted to leave you with it. Third point, the last point, which I would also like to leave you here with. And I normally, again, I call it my 3E principle. 3E stands for, of course, it is led by the bigger E, which is very, very important for anybody in HR. That is, what could be that E? I think it's coming here. It is empathy. It is empathy. It is nothing to do with empathy is not sympathy. It is empathy. When you put yourself in the shoes of the other person and try to look at the issues. That is empathy. So you have to be driven by that empathy. Whatever you do in your activity, it has to really create that difference. And it has to really address the issue of that problem, the issue of that particular person. Somebody comes up with some issues and we immediately say, no, ये policy में लिखा है कि ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता, है ना? Normally, we always do that. But can I go further? Can I see how this policy has been created, whether it was applicable here or not? Can I go a bit beyond? Can I be more empathetic? Can I see that things, see that is why one more thing which is a challenge for all of you when you grow up, it will be when you all begin in HR leadership positions. I am again telling everybody, this system of common policy for everybody will go off. Earlier days, I mean, when our young days, we used to get angry that, sir, kya chal raha hai? Show me the face, I will show you the rule. ये complaint था, common complaint था हम लोगों का, because people used to interpret the rules accordingly. But that's what is going to be the future. You will have individual policies for individuals. What works for her will not work for him. What works for him will not work for me. No. And this is where again, I'm talking of, this will be possible only if you adapt high tech into your activities. It's just not possible humanly, because human will not remember it and will make mistakes. So you can use high tech to give that solutions to everybody, and that's the future. That's where it will be there. So coming back to my 3 E's, number 1 is empathy. Number 2 is engagement. Again, this is absolutely required to really know people, that you are touching them every day. I mean, again, going back to the COVID times, I mean, we had an empowered committee to handle COVID, and normally it is not done at that high level, but it was decided in Indian Oil that it will be led by the Director HR. We try to engage with people at all levels. Again, I told you, technology helped us. VCs helped us. We could not travel. We had to only go through VC, but we touched. We have, just now it was told, we have 31,000 active employees, 31,000 plus active employees. We have 33,000 retired employees, superannuated employees, and some of them at the age group of 90 to 100. And in Indian Oil, we believe in from cradle to the grave. We believe in giving people that touch from cradle to the grave. Cradle, of course, means here when you join Indian Oil, you are in the cradle. आपको बाकी लोग दोला में खिला के सिखाते हैं सारा चीज. How do you really get into that? So that's why cradle to the grave, to the last moment. These all 33,000 superannuated employees were also connected by our people. People took it on themselves that we should go and ask, because they required it much more than even our normal employees, working employees. This is what is engagement. You got to engage with your people. We have, like, currently we are trying to engage with all of you. I know every leader at every place got to engage with everybody, all the stakeholders. It's not only employees, it's not limited to employees. It could be your suppliers, it could be, if HR has to take care of business, it has to be suppliers, it could be your vendors, it could be anybody. You got to engage with people, and that needs to be done at every level. Again, my second point, my point on that is that now, earlier people must be thinking about it. It was not possible at that point of time, but now technology is making it possible that you can engage with people in whatever way you want. And the last one, I feel that is one of the more important things in these 3 E's is empowerment. How do you really empower your people? And that is extremely important, that when you tell people to take decisions, when you tell people that I am behind you, you take your decisions. The main issue which is now hurting all of us, I think, while we were coming, Nirav ji and all, we were discussing about that. A lot of good things have been thought of, good ideas have come. Example, of course, is you are connecting the rivers. India grew so high. India was one of the top countries earlier because we had a very good river network and we were utilizing it fully. We thought about it that we should connect, but why it has not happened? We have not delivered. Why?
again that we have, maybe we are lacking in that empowerment. We have to tell people to take decisions. Many a time, I shared very casually with my group last night. It was 11 o'clock, whether it registered with them or not. I told normally what happens, you have different delegation of authority levels, right? In an organization, you will have different delegation of authorities. So the trend is that everybody tries that जो मेरे डेलीगेशन में उसमें अगर 100 रुपया और ऐड हो गया तो वो नेक्स्ट डेलीगेशन में चला जाएगा. तो जब एस्टिमेट्स बनता है तो एस्टिमेट्स थोड़ा सा हाई बनता है कि भाई ये, बट जब काम होता है, वी डिड एन एनालिसिस रिसेंटली, एस्टिमेट से देन वी गेट व्हेन वी गो फॉर एग्जीक्यूटिंग दोस जॉब्स, the jobs are 20%, 30% lesser. So this gives us a very bad feeling that maybe, I'm not blaming anybody, maybe it was correct at that time, estimates were drawn that way, but we get a feeling that no, it was hijacked just to reach that threshold. This is what is wrong. This is where all of us sitting here, we have to not only empower people to take decisions, but we have to also convey it to them that we are behind you. At the back of it, we are there. Then only people will be taking decisions. So these are the three. One more just example of engagement. I would like to conclude with that. We launched, I think this has become a very, very talk of the town types. We launched a e-learning system or e-learning initiative in Indian Oil. We have called it Swadhyay, self-learning. Again, the purpose was, as we all know now, that the day you stop learning, you will stop growing. The time has come that some other day we can discuss in details about it. Time has come that you have to de-skill yourself and then you have to reskill yourself. You have to upskill yourself if that skill is still prevalent. But for doing all this, it's extremely important that you keep on learning. Things are changing. Things are changing. We have now know things are changing very fast. Unless you keep on learning about different things, you will stop growing. I think one of my known person in the US, he was there. We were discussing about something. He's a motivator. He's a what is that? Motivational speaker. So he tells me, Mr. Mahapatra, you know, if you buy a new mobile, what should you do? I told I should set it up. He told no, you don't try to set it up. You give it to your 10-year-old child. He will set it up for you. This is what, again, this is what. So this gap between that 10-year child and ourselves, that needs to be bridged by learning. We have to learn. Every new thing we'll have to learn. I can't just get away with. My bosses used to get away with, भाई मैं computer savvy नहीं हूँ, तुम आ जाओ तो तुम चला लो तेरे मेरे सामने. I think probably the time has come. I can't get away with that. And you also absolutely not. You can't get away with that. You have to learn. So for that we created this learning initiative. We called it Swadhyay. The best part of this Swadhyay was, again, this is an example of engagement. It was totally by our people. I call it almost equivalent to democracy. By the people, for the people, and of the people. We had subject matter experts who created it. We have functional FNOs, functional nodal officers, who weighted it, who told yes, it meets the requirement. And of course, our own people started using it. We launched it on 1st September 2019 with some 400 modules. Currently, we have around 1600 modules. And can you guess how many
modules have been absorbed by my own people? How many modules have been completed by our own people? Any guesses? 1,000, okay, slightly up. Some of my individual officers or individual executives or employees have done more than 1,000. Somebody has done more than around 1,600 itself. Currently, we are just reaching, I think yesterday or today we might have reached 2 million, that is 20 lakh modules. It's unthinkable. But this is, of course, here in India, when we talk of 2 million, it doesn't really create a difference. When you are in with a foreign audience and you say, we have touched 2 million, huh? So jaws drop, truly drops. Because, see, they talk of, as somebody was telling of, they talk of thousands and all. हमारे पास तो इधर थोड़ा नंबर भी ज़्यादा है और adaptation भी ज़्यादा हुआ. But how was it possible? It was something where we made it available, technology. Again, I told how high tech helped us. We made it available to everybody at any time, at any device. You have your laptop, you have your iPhone, iPad, or any sort of device you have, your mobile, you can access it. And at any point of time. And that made it possible. And now that has become a sort of yesterday when I was sitting with again my group, the first point they wanted to tell me that, sir, you know, Gujarat State Office is the topper in Swadhyay. So this also has come into our group that people feel proud about it. My purpose is served because we have created a learning environment in the organization. If one keeps learning through Swadhyay, he is now created a habit of learning. That's more important for me. This was definitely important, that whatever modules we are giving will be learned by people, but we are also creating, I think, again, Sanjay ji spoke about culture. So, in a way, we are trying to create a culture of learning in the organization. Once he learns here, he will be tending to learn at any point of time. So this is one example of engagement, but again with the use of high tech. I think I am almost run out of my time. I don't know. I have not kept a tab. Being the chief guest, I have that keynote speaker. I have that. I can get away with all this. I will now like to complete. I had again two things which I would like to leave you all with. Be alert. Be aware. And keep updating yourself at every point of time. The things which were not possible earlier in our days, when our student days we had to go to the library to read. These days hardly anybody goes to the library. Everything is available with Google Mama. May not be all right, but it's all available. Right? But keep updating yourself. Keep upgrading yourself. That's extremely important. And age has no bar. Whether it is me or the youngster who is sitting there, for both of us, it is equally important that we keep on upgrading ourselves till our last breath. We must do that. We must update ourselves. Again, how is it possible? I told you, high tech. That would make it possible. And high touch is not only left to you for your HR work. It has to go to the society. It has to go to every stakeholders that you deal with, you interact with. It must be manifested at all point of time. Don't be a slave to technology. Use technology as a slave. Use technology as an enabler for you. That's more important. I would just leave you with this sagacious words of Steve Jobs. He says, technology is nothing. What is important is that you have faith in people, that they are basically good and smart. And if you give them the tools, they will do wonderful things for you. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was such an insightful presentation, sir. Truly, lot of amazing insights. Don't be a slave to technology. Managing that balance between high touch and high tech, what a better message could that be? To be honest, it was such a power-packed presentation with a lot of practical insights. Nothing could be better than this, where you could gain actually how IOCL is actually doing it, how is it really making that dent in the entire ecosystem with some amazing insights. When you mentioned right from the 3 E's to the 3 A's, and also talking about the balance by talking about ensuring that entire business model, which has to be human in nature. Totally, there is no other better example than doing it for yourself, for your organization, for the community, for their upliftment. So truly, once again, thank you so much from our entire audience for sharing these amazing insights. Truly, it has been a great learning experience for all of us. So people, we are moving ahead, and you are going to be really glad to know that all these learnings that have been shared with these amazing panel, it's not just going to be one-sided. When you heard them, you realized what's really important, what really works, what doesn't work, what would really be some practical implications, not just learning. We are now going to be able to understand as to how can you actually implement them in your organization for yourself, personally and professionally. And how are we planning to do that? So we're going to quickly have some Q&As. We are going to have an open forum wherein your questions would be welcomed and our August panel would be addressing them. Just to give you a quick overview about the discussions, after that we heard Sir, we also earlier we heard Professor Sahai, earlier to him, when he talked about how our entire brain works, talking about the various journeys that needs to be understood by us so that we could relate to how those triggers happen, what are the contact points that we really need to understand, and how do we really remember, respond, and behave in various situations. We also learned about some amazing insights that were shared by Sanjay ji, where he talked about the culture, how a culture could be curated so that that balance between human and technology could be made, wherein he shared about how various aspects of human touch is important. We all relate to this very well, that people do forget what we do for them. People do forget what we have told them, but people definitely do not forget how we have made them feel, and that's what human culture is all about. This also reminds me about a latest book that I read by Daniel Pink, wherein he mentions, the book's name is The Drive, wherein he mentions that for millennials, because Sir also talked, Professor Sahai talked a lot about the millennials, and talking about a lot of millennials who are already present here. So to be honest, millennials are really excited with the kind of mastery that is giving them an opportunity to grow, to evolve as individuals. So all these learning opportunities from organizations who have joined here for representing their organizations, you are here to gain that mastery from this August panel. So mastery is definitely something that people are looking for. There is also a lot of autonomy, so a lot of flexibility in selecting time, your projects, your team members, your resources. That also encourages our team members, our people, and so is also a purpose that even Sir mentioned. That purpose is so important, being aligned to purpose, knowing your ikigai is so very important. So one round of applause to this August panel before we start the conversations. So the forum is open, and we would request any of you who would want to ask questions, whomsoever on the panel, we invite you for your questions, please.
So, 4 मोटिवेशन लाइंस कहना चाहूँगा आपके क्वेश्चंस के लिए, ताकि आप क्वेश्चंस पूछ सको. जिंदगी की राह में जज्बात बदल जाते हैं. इट्स फॉर एवरीवन. जिंदगी की राह में जज्बात बदल जाते हैं. वक्त की आंधी में हालात बदल जाते हैं. वक्त की आंधी में हालात बदल जाते हैं. अब जो दो लाइन बोलूंगा उसके लिए मैं जिम्मेदार हूं, पर आप जो समझोगे उसके लिए आप जिम्मेदार रहोगे. सोचता हूं काम कर करके रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दूं. सोचता हूं काम कर करके रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दूं, लेकिन कमबख्त सैलरी देखते ही ख्याल बदल जाते हैं. So now you can ask questions. It was on the lighter mode. Forum is open for you people. Yes, please.
हेलो, माई सेल्फ निकुंज. मैं फैमिली बैकग्राउंड बिजनेस टेक्सटाइल से बिलोंग करता हूँ. और मेरा फर्स्ट तो एक क्वेश्चन है कि जैसे कि मेरा जितना ऑब्जर्वेशन है फ्रॉम लास्ट 10 years, आई एम फ्रॉम वीविंग सेक्टर, मीन्स शटर लूम एंड वाटर जेट यूनिट. सो मेरा जितना ऑब्जर्वेशन है कि हम HR यूज़ नहीं करते और हमारा बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम है जो एम्प्लॉय है वही है. तो और दूसरा, सपोज हम HR यूज़ कर भी ले तो हाउ टू वी एंगेज विद देम एंड हाउ टू वी एम्पावर टू देम. सो एंड ऑल्सो हाउ टू, एज पर अरविंद सर से डैट, हाउ टू वी इन्वॉल्व हिम माइंड, मीन्स उसके माइंड के साथ कैसे एंगेज हुए और उसका डोपामाइन सेरोटोनिन वगैरह कैसे बढ़ा दे. तो दैट इज़ माई प्राइमरी क्वेश्चन एंड दैट इज़ माई क्वेश्चन. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू. डोपामाइन वगैरह कैसे बढ़ाना है उनको पूछना पड़ेगा. मैं आई डोंट नो. ही सेज देयर इज एन इंजेक्शन. आई एम आल्सो लुकिंग फॉर दैट नाउ. ओके, मेरा आपको रिवर्स एक क्वेश्चन है उसके ऊपर. योर एम्प्लॉइज आर नॉट, यू आर वेरी अनहैप्पी दैट योर एम्प्लॉइज आर द सेम, राइट? आपने बताया एम्प्लॉइज सेम एम्प्लॉइज है. हमारा जो HR का काम होना चाहिए उस सेम एम्प्लॉइज को कैसे डिफरेंट एम्प्लॉइज फॉर ए डिफरेंट सिनारियो बनाना है. दैट्स द फर्स्ट वर्क विच हैज टू बी डन. व्हाट आई स्पोक अबाउट ऑल्सो, उनको कैसे तैयार करना है. हाउ डू यू एंगेज देम, हाउ डू यू encourage them to take more decisions, or how do you make same person will be remaining the same, but his delivery etc becomes different, so the person becomes different. So you had this 20 set of people in the beginning who were like this, but with your interventions, all these interventions, you make them something like this. So that's one important thing which needs to be done, and this has to be done continuously. It cannot be done, it can be, जैसे हमने अभी कुछ बताते हुए बताया कि करंट सिनेरियो में टेक्नोलॉजी इज गोइंग टू हेल्प अस, बट योर ह्यूमन टच ऑल्सो हैज टू रिमेन टू टेल देम, टू मेक देम फील दैट दिस इज ऑल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट, नॉट ओनली फॉर द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. सी, आप हर एक चीज़ में हम लोग क्या करते हैं ना, बोलते हैं कि ये मेरे कंपनी के लिए बहुत ये है, तो फिर तो लोग भी पूछेगा ना मेरे लिए क्या है, व्हाट इज देयर, व्हाट इज इन इट फॉर मी. That's also important. You have to tell them why that is important. अगर organization अच्छा होता है तो how that is important for each one of them. So same set of people, I am only telling that you are making them more empowered to become like a different set of people which serve your purpose in the current scenario. And ये dynamic है. ये आज जो कर दिया और सोच लिया कि ओके नेक्स्ट 10 साल के लिए चलेगा, नहीं है. You have to keep on giving these inputs to make them bigger or more productive for that matter.
Okay, so thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself Chirag Parekh. I am from NJ Group, and basically I am in HR department. I am taking care for all the labor laws in pan India locations. My question is to Ranjan Kumar sir. Very good morning, sir, and nice to hear you, sir. It means a lot, sir, and completely agree with the 3 E's. My question is related to technology with the human aspects. what I'm trying to understand that if we see in 2030 or 2050 in future, so how technology will impact the human values, because sometimes we need to evaluate the human with technologies. So according to you, what is the important in future also, that how technology will create a value of a human? So still we need to continue the human aspects, that human to human is more important when evaluate the human performance in industries. So that is the one question. Second, in labor in India, we know the labors are there, but they are not aware about the actual technology, how it's working. They don't have the, might they have some instruments, but they don't have the clear idea when to use, how to use, and when to get the benefits. So there are so many schemes in government which are running, but the thing is that the peoples are not aware about the actual, the groundmen peoples who are working in the different factories and the mines and workers. So basically they are not aware about how to use the technology. So what is your thought for the future also, that how they will get the more and more benefit by using the platform that government are providing? So there are so many thousands of schemes are running. So that is my question, that what we can do for our country labor growth. So that is more important, because we are sitting in an office and we are using and we are saying everything, but that was not delivered to end-to-end people, those who are working and they are currently doing a good work for the country development. That may be in mine sectors or any oil sectors or any other sectors. So that is my questions to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I think बहुत बड़ा difficult googly question है. Let me answer from backwards. Number one, this is what is the role we all have to play now. Very important. When I spoke about that, we must. I did not say employees only. I kept on saying whatever we do, we'll have to do for all our stakeholders. If Indian Oil we have 31,000 employees, I have more than 6 lakhs indirectly people who are related to me, whether they are the tank truck drivers or the loaders or whatever, at all the places, they are all there, or the contractual laborers who come into work. So this is the role we all have to very intentionally play about it. And probably you must be, since you are handling, probably you must be aware the labor code which is coming is going to take care of that. They will make it mandatory for you to maintain and to engage them and keep the track of them. Many things, again I told that example of not connecting the riverways. There was another 3D from my side also. I did not say that. The third D is deliver. This is where we are floundering. We are not able to do that. This is where I think technology is going to make it possible. We must take it as a challenge to make it happen. So this is on us. Nothing to blame anybody or our predecessors. They could not do. They did not have so much of technology available to do it. And the scenario was different. Now the 4 labor codes which will be coming will be empowering all of us. They are difficult to be following completely. We all know about it. But they will also be empowering us to do that. So this is the second part of it. First part of it, let me just differ a bit. I think my Sanjay Kumar ji and all of us who are sitting here, values is nothing to do with technology. Values is something different. See, let's say मैं जब अपना इंडियन ऑयल की बात करता हूँ, हम लोग अपना 4 core values किए हैं: care, innovation, passion and trust. They don't change. They are my hygiene factors. They don't change at all. Technology might help me to tell people or make people feel about it, but they don't change. So values part of it, I will keep it aside. But taking a cue from you again, what I have told, whether it is 2030, 2050, 2070, technology will remain if humans remain, right? Who will use the technology? Humans will use the technology. So, and who will develop the technology? Humans only will develop the technology. Technology will not develop a technology. We are there to develop the technology. So human part, the H part in human resources will still remain prevalent, still remain important. Only thing is that you will get more and more ways to address those issues. मैं जैसे एग्जाम्पल आपको दिया ना, आजकल आपके भी होता होगा, हमारे इधर हमारे बहुत सारे ट्रैवल होता है, टी बिल वगैरह बनता है, कोई ऑफिसर इन्वॉल्व नहीं है, कोई, ये सब टेक्नोलॉजी से हो जाता है, आप सबमिट किया वो टेक्नोलॉजी से हो गया, राइट? सो दोस टाइप ऑफ मंडेन एक्टिविटीज will be taken care of by technology, and technology will help you through this AI and all. They will help you to take more, help you to take quicker decisions and faster decisions. But at the same point of time, the human touch cannot get away with it. You can't get away. You can't say कि अच्छा चलो सारा चीज वो तो उन्होंने दिखाया, I think आपने दिखाया ना, last photo was of the two robots talking. अच्छा आपने दिखाया था two robots. This scenario is a fictitious scenario. That means all of us are not required. What do you do then? So that will be there. So that will, whether it is 2030, 2050, 2070 or 20, and as long as humans are there, human touch will also remain. Thank you.
And we would have one last question. That will be the last one before we...
My question is there, sir. You have just said that common policy for everyone goes off. I am agree with that because I have made many policy and I have also break the same policy. But for organization, policy is also compulsory and needed for organization as well as employee. तो इन दोनों के बीच में बैलेंस कैसे रखें? इंडिविजुअल के लिए हम पॉलिसी तो डिज़ाइन नहीं कर सकते.
नहीं कर सकते नहीं है ना, यही तो चैलेंज है, आपको करना पड़ेगा. So you will have to see, this is the challenge which is left to, which is thrown to all of us now. We will have to create policies for individuals. It can be, I didn't get your name anyway.
Myself Naresh Cheladia.
नरेश जी, तो नरेश जी ऐसा है, I am not telling कि you will immediately make, आपके 31,000 employees है तो 31,000 policies बनेगा. No, you may now will have to think of policies depending on the situation, depending on the occasion, depending on the place where they are posted or something. This is what is a challenge which is thrown at each one of us now, that we'll have to do it. Otherwise, you will not be empowering your people anymore. Otherwise, what was working earlier, see, I think Marshall Goldsmith's that good word, that what brought us here will not take us there. So we will not be reaching there unless we do that. So that's why I'm not telling ki immediately you make 31,000 policies. My intention is not that. My intention is that you have to have diverse policies where you can meet the requirement of people. I think you wanted to
I may add on this one and the first one. Actually, just to follow up on your point on different policies for different people, from a recruitment perspective, now it is possible to conduct tests which tell us something about कि इस व्यक्ति का प्रवृत्ति किस तरीके का है. And so therefore the design of policies can take place from that perspective. It is possible, but organizations have to take that first step to do it, and clearly Ranjan ji is thinking about it, so maybe IOCL will be a pioneer in this area. But there is no reason why a large organization has to do it. By and large organizations tend to be having a lot of inertia. They are slower to do things. I'm sure Ranjan ji will agree again over here. So smaller organizations tend to be more nimble, and आप लोगों के लिए ये opportunity है to create and take the first steps in that direction. Going back to one of the observations of I think the first question which came, where it was about engaging with people and how does one make that difference in the behavior and the dopamine and the serotonin that you were talking about. तो इसमें जो है, to me, the part of the role of the HR in managing the emotional climate is creating these small interventions that change behavior. And these small interventions need not necessarily be something that is large and conscious. तो मिसाल के तौर पर अगर मैं आपको बोलूं कि हमारे IIM के मेस में एक छोटा सा एक्सपेरिमेंट किया, हमारे संस्कृति में तो ऐसा नहीं था कि हम लोग खाना बर्बाद करते थे, लेकिन आजकल के ज़माने में पीपल हैव बिकम लेस केयरफुल. खाना खाते हैं, थोड़ा सा बच जाता है, फेंक देते हैं. तो how do you revert back to the behavior where people become less likely to waste food? तो मेस में क्या किया, छोटा सा हमने एक्सपेरिमेंट किया कि when people take up their trays and take it back and put it in the carrier जहाँ पर छोड़ा जाता है, the soiled utensils, वहाँ पर जो है people are asked to throw the remaining food into a container. वो कंटेनर एक वेइंग स्केल पे खड़ा हुआ और वेइंग स्केल के ऊपर बड़ा में लिखा हुआ है आपने इतना जो है खाना फेंका. सो जिस दिन से वो डाला गया, so the amount of wastage decreased dramatically. कुछ बोलने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ी. Simply that fact of seeing कि मैं कितना waste कर रहा हूँ, that influenced the behavior. So there is a lot of scope to do these small interventions in the HR area also that change behavior of people. It is up to the imagination of the professionals, HR professionals over here, how you design these interventions.
Thank you. Yeah, just to, I think it's already covered by Mr. Ranjan Kumar Mohapatra and Professor Arvind Sahay. Just to respond to the question on policies, I have 2-3 simple statements to make. So one is, practically speaking, as Mr. Mohapatra already said, sometimes you have to make exceptions. So it depends whether, we are confining ourselves to exceptions prove a rule. That is also a saying, right? But if exceptions themselves become the rule, like every case is an exception, that is a problem. A few exceptions, that is one. So we are there. Second is, this is going to be the era of, for HR, the paradigm shift is going to happen on the hyper-personalization part, which also partly got covered in the responses. So for example, if you look at the grade structures of larger organizations, the government departments, big corporations, and overall also, so they have been quite fixed. The time scales are there, promotions are based on time. But today, there is a lot of change which is happening there. The concept of personal pay is also gradually, to some extent, coming into people with special skills, niche skills, in IT as well as in other functions also. So they draw a much higher salary than, the design person in the automobile industry will have a far higher salary than any grade could accommodate. So that hyper-personalization aspect is there. Thirdly, in the workforce design as well, and in creating that workforce, so when there is a segmented approach, so for example, in our organization, we have a practice, I would not call it a policy, that it takes usually, on an average, 3 years to get promoted. However, so for the hypos, we have in the hypo policy itself, it has been mentioned, if the candidate is deserving, it can be in 2 years or in some cases 1 year also. So definitely some modifications are required based on situations, and I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for your amazing insights. It truly has been a really insightful conversation. Moving forward, we would like to request Group Chairman of SDCCI, Shri Sanjay Bhai Gajiwala, to come forward for a vote of thanks. After he concludes, we'll then have a national anthem.
Good afternoon, everyone. Friends, no meeting is complete till we don't thank all those behind the success of that meeting. Let me, on behalf of Southern Gujarat Chamber of Commerce, take this privilege. I first of all thank our chief guest and keynote speaker of the day, Director HR IOCL and Chairman of Lanka IOC, Shri Ranjan Kumar Mohapatra, distinguished professor from IIM Ahmedabad, Shri Arvind Sahay, Senior Vice President and Group Head HR, APAR Industries, Shri Sanjay Kumar. We are thankful to you for sparing your valuable time, for sharing your knowledge and views, and gracing this wonderful HR conclave. I also thank our esteemed panelists who will be speaking immediately after the lunch, Vice President HR of Reliance Industry, Mr. Anshuman Tiwari, Managing Director of Sahajanan Group, Shri Bhargav Kotadia, Vice President of L&T Defence, Shri Vijay Mulgaonkar, sir, Head HR of Hove Engineering Projects, Shri Jitendra Vyas, Provost of PP Savani, Dr. Parag Sangani, and moderator of today's panel discussion, Ms. Namrata Mishra. I also thank Group Chairman of SGCCI, Shri Mrunal Shukla, Group Chairman Shri Deepak Sethwala, Chairman HR and Training Committee, SGCCI, and today's panelist, Dr. Nirav Mandir. All co-chairmen of HR Committee, Shri Anand Mehta, Shri Bipin Herpara, Shri Chirag Desai, and Shri Vijay Radadia. I thank our Master of Ceremony, Mr. Vishal Shah and Ms. Nisha Anand for piloting this meeting with perfect timing. Thank you. Thank you all for coming to this program and making it a grand success. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sanjay ji. Truly an honor. One round of loud applause for our august panel who has been here sharing their amazing insights. Request all of us to kindly stand up for a national anthem. After the national anthem, after the national anthem, we also request all the HR team members, Group Chairman of SGCCI to come forward for a group photo after the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you very much, people. We will see you back in the next 45 minutes after the lunch break. So since it's almost 1:15, we should be back by 2 o'clock. Also, there is a request for anybody who would want to share their experiences of the event so far, would be requested to come forward. We would like to take a clipping of yours to share about how has it your experience been. We would like to definitely treasure your experience today. I also request all the authorities from the chamber, the HR team members, the group chairman to kindly come forward for a group photograph, please.
આનું ક્યાં છે આયરો હા બેન
Good afternoon, one and all. Namrata has been leading the organization since last more than 5 years now. She has been looking after the HR department, and her vision is basically to develop the organization culture wherein the major part is to engage people, to develop their communication skills, to nurture them. So I would like to ask Namrata to highlight those points which you are already imparting in your organization. Thank you so much.
આને રવા દેવું છું કેપ્ટન આનું કાગળ તમારી પાસે છે આને લઈ લો છો. Next we request Sri Sanjeev Malgaonkar Sarji. Please come on stage. Mr. Sanjeev Malgaonkar is a Vice President and Unit Head of L&T Defense IC in Hazira in our own city Surat. He also heads the guns and armored system business of L&T Defense. He did his graduation from Vijay TI, Mumbai in mechanical engineering. As part of his work responsibilities, he has represented L&T in many countries including North America, Europe, Asia. He was stationed in China as a project manager and site in charge for 2 years for a prestigious coal gasification project. We welcome you, sir, here for this panel discussion. Yeah.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Bhargav Kotadia, please. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Mr. Bhargav is a dynamic young executive with 10 years of highly successive track record of helping organizations reach their full potential, adapt in developing growth strategies, making key decisions, and working with other professionals to achieve goals and solve problems. Experienced in managing employee and community programs and dedicated to successfully directing business operations, having rich experience across varied industries including medical devices, high precision capital equipments, and consumer healthcare. He is leading Sajanan from past 10 years. So I warmly welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Friends, let us give a big round of applause to our next speaker, Mr. Jitendra Vyas. Sir, please come on stage. Mr. Jitendra Vyas possesses over 30 years of experience in leadership role in human resources management, covering entire gamut of HR in different industry domains. Currently heading the HR function with a large project engineering company, Hove Projects India, with their headquarters in Ahmedabad. From Surat, he is not a new name, as he has been associated with very active with NIPM Surat chapter, QCFI Surat chapter, and NHRD, and many more social activities. We welcome you, sir, on this panel discussion. Next we have Dr. Parag Sanghani ji. Sir, please come on stage. Dr. Sanghani is an Endeavour Fellow of QUT Australia and has a global exposure of education systems in Europe, Australia, and UK. He has worked with a leading university in UAE as a head of academics. He has in the past handled 250 million USD PPP projects in education and infrastructure sector in India. We welcome you, sir, for this panel discussion. Who's next?
So I would like to call upon our moderators for the evening, for the afternoon, sorry. We can call them Jay and Veeru of the HR fraternity. I would like to, it's an honor for me because one is my father and one is my uncle. So I would like to invite Mr. Mrunal Shukla and Mr. Chirag Desai. Come on the stage, please. So I would like to call our Honorable President of SDCCI, Mr. Himanshu Bodawala, to felicitate Mr. Mrunal Shukla. Oh, sorry. Namrata, sorry.
We request Sri Bhavesh Bhai Taylor, Honorary Secretary SGCCI, to please come on stage and felicitate Sri Bhargav Bhai Kotadia. So I would like to call upon Mr. Bhavesh Gadia, Honorable Treasurer, to please felicitate our guest of honor today, Mr. Sanjeev Mulgaonkar. Let us give them a big round of applause. Mr. Bipin Bhai Hirpara, Co-Chairman of HR and Training Committee, please come on stage and felicitate Mr. Jitendra Vyas ji.
Now I would like to call upon Mr. Vijay Radadia, Co-Chairman of HR and Training Committee, to felicitate our Mr. Dr. Parag Sangani.
Sri Hemant Bhai Patel, the HR and Training Committee member, please come on stage to felicitate Mr. Chirag Desai. And also I request Sri Naveen Bhai Patel to to come on stage to felicitate Mr. Munal Shukla ji. Friends, we have very eminent speakers here as a panel, so please give them all big round of applause. We have speakers from different industry, academics, and also our own Jai and Viru ki jodi, Munal ji, Chirag ji. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much, everyone. So, Munal ji, અને ચિરાગ ભાઈ, okay, so stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Very distinguished dais and wonderful participants in audience. अरे हाँ, नमस्ते. તમને એક મેસેજ મોકલાવ્યો. બધા ટેકનોલોજી બાજુ ગયા, મેસેજ હતો નમસ્તે બે હાથ જોડીને. ભારતીય પરંપરા એ હ્યુમન ટચમાં છે. ટેકનોલોજી ગમે એટલો વિકાસ કરે, પરંતુ જે હ્યુમન ટચ એની તોલે કોઈ ના આવે. એક જોરદાર તાળી. 82 વર્ષ 82 ભૂતપૂર્વ પ્રમુખો, આપણા સૌના પરંપરાગત દાદા દાદીઓ મા બાપ જેણે આ ભારતીય પરંપરાને જન્મ આપ્યો છે એ તમામ માટે જોરદાર તાળી. जितेन भाई को गुजराती पता है ऐसा मुझे पता है. पराग भाई तो गुजराती में साहित्य में कुछ बाकी नहीं रख सकते हैं. और सर मुलगांवकर सर, मैडम तो अभी सूरत में स्थायी है, तो आपको तो गुजराती, आप तो सूरत में ही हैं, लेकिन आप हमारे, तुमने तुम्हारे कोटड़िया साहब. फाइन, लेट अस बिगिन विथ some enthusiasm, with some energy. Can I have cordless hand holding mic? સવારના સેશનમાં આપણા કીનોટ સ્પીકરે E4 શું કહ્યું? E4 બસ આ મારે માટે રાખજો, કારણ કે હું 70% મારી બોલવાની એબિલિટી અને શ્રદ્ધા 130% મારું એન્થુઝિયાઝમ, આ બેનું બ્લેન્ડ તમારી આગળ મૂકી રહ્યો છું. બધા પોતપોતાની જગ્યા પર ઊભા થાઓ. જમ્યા ને એટલે તમને લોકોને अब हम कुछ एक्टिविटी करेंगे. इसका लेना देना बिल्कुल HR से है, पक्का है. मैं आपको सॉरी पाछल सुठाई ना 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 ये दियार नहीं नहीं ओके फाइन. आई विल बी गिविंग यू 3 इंस्ट्रक्शंस वन बाय वन. हाँ ओके. फर्स्ट इंस्ट्रक्शन, हम बढ़िया सी ताली बजाएंगे. ये एचआर का हिस्सा है. वाई वी क्लैप टू अप्रिशिएट. वी नीड टू कल्टिवेट appreciative culture in our organization. I always say, surprise your people by catching them doing great. They will surprise you again and again. આ મેં નહીં કહેલું હતું, આ સ્વેચ્છાએ છે. નંબર 2, હા, મને એપ્રિશિએટ. નંબર 2, આપણે બધા આ કરશું. इसका एचआर से कोई मतलब है? इसका है क्या मतलब है? कौन? हाँ, अरे बॉस ने कोई भी काम सौंप दिया, ये काम तो हमारे प्रमुख ऐसा सौंपते हैं काम, हम यूं करके दिखाते हैं, हमारे सेक्रेटरी यूं करके दिखाते हैं. नंबर 2, सर प्लीज एक्सक्यूज मी. नंबर 3, how many girls are, so many girls, you would like it, you would definitely love to do it. Number 3 is, इसका एचआर से लेना देना है, इसका डच का एचआर से लेना देना है. कौन कौन ये करता है? डच कौन कौन करता है? हाथ ऊपर करे. करते हैं कुछ लोगों ने हाथ किया. चलो पहले करो तो सही. हाँ. नंबर 4 ना, एक योर प्रिविलेज. नंबर 4, हंसने का एक प्रकार है अट्टहास्य, एक सॉफ्ट हास्य. तो एक हास्य हा 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 हा. इसका एचआर से लेना देना है? किसी की खिल्ली उड़ाते हो? ओके. अभी थोड़ा चेंज आता है. सुबह में यहां कहा गया कि वी आर इनटू एरा ऑफ चेंज. वंडरफुल स्टेटमेंट गिवन बाय आवर लर्नड स्पीकर. Change is so fast that change is also changing so fast. Change is also changing so fast. Wonderful. अच्छा, तो अभी ये कुछ थोड़ा सा इसमें बदलाव होगा, चेंज होगा. नंबर 1 क्या है हमारे लिए? इंस्ट्रक्शन नंबर 1, ताली बजाओ. मेरे हाथ को देखो. नंबर 3, नंबर 4. गुड. अभी ये हैं बदलाव, ये हैं. इसका भी एचआर से बहुत लेना देना है. ये हमारे सारे लर्नर स्पीकर ये बात से एग्री करेंगे. मैं जब 1 बोलूं तो आप 2 करोगे. मैं जब 2 बोलूं तो आप 1 करोगे. मैं जब 3 करूं तो आप 4 करोगे. मैं जब 4 करूं तो आप 3 करोगे. અને શું કહેવાય એચઆરમાં? અડાઈ કરે છે. મારા સ્ટાફના માણસોને કહીએ એના કરતાં ઊંધું કરે છે. આ પણ એચઆરનો ભાગ. ચિરાગભાઈ ખરો કે નહીં? કહીએ એના કરતાં પરાગભાઈ ઊંધું કરે છે. ચલો કરો, करना है आपको. તમારે હજુ અડાઈ કરવાનું બરાબર શીખવાનું બાકી છે. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ. પ્લીઝ સિટ ડાઉન. ઓવર ટુ ચિરાગ સર.
થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ. ઘણા બધા મિત્રો થોડાક આશ્ચર્યમાં અને દ્વિધામાં હશે કે આ બધા એક સાથે કેમ ઉપર આવી ગયા. આ અહીંયા બે પેનલ ડિસ્કશન હતું અને અહીંયા એક કેમ?
આ પણ એચઆરનો જ ભાગ છે. ક્રાઇસિસ મેનેજમેન્ટ હંમેશા એચઆરએ જ કરવાનું આવે. એટલે આ એચઆરના ભાગરૂપે જ આપણે બંને પેનલ, કારણ કે સંજોગાવશાત એક બે પેનલિસ્ટ હાજર રહી શકે એમ નથી, સો નાવ વી હેવ મર્જ બોથ ધ પેનલ એન્ડ ડ્યુરેશન ઇઝ ઓલ્સો એક્સટેન્ડેડ. એટલે આ વધુ સમય માટે આપણે આ પેનલ ડિસ્કશન કરીશું. પેનલ ડિસ્કશનની અંદર ટોપિક આપણે બંને લેવાના છીએ. એવું નથી કે મર્જ થઈ ગયું એટલે એક જ ટોપિક ઉપર વાત કરીશું. આપણા જે બંને ટોપિક અહીંયા લખ્યા છે કે બિગ શિફ્ટ ઇન ધ વર્લ્ડ ઓફ વર્કિંગ એરા, આપણે જે અત્યારે વાત કરી સવારે કે જે બદલાવ, જે ચેન્જ આવી રહ્યો છે, અને એમાં એક બહુ સરસ વાત કરી કે અત્યારે પર્સનલાઇઝ પોલિસી, એની એક વાત સવારે આપણા એક વક્તાએ કરી. એ મુદ્દા ઉપરનું વિષય વસ્તુ આપણે અત્યારે લેવાના છે. અને જે બીજો વિષય વસ્તુ છે કે બેલેન્સ બિટવીન ટચ એન્ડ ટેક, હાઈટેક અને હાઈ ટચ, એ બંને ઉપરની વાતો આપણે કરવાના છીએ. મિત્રો, આની શરૂઆત કરીએ. સૌથી પહેલાં વન બાય વન આઈ વુડ લાઇક ટુ ઇન્વાઇટ ઇચ પેનલિસ્ટ ટુ શેર હિઝ આઈડિયા ઇન 2 to 3 minutes on their own subject. Up to 3, 4, 5 minutes they can share that topic so that we will get the idea, and after that we will have a question answer round. But meanwhile I would like to invite them to share their views on that particular topic. We will start with Namrata ji.
Hi everyone. So this side Namrata. As we are going to discuss about the topic, which is recreating the employee experience with the balance blend of high tech and high touch. And then first one was how we are being transformated to the hyper digitalization. बहुत एक simple सा question है कि when we were working previously, how we were collecting the data. When we were entering any of the premises, what we were doing the manual entries, right? Abhi kya hota hai? We just have to go, everyone have their phone, raise your hand if you have your phone along with you. So majority people have the phone, right? So now what we are doing is, we are just opening up our phone, scanning the QR code, and we enter to the premises. Isn't it the data transformation thing? Anyone can see the data from anywhere. But previously what we were doing is हमने हमारे bandwidth को बढ़ा दिया था. People were working on lot of the things. Someone is looking towards the data, someone is maintaining the register, someone is doing just shifting out from one office to another office. But now in the era of hyper digitalization, what we guys are doing is we are operating one database from all across the world, and this is a simple and subtle example of being hyper personalized. Thank you so much.
થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ. મિત્રો, આ જે પૂર્વ ભૂમિકા છે માત્ર એટલા માટે છે કે આપણને એક સબ્જેક્ટ રિલેટેડ થોડાક ઇન્સાઇટ્સ મળે, અને એના આધાર ઉપર આપણે આના ઉપર ડિસ્કશન, પેનલ ડિસ્કશનમાં કરી શકીએ. આપણી પાસે ખૂબ જ અનુભવી અને લર્નેડ ટીમ અહીંયા હાજર છે પેનલિસ્ટ તરીકે. એમનો મેક્ઝિમમ આપણે યુટિલાઇઝ કરીએ. કદાચ આ સેશન માટે એવું કહેવાય કે મૃણાલભાઈ પહેલાં બોલ્યા એકવાર કે પહેલી મેચ હતી તો આ 2020 છે. એટલે અહીંયા સીધા જ ક્વેશ્ચન આન્સર, તમે બોલ ફેંકશો ને અહીંયાથી આ લોકો બેટિંગ કરશે, એ રીતે આ સેશન આગળ ચાલશે. નેક્સ્ટ એમના વ્યૂઝ આપવા માટે આઈ વુડ લાઇક ટુ ઇન્વાઇટ ભાર્ગવભાઈ કોટડિયાજી.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bhargav Kotaria, Managing Director of Sahajanand Group. First of all, big thanks to the entire South Gujarat Chamber of Commerce, and I'm sure you will agree with me, special thanks to Mr. Shukla for energizing us. Am I right or not? Everyone feeling good after lunch? Wonderful. So it's a very interesting topic, I think, that we have been given today, the balance between touch and tech. I think this is possibly going to be one of the most important questions that all of us as HR professionals and leaders are going to face as we come out of COVID. During COVID lockdowns, I think all of us saw, as a society, us going into one extreme of technology, working from home, Teams, Zoom, Cisco, whatever platform that you used. We were physically unable to interact with each other. We were physically prohibited from the touch aspect. Right? And now, as we come back, as our organizations come back, each and every one of us has to answer this question of balance. What is the right balance? How much do I ask my team members and my employees to come back to work versus how much flexibility do I allow them? As an organization, as Sahajanand, we have employees all across India, but also across 10 countries outside of India, more than 200 members outside of India. And as an organization, we're going through this transformation where we're seeing technology is a beautiful thing. Being able to connect with someone sitting in Mumbai from Surat and seeing that person's face, seeing the facial reactions and giving them the answers is a beautiful thing. But then I've also seen the flip side of that. During COVID lockdown, we all got used to Teams meeting, back to back to back to back to back. All boundaries were broken in terms of work hours. There was no such thing called 9 to 5. You started as soon as you woke up and you kept working until you fell asleep. So this, as I'm sure each and every one of you has faced, has added a lot of anxiety and stress to each and every one of our team members. Number one. Number two, because we were unable to meet with each other in person, the social bonding started breaking down. Our teams or our team calls were set from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. You get on the call at 12 p.m., you do about 2 minutes of chit chat, and the third minute, you're immediately talking about work. For the next 1 hour, inevitably, you will argue about whatever the topic for that meeting is. Right? People will scream, shout, fight, say, you did this, you didn't do this, so on and so forth. And as soon as 1 p.m., the call is done, you move on to the next call. This is not how humans are made. We're not robots, right? So as an organization, we saw a significant increase in the amount of interpersonal issues, in the amount of ego issues. Teams started breaking down, so on and so forth. And now, as I mentioned, as an organization, we're trying to figure out what is the healthy balance. When do we use technology? When do we not use it? So I'm actually very happy that we picked this as a topic and really eager to see the panel. And we'll be happy to share some of the learnings that I've had as well. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू वेरी मच भार्गव जी. दोस्तों, अब जिन्हें मैं बुलाने जा रहा हूं उनकी कंपनी का नाम और जो डिपार्टमेंट वो हेड करते हैं, अगर वो पूरा नाम आप सुनेंगे तो बाकी सब अपने आप बैलेंस हो जाता है. ही इज़ फ्रॉम L&T, तो कंपनी का नाम इतना भारी, उससे बैलेंस अपने आप हो जाता है. और डिपार्टमेंट जो VP जो डिपार्टमेंट से है वो है गन एंड आर्म राउंड्स. सो आप समझिए, ये सब चीज़ें हाथ में हो तो सब अपने आप बैलेंस हो जाता है. Am I right or wrong? Hello? I would like to invite Sanjeev Mulgaonkar ji.
So, very good afternoon to my fellow panelists. SJCCI, thanks for inviting me. And all of you, a very good afternoon. We can see a lot of young faces here, and you have a long career to go. So it's a great thing to be talking to all of you. So, high tech versus high touch. Okay, I have worked. Let me tell you a little background of myself so that I can you can understand where I come from. So I work in Larsen & Toubro, and within Larsen & Toubro there are various verticals. So I work in L&T Defense. I head the guns and armored systems business, and I head the Hazira unit of the production for L&T Defense. So I have worked in Larsen & Toubro for almost 4 decades. So I have gone through all those phases. There were times when in the initial phase of my career where any communication could happen only by something called fax or telex. And I don't know, many of you people may not know what is fax and what is telex. So that was how we used to communicate. कोई कस्टमर को कुछ भेजना है तो एक फैक्स बना देने का, टाइप करने का और उसको फैक्स भेज देने का ऑन ए फोन. And if you are lucky, it will get delivered. You try 10 times and then somehow it will get delivered, and then you wait for a reply, and then a reply will come after a few days, and then you continue with your work. So it was quite a difficult time to work. And now you know how things are so fast and so quick. We expect quick answers, quick solutions. Bola hi. As soon as an email is sent, then we expect a response. And so it's a different world now. things have changed fast and things have changed very quickly, especially in the last 15 years, 20 years maybe. Exponential rate of change is happening. Now we cannot but embrace high technology. If we don't embrace high technology, we will be left completely behind. So high technology is a given. You have to look at high technology and see how you can make the best of the technology that is available. COVID, of course, helped us to understand much more about high technology and how we could use it and how we could exploit it than earlier, before COVID. Now, looking at how does that leave high touch? There is no doubt that high touch is extremely, extremely important. And maybe when we talk further, I will give some examples of how we delivered the 100 K9 Vajra self-propelled guns from our factory during COVID and ahead of schedule. So that for us was a wonderful experience, and without the high touch and the high tech, it would not have been possible. And there has to be extreme weightage also to be given to high touch, getting the people involved, getting them charged up, getting them passionate about their work, giving them a great goal, giving them something to work for, and everybody should finally find that when is Monday coming? I want to go back to work. I want to work on Monday, and on Sunday you feel you are missing something. And there's a fear of missing out कि क्या चल रहा है मुझे मालूम नहीं है. तो इस तरह का excitement जब तक नहीं हो तब तक you can't do something big in this world. So passion, josh is absolutely required. And so high touch is a high point for success in industry. I'll leave it at that at the moment, and I'll pass on. Thank you.
थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू. दोस्तों, जब हमने ये कॉन्क्लेव के बारे में सोचना शुरू किया, इसका प्लानिंग शुरू किया, तब एक बहुत कॉमन चीज़ आई कि सूरत खास करके और सदर्न साउथ गुजरात की बात करते हैं तो ये एमएसएमई का बहुत बड़ा हब है. बेस्ट एचआर प्रैक्टिसेस एमएनसीज में चलती है, कॉरपोरेट्स में चलती है. कहीं ना कहीं पे साथ में ये भी आया कि क्या हम अपनी नई जनरेशन को, जेन जेड की जो बात करें, क्या उनको हम सही तरह से तैयार कर रहे हैं क्या. और जब ये बात आई तो हमें ये लगा कि हमें एकेडमिशियंस को भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व करना चाहिए. एंड दैट इज़ हाउ पीपी सवानी इज़ एसोसिएटेड विद अस सिंस लास्ट आई थिंक 3 कॉन्क्लेव. दे आर सपोर्टिंग अस. जो पीपी सवानी ग्रुप के जो वाइस चांसलर है वो हमारे बीच उपस्थित है. वो हमारे एक पैनलिस्ट भी है. मैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा डॉक्टर पराब सांगी फॉर हिज व्यू ऑन टुडेज टॉपिक, दैट हाउ टू बैलेंस इट.
थैंक यू. Respected Himanshu Bhai, SCGI Management Committee, all dignitaries on dais. It's pleasure to be part of this topic because being academician, this is the major challenge in front of us. Because today technology is part of life. As mentioned by Bill Gates way back in his book Business at the Speed of Thoughts in 2002, he written that the internet will become a part of our life. જેમ અત્યારે એક ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી ન હોય એવી રીતે અત્યારે ઇન્ટરનેટ ન હોય તો we all feel something is missing from our life. And the technology is going so fast કે હજી તો આપણે એનાથી એડજસ્ટ થઈએ ત્યાં નવું વર્ઝન આવી જતું હોય છે. Internet of Things, driverless car, 3D printing, the kind of nanotechnologies which will transform the healthcare sectors, the now chat GPT and all that will transform the education. તો આ બધા વચ્ચે where is human, right? And where is manusyata, right? And that is where I personally feel કે હવેની એજ્યુકેશન સંસ્થાઓએ નોલેજ નથી આપવાનું પણ એટીટ્યુડ અને સ્કિલ આપવાના છે કે આ ટેકનોલોજીનો કેમ બેસ્ટ ઉપયોગ કરશું. સી 6 hours ઇઝ એવરેજ સ્ક્રીન ટાઈમ અત્યારે, રાઈટ? અને જે જનરેશન ઝી છે એનો 9 hours ઉપરનો સ્ક્રીન ટાઈમ્સ છે. અત્યારે મમ્મી પહેલાં છોકરું મમ્મી બોલતા પહેલાં સ્માર્ટફોન ઓપરેટ કરતા શીખે છે. હા, આજે કોઈ પણ મમ્મી જોવો તો એક બાથમાં મોબાઈલ હોય અને પછી એમને જમાડતી હોય, રાઈટ. તો એ સંજોગોની અંદર વોટ વી હેવ ટુ ડુ as a human and how we can balance, and that's where I will say that Buddhism teaches us that balance, madhyam marg, right. We cannot remove technology as well as we cannot remove the touch, and as we become high tech, high touch is necessary. The reason is very simple કે ટેકનોલોજી થી માણસને ભૌતિક સુખ મળે છે, પણ માનસિક સુખ માટે એમને હંમેશા મનુષ્ય જે ડિફરન્સ છે ઇઝ બેઝડ ઓન હિઝ સ્પિરિચ્યુઆલિટી એન્ડ બેઝડ ઓન એમની ભાવના. સો બોથ વે we need to nurture that, how to use technology. એ જ ન્યુક્લિયર બોમ્બથી ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી એનર્જી પણ થાય છે અને એ જ ન્યુક્લિયર બોમ્બથી માણસોનો વિનાશ પણ થઈ શકે છે. અને એ શિક્ષકોનું કામ છે કે એ સાચી રીતે કોઈ પણ, અને આ પ્રશ્ન આજનો નથી, વર્ષોથી આ પ્રશ્ન આવે છે કે જ્યારે ટેકનોલોજી બદલાય, જ્યારે ઘોડાગાડીથી ટ્રેન આવી, કે રેડિયોથી ટીવી આવ્યું, ટીવીથી, એટલે દરેક વખતે જ્યારે પણ ટ્રાન્ઝિશન્સ થાય છે ત્યારે આ પ્રશ્ન સમાજ સમક્ષ હોય છે કે નવું ટ્રાન્ઝિશન કેમ કરીએ. અને ઓલવેઝ બેલેન્સ ઇઝ ધ મધ્યમ માર્ગ. જે ભગવાન બુદ્ધે કીધું છે કે મિડલ પાથ ઇઝ ઓલવેઝ એ વે ઓફ એ સક્સેસ એન્ડ વે ઓફ એ હેપીનેસ. કારણ કે અત્યારે ભૌતિક સુખ બધા મળશે, પણ એની સાથે સાથે આપણને એઝ એ મનુષ્ય તરીકેની હેપીનેસ લેવા માટે વી હેવ ટુ વર્ક ઓન દેટ, એન્ડ દેટ્સ વેર in many curriculum like in our PP Sawan University we celebrate our convocation with yajna, કે ભારતીય પરંપરા કે ભારતીય સંસ્કૃતિ મુજબ જો આપણે આપણા બાળકોને કે નવા બાળકોને શીખવાડીશું, એન્ડ દેટ ઇઝ વેર you will find that Indian way of living is the answer of high touch and high tech. આપણા ઋષિ મુનિઓ, જ્યારે તમે મહાભારત જોવો છો, રામાયણ જોવો છો, લેટેસ્ટ ટેકનોલોજી હતી, પણ છતાં પણ મિનિમમ યુઝેજ ઓફ રિસોર્સિસ હતો, જેના દ્વારા એ લોકોએ હાઉ ટુ લીવ એન્ડ સસ્ટેનેબલ લિવિંગ. આજે આપણે વાત કરી છે સસ્ટેનેબલ ડેવલપમેન્ટ ગોલ, યુએન આજે વાત કરે છે. વર્ષોથી આપણા શાસ્ત્રોમાં આપણે એન્વાયરમેન્ટની પૂજા કરીએ છીએ, એન્વાયરમેન્ટનું રક્ષણ કરીએ છીએ. એટલે વોટ આઈ એમ ટ્રાઇંગ ટુ સે કે હાઈ ટેક અને હાઈ ટચ એ બેલેન્સ કરતાં શીખવાનું નેક્સ્ટ જનરેશન એજ્યુકેશન ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનનું કામ હશે, અને વી ઓલ હેવ ટુ વર્ક. આઈ વિલ સ્ટોપ હિયર ફોર ધ ડિસ્કશન ઓન ધ પેનલ. યા, થેન્ક યુ.
थैंक यू वेरी मच डॉक्टर पराग भाई. एंड हवे जो हमारे पैनलिस्ट थे उनमें से जो आखिरी शख्सियत हमारे बीच यहाँ पे मौजूद है, मैं उनसे इनवाइट करना चाहूँगा कि वो आके अपने विचार प्रदर्शित करें. जितेंद्र व्यास છે એટલે ગુજરાતી હોય એ બટ ઓબ્વિયસ છે, એટલે જોરદાર તાલીઓની વચ્ચે આપણે એમને આવકારીએ.
थैंक यू सर. केम छो सूरत? मेरी गुजराती यहाँ तक ही है, उसके बाद में फ्लुएंट नहीं होती. यस, बाय बर्थ आई एम नॉट अ गुजराती, बट बाय नाउ माय लिविंग इनटू गुजरात मोर देन 1/3 ऑफ माय करियर आई हैव बीन इनटू गुजरात, तो आई एम मोर ऑफ अ गुज्जू रादर देन फ्रॉम MP. Friends, thank you for inviting me, the esteemed members of SGCCI and my fellow panelists. Today's topic and the two buzzwords which are floating in this hall since morning are high tech and high touch. Where does these words originate from? Just a small thing we think. So many of the generation people, those who are sitting over here, these two words were first probably coined in 1980s by John Naisbitt, who in his book Megatrends termed these two words. And at the same time in 80s only, when the technology was taking shape and started creating some disruptions, that time only he had said that the more high tech we go, the more high touch we will want. And that is the dilemma for all HR professionals sitting over here. The dichotomy of the situation, how to balance it, whether to go high tech or whether to go high touch. And the answers we have got in today's session, we'll have to go with both, high tech and high touch. Many things have been said about high tech and what all benefits we are taking about the high tech, whether artificial intelligence, machine learning, chatbots, and all those things.
but this does not undermine the importance of high touch. And for HR professionals, I would only say few lines that yes, what capability they have to build among themselves so that the high touch phenomenon is not lost. And for each HR professional, which I have been practicing, trying to practice, not practicing, trying to practice, कि अगर सीखना है तो इंसान के चेहरे को पढ़ने का हुनर सीख, अगर सीखना है तो इंसान के चेहरे को पढ़ने का हुनर सीख, हर चेहरे पे लिखा है किताबों और टेक्नोलॉजी से ज़्यादा. थैंक यू. थैंक यू वेरी मच. दोस्तों, ये दोनों जो विषय है उनके ऊपर आप अपने सवाल तैयार रख सकते हैं. हम यहाँ पे वार्तालाप का दौर शुरू करते हैं. कुछ सवाल हम एज अ मॉडरेटर हम यहाँ से कुछ सवाल करेंगे. मीनवाइल आप भी अपने सवाल को तैयार रखिए. आपको माइक्रोफोन दिया जाएगा, आप अपने सवाल वहाँ से पूछ सकते हैं. ज़रूरी नहीं कि हर सवाल का जवाब यहाँ पे सबके पास परफेक्टली हो या मौजूद हो. वी ऑल आर डिस्कसिंग सर्टेन थिंग्स एंड दैट इज़ वाई वी कॉल इट पैनल डिस्कशन. और यहाँ पे हम कोशिश करेंगे कि कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें जो हम यहाँ से जाने के बाद अपने वर्क कल्चर में, अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, अपने प्रोफेशन में उसको कहीं ना कहीं यूटिलाइज़ कर सके, अपनी पर्सनल लाइफ में अगर हम यूटिलाइज़ कर सके, क्योंकि टच की बात है तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसी होगी कि जो हम अपने फैमिली में या पर्सनल लाइफ में भी उसका उपयोग कर सकते हैं. तो कुछ चीज़ें समझने की कोशिश करते हैं यहाँ पे, क्योंकि एक टेक्निकल वर्ड्स यहाँ पे लिखे हुए हैं. एक बात सबको समझ में आती है कि आजकल जो वर्क कल्चर है बहुत तेज़ी से बदल रहा है. एम आई राइट? बहुत तेज़ी से काम करने के तौर तरीके सब कुछ बदल रहा है. अभी एक ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम में मैं गया था, वहाँ पे एक बहुत अच्छा वर्ड जो रिलेवेंस की बात करते हैं, वन ऑफ आवर ट्रेनर टोल्ड इट वेरी नाइसली कि क्या हम रिलेवेंट है. और उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी डेफिनेशन दी कि द चेंज विद इन मी एंड चेंज आउटसाइड द वर्ल्ड. If change within me is not matching with the change outside the world, then I am not relevant. Similarly, हम यहाँ पे जो प्रयास कर रहे हैं वो यही कर रहे हैं कि एज अ HR क्या हम आज के ज़माने के साथ रिलेवेंट में काम कर रहे हैं, रिलेवेंस के साथ काम कर रहे हैं. और यहाँ पे कुछ सुबह में जो डिस्कशन हुआ था उसी के आधार पे कुछ सवाल हमारे मन में उठते हैं कि मैं सबसे पहले नम्रता जी से पूछना चाहूँगा कि जिस तरह से हमारा वर्क कल्चर चेंज हो रहा है और जिस तरह से काम करने के तौर तरीके बदल रहे हैं, वहाँ पे एक बात ये की जाती है कि हमें बहुत ही पर्सनलाइज पॉलिसीज़ के ऊपर अभी काम करने की ज़रूरत है. यहाँ पे एक हमारा जो सब्जेक्ट है वो भी है कि हाइपर पर्सनलाइज डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. तो यहाँ पे दो टेक्निकल वर्ड है, हाइपर पर्सनलाइज और डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. सो आई वुड जस्ट लाइक टू आस्क यू कि जो डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है वो किस तरह से आज हमारे वर्क कल्चर में इम्बाइब हो रहा है.
ओके, सो चिराग, सबसे पहले तो हमें ये समझने की ज़रूरत है कि वो डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन चाहिए क्यों. The things start from there only, and to audience, I believe audience can relate, even HR can relate the most, कि why it is necessary to go with the flow. वैसे देखा जाए तो बहुत लाइक द वेलवर्स कंपनी, देयर आर सो मैनी कंपनीज जिनकी ऑलरेडी हायरार्की सेट होती है, जिनकी ऑलरेडी पॉलिसी सेट होती है. बट व्हेन वी वर्क ऑन द पॉलिसीज, व्हेन वी लुक टुवर्ड द चेंजेस, व्हेन न्यू एम्प्लॉयज कम, व्हेन वी डू हैव टू डू द रिटेंशन थिंग, देन the main subject would be the transformation. What next we can add, what next we can do, हम बेहतर को बेहतरीन कैसे बना सकते हैं. एंड पॉलिसी समथिंग, मॉर्निंग के सेशन में भी हमने एक चीज़ सुना था कि पर्सनलाइज पॉलिसी होनी चाहिए. सो बहुत सारी इंडस्ट्री हैं जो रिलेट करेंगी दैट हायरार्की होती है कि वी कैटेगराइज इनटू लेवल ए, लेवल बी, लेवल सी. लेवल ए में सो एंड सो एम्प्लॉयज हो सकते हैं, लेवल बी में सो. ऑफ कोर्स एवरी मतलब अ कॉइन हैव टू सरफेस, उसके प्रॉन्स भी हैं, उसके कॉन्स भी हैं. अ फ्यू पीपल कैन रिलेट कि नहीं ठीक है पर्सनलाइज होना चाहिए पॉलिसी, बट अ फ्यू पीपल अगेन से कि नहीं पर्सनलाइज नहीं होना चाहिए, सबके लिए समान होनी चाहिए. कंपनी एक है तो पॉलिसीज क्यों डिफरेंट है. वी हैव टू एक्चुअली अंडरस्टैंड द प्रॉब्लम फर्स्ट टू कम टू एनी कंक्लूजन, टू कम फॉर एनी ऑफ द चेंज, एनी ऑफ द ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. वो मैनुअल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हो या वो डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हो, वी हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई द प्रॉब्लम फर्स्ट. अभी जैसे कि मैंने अपने बिगनिंग में एक मैंने एग्जाम्पल लिया था छोटा सा, डेटा. We all know that we all are working on data. Data के बिना हम कुछ है ही नहीं. If we don't have, I mean, I'm sitting here, I have, a bunch of paper with me, so again, that is data, right? Many of us have, many of us store in our brain, so that depends upon person to person. So to store anything, we have to, be into something, right? अब आप उसको पेपर पेन पे भी स्टोर कर सकते हो, आप उसको एक डेटा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन मशीन के थ्रू आपने कंप्यूटर पे भी स्टोर कर सकते हो, आप उसको आजकल तो लोग पीसी पे कोई स्टोर डेटा करता ही नहीं, वी ऑल सेव ऑन ड्राइव, क्लाउड, इवन हम हमारे फ़ोन के फोटोज़ भी हम फ़ोन तक लिमिटेड नहीं रखते, हम उसको क्लाउड पे सेव करके रखते हैं. सो दिस इज अ स्मॉल एग्जाम्पल विच वी यूज नॉट इवन एचआरस, एज अ ह्यूमन बीइंग यू यूज इन योर पर्सनल लाइफ. अभी वाई इट इज़ नेसेसरी, आई एम कमिंग to the next thing, ki why it is necessary to be personalized, to be to go with the tech thing, because down the line, if you can see the changes, there is a drastic changes, and that is the reason we have to adapt the changes. Say for an example, if you are hiring, I'm just taking being an HR, so IT वाले relate करेंगे, IT HRs का जो सबसे core चीज़ें जो दी गई हैं वो है recruitment. How many IT people are there? Just raise your hand. So कितने को ये क्वेश्चन है कि आईटी में रिक्रूटमेंट जल्दी होता नहीं है? Okay, and just only one? Okay, I will come to that question again. So how we have to personalize that thing, the recruitment policy, how we have to apply the tech thing. Initially हम क्या करते थे, we call people on the office for the interview thing, but after adapting a transformation, we prefer to take interviews over Google Meet, over Zoom call. Again, there is some pros and cons कि when we speak to a person face to face, like we are sitting, if we wanted to do, हम ये conclave ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन को अपनाते हुए हम गूगल के थ्रू भी कर सकते थे, बट ओवर देयर वाज अ लैक विच इज़ अ ग्रेटर लैक कि हम कनेक्ट नहीं कर पाते. कनेक्ट करना इज़ द कोर एस्पेक्ट जो मैं पर्सनली मानती हूँ कि इफ़ आई एम नॉट कनेक्टिंग टू माई ऑडियंस, इफ आई एम नॉट कनेक्टिंग टू माई पैनलिस्ट, दे कैन agree to me, or if I wanted to make sense, then also I wouldn't be able to make sense, right? So just taking a small example of recruitment being an HR, पहले हम लोग prefer करते थे कि that people come to the office in general, ठीक है, what is your strength, what is your weakness, what like out of 5 years how you want to see yourself. But these days, trust me that none of the HR is going to ask such questions. None of the HR. I believe you guys can relate कि आपके मुझे बीइंग एन पर्सनल मुझे ये ठीक नहीं लगेगा कि मैं पूछूं कि अच्छा ठीक है 5 साल के बाद आप खुद को कहाँ देख रहे हो, बिकॉज आई एम ऑल्सो नॉट श्योर कि वेयर आई एम गोइंग टू बी स्टैंड आफ्टर 5 years. सो वॉट वी डिड इज एंड वॉट वी हैव टू डू इज़ कि हमें वो चेंज लाना ज़रूरी है, हमें ये मॉड्यूलेशन लाना ज़रूरी है, हमको डिजिटल को अपनाना ज़रूरी है, वेयर वी कंडक्ट इंटरव्यूज़ ऑन गूगल मीट. फर्स्ट बेनिफिट टाइम सेविंग है. सेकेंड बेनिफिट कि इफ़ द पर्सन इज़ आउट ऑफ द सिटी, उनके अलाउंसेस के खर्चे आपको नहीं उठाने पड़ेंगे, राइट? दे जस्ट if the talent is good, that is not restricted to any of the city, that is not restricted to any of the organization or anything, right? So if we are looking for talent, we have to be ourselves, we have to keep ourselves into the shoe of a transformation where we can completely connect to the people, and we can completely transform ourselves for the next generation, right? So yeah, this is it.
Thank you very much, Namrata ji. You narrated very nicely. I would like to request my all speakers to be little brief and precise and specific. Now my question to Bhargav bhai. यहाँ बैठे हुए हम सब जानते हैं कि भार्गव भाई सजानंद टेक्नोलॉजीज को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, और ये सूरत का गौरव सजानंद टेक्नोलॉजी इस तरह से हैं कि जो हार्ट सर्जरी में जो स्टेंट इस्तेमाल होता है वो आपकी बदौलत होता है. आप सबको ये मैंने कहा ये हमारा गौरव है. अभी मेरा सवाल सर आपसे ये है कि ये करीबन मोर देन 3 decades सजानंद को हुआ है, और आपका जो प्रोफाइल है सजानंद का उसमें रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट सबसे ज़्यादा होता है. और अभी देखा जाए आज की हालत में तो यहाँ पे एक एम्प्लॉय की कंसिस्टेंसी एक ही ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ ज़्यादा सालों के लिए शायद पहले जैसे नहीं रहती है, तो हाउ डू यू कॉप अप विथ इट? उनकी कंसिस्टेंसी, रिटेंशन, हाउ डू यू मैनेज देम?
Absolutely excellent question. In fact, this is something me and my R&D head were debating about just 2 weeks ago. There's a joke I've been saying that in our grandparents' generation, practically you would have one career, one company. Sorry. हमारे दादाओं के जनरेशन में वो लोग पूरा जनरेशन एक करियर एक कंपनी में एक जॉब में निकालते थे. हमारे मम्मी पापा के जनरेशन में वो लोग का एक करियर था, शायद 2 या 3 कंपनी में काम करते थे. नाउ द न्यू जनरेशन एक लाइफ में 2-3 करियर कर डालते हैं. कंपनी तो भूल जाओ. कंपनी तो शायद 5-10 कंपनियां बदल देंगे, लेकिन करियर भी बदल रहे हैं. कमिंग टू R&D, इज दिस गुड और बैड? ये सही है कि गलत है? इन माई व्यू, इफ एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, अगर कोई भी रिसर्च और डेवलपमेंट कंपनी हमारी जैसी है, वो इसको मैनेज करना सीख सकती है, तो दिस विल बी द ग्रेटेस्ट गिफ्ट टू सिविलाइजेशन. क्यों? क्योंकि अगर आप कोई भी पैटर्न की स्टडीज़ देखोगे, यूएस में, यूरोप में काफ़ी बार देखा गया है कि कोई भी साइंटिस्ट रहता है, they publish the most number of patents in the latter part of their years. ये क्यों है? ऐसे नहीं कि उनको मालूम नहीं था पहले पैटेंट कैसे फाइल करना. Simply because by the end of the career they have gone through multiple experiences. इसकी वजह से वो लोग इनोवेशन बेहतर कर सकते हैं. एक चीज़ ये है. दूसरा, एक एज का है. दूसरा, कौन से कैटेगरी ऑफ इन्वेंटर्स आर द मोस्ट प्रोडक्टिव, आर द मोस्ट न्यूमरस? अगेन उन लोगों ने ढूंढा कि जिन लोगों ने करियर या फील्ड 2, 3, 4 बार बदली हैं, वो लोग सबसे ज़्यादा पैटेंट्स फाइल करते हैं. इन्वेंशन बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट इज़ कनेक्टिंग द डॉट्स बिटवीन 2 डिफरेंट थिंग्स. उसमें से ही सबसे बेहतर इन्वेंशंस आते हैं. आप कोई भी चीज़ देख लो. अब एप्पल, हमारा सबको एप्पल कंपनी बार बार देखना बहुत मज़ा आता है. आईफोन देख लो. आईफोन एक टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, आईफोन में सैकड़ों टेक्नोलॉजी भरी हुई है. तो अंटिल स्टीव जॉब्स केम एंड कनेक्टेड द डॉट्स बिटवीन द डिफरेंट टेक्नोलॉजीज, एप्पल वाज नॉट पॉसिबल, आईफोन वाज नॉट पॉसिबल. तो कमिंग बैक टू योर क्वेश्चन, मुझे लग रहा है कि अगले 100 साल ये ट्रेंड को अगर हम सही से मैनेज कर सकते हैं, एम्फेसिस ऑन दिस, अगर सही से मैनेज कर सकते हैं, तो अगले 100 साल में हम जितना प्रोड्यूस करेंगे, जितना इन्वेंशंस हम इन्वेंट करेंगे, it will look like last 100 years we have done nothing. So I'm fundamentally optimistic about this.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. दोस्तों, आप सब जानते हैं कि सजानन टेक्नोलॉजीज़ जो है वो लेज़र टेक्नोलॉजी से शुरू करके पीरियोडिकली एग्रीकल्चर, देन मेडिकल एंड ऑल फील्ड दे हैव कवर्ड ड्यूरिंग दिस जर्नी ऑफ 3 डेकेड्स. उसके बावजूद भी मतलब आज जो हम बात करें, यहाँ पे हमारे बहुत ज़्यादा लोग जो है वो MSME सेगमेंट से बिलोंग करते हैं. तो ये लोग वहीं से स्टार्ट करके आज यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं. हमारे बीच जो संजीव जी है, मैं उनसे ये पूछना चाहूँगा कि आप एक बहुत ही स्ट्रक्चर्ड HR ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से बिलोंग करते हैं, जहाँ पे कंपैरेटिवली बैलेंस करना पॉसिबल हो सकता है, बिकॉज ऑल आर वेल ट्रेन्ड, वेल पेड पीपल एंड वेरी स्ट्रक्चर्ड HR. लेकिन आपसे मैं ये जानना चाहूँगा कि आपने अपने वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में ये जो टच एंड टेक कैसे बैलेंस किया है, और साथ में ये जानना चाहूँगा कि MSME उसको किस तरह से इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं.
कौन किया है, कॉन्सेप्ट से किया है.
थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर द क्वेश्चन. तो देखिए, मैं लार्सन एंड टूब्रो से हूँ. हम लोगों के हज़ीरा में 5,000 एम्प्लॉयज़ L&T के हैं और 20,000 कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर है. तो 25,000 पीपल कम एवरी डे टू वर्क एंड गो. ये सिर्फ सूरत में है, हज़ीरा में है. आगे लार्सन एंड टूब्रो ये पूरे भारत में हमारे कई प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, कई प्रोडक्शन सेंटर्स हैं और कई ऑफिसेस हैं. हमारे कुछ 11 अलग वर्टिकल्स हैं. जो ऑल ओवर द ग्लोब सभी दुनिया के सभी भागों में हमारे लोग हैं, हमारे ऑफिसेस हैं। तो इस तरह से आइडियली पहले अलग अलग अपने अपने जो ग्रुप्स थे वो अपने सिस्टम्स उनके पास थे, तो अपने सिस्टम्स थे, अपने प्रोसेसेस थे, अपने HR के प्रोसेसेस थे, अपने इंटरनल SAP या ERP सिस्टम्स थे। तो जैसे टाइम गया एंड इन द लास्ट फ्यू इयर्स ये एज फार एज पॉसिबल वी आर ट्राइंग टू मेक इट यूनिफॉर्म ऑल ओवर, जितने हो सके उतने हम लोग कॉमन करना चाहते हैं। तो इस वजह से क्या हुआ है कि ये जो टेक्नोलॉजीज़ बिजनेस रन करने के लिए हमने इस्टेब्लिश किए हैं वो सारे एक ही तरह के वो पूरे एक तरह के नहीं हुए हैं, क्योंकि ये इतनी वास्ट बड़ी कंपनी है कि वो प्रैक्टिकली हो नहीं सकता है। लेकिन कोशिश ये है कि हम हमारे प्रोसेसेस सिस्टम्स ऑल ओवर लार्सन एंड टूब्रो सेम रहे। तो इस वजह से वो काफ़ी कॉम्प्लेक्स होते जाते हैं, क्योंकि इतनी बड़ी कंपनी है, उसमें टेक्नोलॉजीज़ सभी ऑल ओवर द ग्लोब सेम टाइप के रखना वो इतना इजी नहीं है। लेकिन सो द आइडिया हियर इज़ व्हाट आई वांट टू टेल यू हियर इज़ यस, नाउ विथ ऑल दिस कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी वी स्टिल हैव टू डिलीवर, हमको डिलीवर करना है। और हमारे जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, अलग अलग कंपनी अलग अलग यूनिट्स जो हमारे हैं वो अलग अलग प्रोजेक्ट्स करते हैं, और हम लोग के जो काफ़ी आइकॉनिक प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, हम वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल वर्ल्ड्स टॉलेस्ट स्टैचू जो हमने बनाया है सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल का, तो हमने हम ये मुंबई एयरपोर्ट, दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट, मुंबई एयरपोर्ट वो भी लार्सन एंड टूब्रो ने बनाया है। काफ़ी एयरपोर्ट, अबू धाबी एयरपोर्ट हमने काफ़ी सालों पहले बनाया था। हम इंडिया के लार्जेस्ट सबमरीन बनाते हैं। सो अलग अलग लार्जेस्ट लॉन्गेस्ट ब्रिजेस बनाते हैं। तो इस तरह से वो जब तक ये हम टच नहीं लाएं, जब तक हम सिर्फ सिस्टम करें तो वो हो नहीं सकता। अगर अच्छा यू वांट टू प्रोड्यूस ग्रेट वर्क, यू वांट टू ब्रिंग इन द पैशन इन ऑल, सभी लोगों में अंदर से अगर जोश है तो काम इजी हो जाता है। जब लोग अपने काम से प्यार करने लगते हैं, दैट मीन्स यू लव योर वर्क सो मच, and that's the culture we have to try and bring in, ke let people love their work. So you have to enjoy it, you have to love it. It should not be work. जब वो काम खेल हो जाता है तभी it's play all the time. It is always all work. It's not all work, it is all play. तो उस तरह का माहौल, उस तरह का कल्चर क्रिएट करना चाहिए, और काफ़ी हद तक हमारे यहाँ ये हम लोग ट्राई करते हैं कि उस तरह का कल्चर क्रिएट हो कि सभी लोगों को सभी लोग ओन करते हैं कि ये मेरी कंपनी है, मैंने खुद ने बनाई है, और मैं जो उसमें डाल रहा हूँ और रही हूँ कि वॉट एवर आई कंट्रीब्यूट इज़ क्रिएटिंग द ग्रेट थिंग्स इन द वर्ल्ड, ग्रेट थिंग्स वी। सो हमारा एक टैगलाइन है, वी मेक थिंग्स दैट मेक इंडिया प्राउड। सो वो ऑलवेज हम लोग को लग रहा है कि यस, वी मेक थिंग्स दैट मेक इंडिया प्राउड, वी मेक थिंग्स दैट इज़ द बिगेस्ट, दैट इज़ द टॉलेस्ट, दैट इज़ द लॉन्गेस्ट एंड दैट इज़ द बेस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड। तो इस तरह से हम लोग वो जोश लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं through various means. Maybe I'll answer that in further. How we do it, I'll answer that further. But unless you bring in that personal touch, you know your people's strengths and weaknesses, और उनके strengths के ऊपर काम करना चाहिए, उनके जो positive what they are good at, उसको हम लोग को ऊपर लाना चाहिए as HR personnel. So it's not about you keeping on finding faults with people to improve them. It cannot work. It has to be by working on their strengths that we can improve the people and give them the right work which fits them. So it is personalized. It is very, very personalized. You have to have solutions for each person, and that's how the company can grow great. For the MSMEs, I think you have an advantage that आप सभी लोगों को अच्छी तरह से जानते हैं. छोटी कंपनी है तो उसमें और इजी होगा, और यू कैन फाइंड द स्ट्रेंथ्स ऑफ द पीपल, ब्रिंग देम. एक विजन देना चाहिए और उस विजन और उस पैशन जनरेट करना चाहिए कि वो गोल हम सब साथ मिलके कैसे करेंगे. वो अगर होगा तो इजीली बेस्ट कंपनी बन जाएगी आपकी. थैंक यू.
If I can add to this as well, thinking about technology and smaller organizations, MSMEs, right? In fact, now that we're still nowhere as close to being as large as L&T, but now that we are at least above MSME, to be very honest, I miss being a smaller company. Because when you're small, you can be agile, you can be nimble. And that is one of the biggest strengths you can have in business. So when you're thinking about technology, the one question or challenge that I would like to pose to you, if you are one of the MSMEs, unfortunately, we have this very cost-driven mentality in India. And because we have a cheap cost of labor, we tend to adopt technology much later, right? इसके लिए आदमी ले लेते हैं, ये expensive system नहीं लेनी है, ये नहीं लेना है, वो नहीं लेना है. Well, one thing, if you search hard enough, now there are much cheaper technologies that are becoming more readily available even for smaller organizations to adopt. If for whatever reason, on the cost basis alone, there is still a hiccup, I would again challenge both the IT and the HR professionals in the room to think about the factors beyond just the cost. Technology is not there just to save you cost from human labor. It is also there to make your quality more consistent in any operation that you think about, any administrative aspect that you think about. And I would really urge you to think about this. When you look at your European or American peers, even in those countries, they have small organizations. They have companies with 5 employees. They have companies with 10 employees. But as global competitors for us, I'm willing to bet that those organizations are adopting technologies far faster and far earlier in the life cycle of the organization, and this is why Silicon Valley is what Silicon Valley is. Tel Aviv is what Tel Aviv is, because the youngest organizations actually adopt the technology at the earliest stages. Organizations like L&T or increasingly Sahajanand, when we have to adopt technology, it becomes a 3-year project. We have to talk to 100 different people, take opinions from everyone, see what works, what doesn't work. By the time the project is out, the technology will have already changed. Whereas in MSME, you don't have that problem. It is much faster. If you see a technology you like as a promoter, as an HR professional, you have to talk to 10 people, you have to talk to 50 people, and you can move much faster. So I just wanted to add to this, that being an MSME is not a disadvantage when it comes to technology. It is a huge advantage if you know how to use it correctly.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. संजीव जी और भार्गव जी, ये बात बहुत अच्छी रही कि यहाँ पे ज़्यादातर SME और MSME का रिप्रेजेंटेशन है, तो आप अपनी जो बात करते हैं वो वहाँ पे उन लोगों तक पहुँच रही है. बढ़िया बात है. अभी मैं पराग सर से सवाल करना चाहूँगा. पहले तो आपका जो प्रेजेंटेशन था उसमें से एक सवाल मुझे ये सूझता है कि हम अपने कैंपस में हमको अपने स्टूडेंट्स को टेक्नोलॉजी ज़्यादा सिखानी पड़ती है या मनुष्यता. आज के ज़माने में हम कल की जनरेशन को तैयार करते हैं और आपने डिकेड्स इसमें बिताए हैं, तो मेरा एक सवाल ये है. दूसरा सवाल मेरा करीबन इससे जुड़ा हुआ है. मैंने कहा है कि एम्पैथी फॉर मी. थैंक यू. दूसरा सवाल सर मेरा ये है कि आते जाते होर्डिंग पे नज़र जाती है और वहाँ पे नज़र कई स्टूडेंट्स की रुक जाती है. पैकेज so many lakhs, करोड़. क्या आने वाली जनरेशन ये बातों को झेल सकती है वो मैच्योरिटी के साथ, या उनके अंदर ओवर एम्बिशियस बन जाए, मोह भंग हो जाए और बटरफ्लाई अप्रोच शुरू हो जाए कि मुझे 1 करोड़ तक जल्दी से जल्दी पहुंचना है? हाउ डू यू कॉप अप विथ इट?
Thank you, Mrunal bhai. તમારે બહુ વેલિડ પ્રશ્ન પૂછ્યો છે, પણ એના ઉપર એઝ અ પ્રોફેસર આવું એ પહેલાં બિંગ એ ટેકનોલોજી એન્ડ ઇનોવેશન મેનેજમેન્ટ પ્રોફેસર્સ, હું ચોક્કસ જે ભાર્ગવભાઈ અને એમણે વાત કરી કે MSMEમાં ટેકનોલોજી એડપ્ટેશનની વાત છે, પણ ખાસ એક ધ્યાનમાં રાખવા જેવી બાબત છે કે ટેકનોલોજી પાછળ આંધળું અનુકરણ કે હું સૌથી પહેલાં લેટેસ્ટ ટેકનોલોજી લઈ લઉં, કેમ લઈ લઉં, તો એ MSMEમાં ખાસ ધ્યાન રાખવાનું છે. એક હાર્વર્ડ બિઝનેસ રિવ્યુમાં બહુ સરસ આર્ટિકલ આવ્યો, IT ડઝન્ટ મેટર, કે ટેકનોલોજી એટલે પર્ટિક્યુલર ઇન્ફોર્મેશન ટેકનોલોજી, અને 2002માં આર્ટિકલ હતો, ટાઈમ મળે તો ક્યારેક વાંચજો. એમાં એ વાત કરે છે કે IT ટેકનોલોજીઝ લાઇક ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર ટેકનોલોજીઝ, કે કોઈ પણ ટેકનોલોજી વાપરો, શું એ તમારા કસ્ટમર, તમારા એમ્પ્લોયી, તમારા જે પણ બિઝનેસ પ્રોસેસીસ છે એમાં કોઈ ટિપિકલ એક્સપિરિયન્સ એડ કરે છે, કોઈ સ્પેસિફિક બેનિફિટ એડ કરે છે, then and then we need to adapt the technologies, not because X has done or Y has done or Z has done, I have to adapt the technology. એટલે ટેકનોલોજી એડપ્ટેશન્સની અંદર ફોર MSME ઇટ્સ વેરી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ કે આ ટેકનોલોજીથી હું શું કરવા માગું છું. મારા કસ્ટમરની લાઇફસ્ટાઇલમાં કંઈ સુધારો થશે, મારા એમ્પ્લોયીના વર્કિંગ પેટર્નમાં કંઈ સુધારો થશે, મારી પ્રોડક્ટિવિટીમાં કંઈ સુધારો થશે, ધેન ગો ફોર ધ ટેકનોલોજી. કારણ કે આપણે અત્યારે એક આંધળું અનુકરણ છે કે બીજાએ લીધો સોફ્ટવેર એટલે મારે લેવો જ પડે. તો IT ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ ઇઝ બિકમિંગ નાઉ સિગ્નિફિકન્ટ પાર્ટ ઓફ યોર કેપિટલ ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ, પણ એ ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ કરતાં પહેલાં યુ હેવ ટુ ફોકસ કે આનાથી શું સુધારો હું કરવા જઈ રહ્યો છું, અથવા તો શું સુધારો થશે, વેધર કસ્ટમર, એમ્પ્લોયી, એની ઓફ ધ સ્ટેક હોલ્ડર્સ, શું એમના એક્સપિરિયન્સની અંદર કોઈ સુધારો થશે, then and then it became that technology is successful. Now coming back to મૃણાલભાઈ પ્રશ્ન કે શું વિદ્યાર્થીઓને મનુષ્યતા શીખવાડવી પડે છે, મારો આન્સર છે યસ. કારણ કે આજના જમાનામાં જે આપણી ફેમિલી સિસ્ટમમાં ચેન્જ આવ્યો એની હિસાબે આ દાયિત્વ જે પહેલાં ઘરમાંથી થતું કે દાદા શીખવાડતા, દાદી શીખવાડતા, નાના શીખવાડતા, નાની શીખવાડતા, એ હવે યુનિવર્સિટી અથવા તો એજ્યુકેશન ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન ઉપર આવતું જાય છે. કારણ કે આપણી જે આખી પેટર્ન છે, સોસાયટલ પેટર્ન બીકેમ મટીરિયલિસ્ટિક. આપણો જે ભારતીય સંસ્કૃતિ હતી એ પહેલાં ત્યાગને મહત્વ આપતી. કોણ મોટું? તો જે ત્યાગે છે. એટલે કોઈ પણ સાધુ મહારાજ આવે, 5 કરોડનો બિલિયનર હશે તો પણ એમના પગે લાગશે. That was our culture which is transformed. હવે કોઈ પણ જગ્યાએ કોણ મિલિયનર છે, કોણ 100 કરોડના છે, 200 કરોડના છે, વેસ્ટર્નાઇઝેશનને હિસાબે મટીરિયલિસ્ટિક કે જેની પાસે સારામાં સારો સૂટ છે, જે સારા, એટલે ધેટ હેઝ ચેન્જ. અને એ ચેન્જની અસર એવી થવા માંડી છે કે આપણા ઘરના ફેમિલીમાં પણ એવું થઈ ગયું કે 2 ભાઈ હોય તો પહેલાંના જમાનામાં તમારા સમયે તમને યાદ હશે કે ભાઈ આ 2 જણા વેચીને ખાજો, કે આ એક વસ્તુ આવી છે દેટ હેઝ બીન ડિવાઇડેડ, કે ભાઈ આ તમે, હવે એવું છે કે આ તારું છે, આ તારી બહેનનું છે, આ તારા ભાઈનું છે, દરેકને ઇન્ડિવિજ્યુઅલિસ્ટિક આપવામાં આવે છે. આ તારો રૂમ છે, આજે આપજે મારી ડોટરને પણ કોઈ ગેસ્ટ આવે ને રૂમ શેર કરવાનો આવે તો ગમતું નથી. એટલે આ બધી જે ચેન્જ ઓફ એટીટ્યુડ થયો છે, એટલે ઘણી બધી વસ્તુ, સંસ્કારો શીખવાડવાનું પણ હવે એજ્યુકેશન, જ્ઞાન નહીં, સાથે સાથે સંસ્કાર આપવાની પણ જવાબદારી ધીરે ધીરે હાયર એજ્યુકેશન ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન આપતી જાય છે. અને તમે પણ જોશો, તમે ઓલ બિઝનેસમેન, કે અત્યારે સારા માણસો, સ્કિલ માણસો તો મળી જાય છે, પણ ઓનેસ્ટ, ઇન્ટિગ્રિટી, વેલ્યુ સિસ્ટમ્સવાળા લોકો મેળવવા ખૂબ જ મુશ્કેલ બની રહ્યા છે. અને હું એવું માની રહી છું કે ભવિષ્યમાં એ યુનિવર્સિટીઓ વધુ પ્રોગ્રેસ કરશે કે જે સારા મનુષ્ય બનાવે છે. કદાચ ભરૂચ પાસે એક સંસ્થા છે જે આવી રીતે ગરીબ બાળકોને લઈને તૈયાર કરે, પણ ત્યાં લાઈન લાગે છે કે માણસો, કેમ કે એમનો છોકરો આવે તો એનામાં એક શું કે કામ પ્રત્યેની ધગશ, એના માટેની આ વસ્તુ. એટલે વોટ આઈ ફીલ કે નોલેજ ઇઝ નાઉ અવેલેબલ ઓન ગૂગલ. સ્કિલ એન્ડ એટીટ્યુડ જે સંસ્થા આપી શકશે એ જ જેને કહેવાય કે આગળ હશે, ને સ્કિલ એટીટ્યુડ સાથે વેલ્યુ બેઝ એજ્યુકેશન જે આપી શકશે એ થશે. એટલે ધીસ ઇઝ વોટ ધ ચેલેન્જ ફોર ધ યુનિવર્સિટીઝ. 12 વર્ષ સ્કૂલમાં કશું ન કર્યું ને 4 વર્ષમાં યુનિવર્સિટી એમને પ્લેસમેન્ટ પણ આપવાનું, એમને સંસ્કાર પણ આપવાના, એમને સારા વિદ્યાર્થી પણ બનાવવાના. એટલે ફોર અસ ઇટ્સ એ મેજર ચેલેન્જ ઓન દેટ. બટ યસ, આઈ વુડ લાઇક ટુ ટેલ ઓલ ધ સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ એન્ડ પીપલ દેટ વેલ્યુ બેઝ, અને આ જ વસ્તુ દરેક જગ્યા ઉપર જે વેલ્યુ બેઝ ધંધો કરે છે, વેલ્યુ બેઝ બિઝનેસ કરે છે, they all are getting successful. ધ પોઈન્ટ જે બીજો તમારો હતો કે પેકેજ, પણ આઈ થિંક ધીસ જનરેશન, બાય વર્કિંગ વિથ ધીસ જનરેશન, મને એવું લાગે છે કે પેકેજની જે છે એ હાવ ઊભો કરેલો છે. પણ હવેનો જે વિદ્યાર્થી છે કે હવેનો જે સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ છે દે આર મોર લુકિંગ ફોર એક્સપિરિયન્સ. અને જે વેસ્ટર્ન વર્લ્ડમાં કે હું યુરોપમાં હતો તો યુરોપિયન સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ આર નોટ લુકિંગ ફોર પેકેજ, દે આર લુકિંગ ફોર ધ એક્સપિરિયન્સ, કે કેટલા એક વર્ષ આ જગ્યાએ કામ કરશે, 2 વર્ષ બીજી જગ્યાએ કામ કરશે, 6 મહિનાની ઇન્ટર્નશીપ કરશે. હવે આપણા વિદ્યાર્થીઓમાં પણ એ બાબતની જાગૃતતા આવતી જાય છે અને પીપલ આર લુકિંગ ફોર એક્સપિરિયન્સ. આજે અમારી યુનિવર્સિટીમાંથી ઓછામાં ઓછા 35 વિદ્યાર્થીઓ કહે છે કે મારે એન્ટરપ્રિન્યોરશિપ કરવી છે, મારે બિઝનેસ કરવો છે. ઇવન દે આર ગોઈંગ ફોર નોન પ્રોફિટ ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન. એટલે આપણે જેવું માનીએ છીએ કે આ જનરેશન એ ક્લેરિટી નથી, પણ હું એવું કહું છું કદાચ આપણા કરતાં વધારે ક્લેરિટી સાથે આ જનરેશન કામ કરી રહી છે. અને દેટ્સ વેર હાઈ ટચ એન્ડ હાઈ ટેક, કે ટેકનોલોજી તો એમને છે જ, એમની સાથે જો ટચ વધારવામાં આવે તો ઓટોમેટિકલી એ સારા એમ્પ્લોયી બની શકે છે, એ સારા હ્યુમન રિસોર્સ બની શકે છે. ધ પ્રોબ્લેમ ઇઝ વી ઓલ આર લૂઝિંગ ટચ. આપણે કનેક્ટેડ ખૂબ થઈએ છીએ પણ ખરેખર કનેક્ટેડ નથી. હું 7 અવર્સ સ્ક્રીન ઉપર છું પણ હું મારા ફેમિલી સાથે નથી. સો વેન એવર ધીસ ઇઝ બેલેન્સ વિચ નાવ, હું ભવિષ્યમાં એવી કન્સલ્ટન્સી જોઈ રહ્યો છું કે કઈ રીતે ડિસ્કનેક્ટ થવું, અને એના કાઉન્સેલિંગ સેન્ટર હશે કે જે ડિસ્કનેક્ટ થવા માટે કે તમારે કનેક્શન ઓછું કરવા માટેના થેરેપી સેશન્સ આવી. કારણ કે બાળપણથી જેટલી રીતે કનેક્ટેડ લોકો થઈ રહ્યા છે, તો આઈ પર્સનલી ફેલ્ટ કે બેલેન્સ છે એ ભારતીય સંસ્કૃતિ અને ભારતીય જીવનશૈલીમાં ઓલરેડી એમ્બેડેડ છે. કે આપણી જૈન સંસ્કૃતિમાં ચોવિયાર કરવો તો ઇટ્સ ઓલરેડી ધેર, ધીસ ઇઝ ઓલ સાયન્ટિફિકલી પ્રૂવન. અને એ આપણા વિદ્યાર્થીઓ, હવે મને એવું લાગે છે કે ખૂબ જાગૃતતા આવી રહી છે કે ટીલા ટપકા કરવા તો એને લોકો એક રિચ્યુઅલ માનતા હતા, પણ હવે સાયન્ટિફિકલી પ્રૂફ થયું કે તમારા આજ્ઞાચક્રને રોજ તમે ટચ કરો. એ વસ્તુ હવેની જનરેશનને સાયન્ટિફિકલી સમજાવવામાં આવે તો એની એડેપ્ટેબિલિટી બી ઘણી. તમે અંદર મંદિરમાં જોશો તો ઘણા બધા યંગસ્ટર્સ, તમને જેટલા વ્હાઇટ હેર છે એટલા જ તમને બ્લેક હેર્સ પણ જોવા મળી રહ્યા છે. એટલે આઈ એમ ફર્મ બિલીવર કે અવર નેક્સ્ટ જનરેશન ઇઝ ટ્રાન્સફોર્મિંગ એન્ડ ધ રાઇટ ડાયરેક્શન્સ એમને જો આપવામાં આવે તો દે વિલ ડેફિનેટલી ડુ એ વેરી गुड टू अवर कंट्री एंड अवर नेशंस. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. जैसे इन्होंने कहा लास्ट टू लास्ट कॉन्क्लेव HR हेड फ्रॉम IBM विथ अस, उन्होंने कहा था कि जो आने वाली जनरेशन है वो अपनी करियर स्पान में 7 डिफरेंट इंडस्ट्रीज़ में वो लोग काम करेंगे और ऑन एन एवरेज 22 जॉब्स दे विल चेंज. तो दैट काइंड ऑफ कल्चर इज़ गोइंग टू बी देयर. जितेंद्र जी, आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि यहाँ पे जो चेंज की और बात हो रही थी कि आज सबको एक्सपीरियंस लोग चाहिए, खास करके अगर MSME की बात करें, यहाँ पे बहुत सारे HR MSME से होंगे, हर कोई चाहता है कि मुझे एक्सपीरियंस बंदा चाहिए, बिकॉज दे डोंट वांट टू इन्वेस्ट ऑन ट्रेनिंग. वो उनको सिखाए, फिर सिखा के उसको तैयार करे और 2 साल में बंदा छोड़ के चला जाता है. दिस इज़ अ वेरी कॉमन सिनारियो इन MSME सेगमेंट. तो आज का जो हमारा वर्क कल्चर है जो चेंज हो चुका है. दूसरा, वो अगर ट्रेन नहीं है तो वो गलतियाँ करेगा. तो हमारा आज का जो मॉडर्न मैनेजमेंट है या बदलते हुए जो वर्क कल्चर है, वहाँ पे उन नए जनरेशन के बच्चों के लिए गलतियों की क्या गुंजाइश है, और इनके बीच में अगर हम उनके साथ बैलेंस करना चाहें, क्योंकि टच और टेक की बात है, क्योंकि इंडस्ट्री टेक्नो से भी हो रही है, वहाँ पे ह्यूमन टच कम हो जाता है, वो गलतियाँ करता है तो उसे फायर कर दिया जाता है. तो हाउ टू मैनेज दिस?
वेरी रेलिवेंट क्वेश्चन. पर उसके पहले 2 चीज़ मैं यहाँ बात करूँगा. MSME की बात आई थी और MSME हाउ दे आर एडॉप्टिंग टेक्नोलॉजी. सो थोड़ा सा रिवर्स एक्सपीरियंस मेरा है कि वॉट एवर वैल्यू सिस्टम आई हैव लर्नड, जितना कुछ काफ़ी अच्छी चीज़ें सीखी वो मैंने MSME सेगमेंट से सीख के अपने कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड में बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में ली. तो ऐसा नहीं है, बिल्कुल सही कहा कि MSME होना शायद एक चैलेंज है, या MSME होने से हम बहुत सारी चीज़ें इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर सकते. That's a myth going on. MSME can better compete with the world. वो ज़्यादा अच्छे से आज की जो प्रगति की दौड़ है उसके अंदर ज़्यादा अच्छे से आगे बढ़ सकते हैं और अपने आप को स्थापित कर सकते हैं, और कर रहे हैं. सूरत एग्जाम्पल, और मैं पिछले 15 साल से सूरत की प्रोग्रेस देख रहा हूँ, जिसके अंदर MSME ने सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं बल्कि वैल्यू सिस्टम, वैल्यू बेस्ड बिजनेस हो, उसके अंदर सबके अंदर अपनी अपनी चीज़ों को स्थापित किया है. नाउ कमिंग टू योर क्वेश्चन ऑन ट्रेनिंग. तो एक क्वेश्चन शायद इस हॉल में बैठे हुए मिड कैरियर लेवल के लोगों के से पूछना चाहूँगा कि जब वो पहली बार काम करने गए थे तो क्या ट्रेंड होके गए थे?
उनको भी किसी ने सिखाया ही होगा। और वो पेशेंस एक HR के नाते या एक एंटरप्रेन्योर के नाते या एक HOD के नाते वो पेशेंस एक हमेशा सब में रहना चाहिए। हाँ, उसके पहले लेने की बात जब आती कि उस बंदे को अनट्रेंड लिया है, तो लेते टाइम कम से कम थोड़ा सा एक पल्स आता है कि इस बंदे को हम ट्रेन कर सकते हैं कि नहीं, वो एडाप्टेबल है कि नहीं है, उसके अंदर वो एटीट्यूड है कि नहीं कि जहाँ वो सीख सकता है। एक बार गलती करेगा, दूसरी बार सीखेगा और उसके बाद में उसका अच्छा रिटर्न देगा। तो वो एक फाइन बैलेंस हमेशा एक बना के रखना बहुत ज़रूरी हो जाता है कि मैं अनट्रेंड लूँ या एक ट्रेंड लूँ। फिर उसके अंदर यदि HR के हिसाब से देखेंगे, कुछ लोग बोलेंगे मैं ट्रेंड एक्सपीरियंस बंदा बाहर से लूँगा तो महंगा मिलेगा, उसकी जगह मैं अनट्रेंड ले लेता हूँ। तो एक बीच का डिफरेंस जो रहता है कि यदि मैं अनट्रेंड ले रहा हूँ, उसको ट्रेनिंग करने के ऊपर जो मेरी कॉस्ट में स्पेंड कर रहा हूँ और वो कॉस्ट रहेगी या मेरे लिए फ्यूचर का इन्वेस्टमेंट रहेगा, वो एक बैलेंस करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। और एग्जांपल्स हम देखते हैं, स्पेशली जब बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में जाते हैं तो वहाँ पे होगा कि बेंच स्ट्रेंथ कैसे तैयार करनी या कार्डर बिल्डिंग कैसे करना। इट्स ऑल बेस्ड ऑन द फ्रेशर्स, दे आर बीइंग टेकन इनटू द सिस्टम, दे आर बीइंग ट्रेन्ड एंड देन दे आर बीइंग मेड रेडी फॉर द फ्यूचर थिंग्स। तो सेम फिलॉसफी के ऊपर यदि जाएंगे तो एक बैलेंस ज़रूरी है। मैं नहीं बोलूँगा कि सिर्फ फ्रेशर से ही आप किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को चला सकते हैं, बट एट द सेम टाइम ये भी बोलूँगा यदि आप एक्सपीरियंस्ड लोगों ही लेना चाहेंगे तो देन देर आर वेरियस अदर रिस्क इन्वॉल्व और देर आर वेरियस अदर issues which sitting at this moment you cannot say, because the position for which you are taking a person, it all depends on that also. So एक बैलेंस रखना बहुत ज़रूरी है।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। आपकी बात के साथ और चिराग भाई के सवाल के साथ मैं थोड़ा जोड़ना चाहूँगा। सी nowadays we say we need speed and accuracy. If you go for speed, somewhere you have to compromise with accuracy. मैं अपना खुद का एक एग्जांपल मेरे क्लाइंट के वहाँ जो हमने किया है और वो इनोवेशन अलग से हैं। मिस्टेक्स आर नॉट डेलिबरेट्स। पहले तो हमको ये समझना पड़ेगा, कोई जानबूझकर गलती करता नहीं है। एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, वो गुजरात की जानी मानी बेकरी है, तो 250 से ज़्यादा आउटलेट्स हैं और कंप्लेन आती थी कि भाई केक में कुछ न कुछ कंप्लेन आती रहती थी। तो हमने बहुत प्रयास किए उसको कम करने के लिए, लेकिन कुछ होता नहीं था। फिर हमने जो फाइनल QC करता था उसको पूछा तो कहा कि नहीं, मैं बराबर ही करता हूँ। फिर हमने उसको बुला के कहा कि आज से आप अच्छा नहीं पकड़ेंगे, आप गलतियां पकड़ेंगे और आप अपनी जितनी गलतियां पकड़ेंगे उतना आपका R&R होगा। सर, विदिन 3 weeks ऑफ टाइम QC डिपार्टमेंट ने 0 मिस्टेक्स कर दिया। और एक बहुत बढ़िया 2 लाइन मेरी आवाज़ के साथ मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ, एक बढ़िया 2 लाइन मैंने पढ़ी हुई है एक जगह पे। जो HR होता है वो बहुत बढ़िया बढ़िया कोट्स लगाते हैं, यही एक मैंने पढ़ा है, आपकी हर गलतियां मैं बर्दाश्त करता हूं। आपकी हर गलतियां मैं बर्दाश्त करता हूं, सिर्फ आपकी एक बेहतरीन उपलब्धि के लिए। अभी एक और निदा फाजली साहब क्या कहते हैं, HR फ्रेटर्निटी को ध्यान से ये सुनना है। निदा फाजली, रुख हवाओं का जिधर का है उधर के श्रद्धा, उधर के हम हैं। उन्होंने 2 पंक्ति में कहा है, हर आदमी में होते हैं 10-20 आदमी, हर आदमी में हो, मल्टीटास्किंग, मल्टीफेसेट, हर आदमी में होते हैं 10-20 आदमी, जिसको भी देखना हो कई बार देखना। इंटरव्यू एक थी વધારે વાર લેવા પડે તો લેજો, પરંતુ જેને લીધો તેને નિભાવજો। થેન્ક યુ સર।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि एक ही आदमी में होते हैं 10 बार आदमी, MSME तो काम ही ऐसे करती है कि एक आदमी लेते 10 बार काम करवाते हैं। तो यहाँ पे जब MSME का एक कल्चर होता है कि भाई एक बंदा लिया वो 10 काम कर लेगा, सब कुछ उसको आना चाहिए और हर चीज़ को ध्यान में रखते हुए उसका परफॉर्मेंस मेज़र करते हैं। तो ये सिचुएशन में यहाँ पे हम एक बात कर रहे हैं जो कि पर्सनलाइज पॉलिसी की बात कर रहे हैं, और यहाँ पे यूनिवर्सल टास्क होते हैं। पॉलिसी तो बहुत दूर की बात है, यूनिवर्सल टास्क होते हैं कि भाई हर बंदा हर काम करेगा। तो ये बदलते हुए दौर में मैं आप दोनों से स्पेशली पूछना चाहूँगा कि आप दोनों टेक्नो सेवी है कि हाउ टेक्नोलॉजी कैन हेल्प to measure the outcomes of this kind of multitasking work in a MSME segment, क्योंकि ये सब यहाँ बैठे हुए बहुत सारे HR की ये चैलेंज होगी कि एंड ऑफ द ईयर जब उनका मेजरमेंट करना होता है, परफॉर्मेंस अप्रेजल करना होता है, तब ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज होता है कि इतने सारे काम में से और हम ही उनको डाइवर्ट करते हैं कि आज ये कर लो कल ये कर लो। तो हाउ दिस टेक्नोलॉजी कैन हेल्प?
Okay. Before I can answer this question, I just to add on to Dr. Parag sir that इंडोनेशिया में 2018 में एक कैंपेन रन किया था उन लोगों ने, जहाँ पे इंडोनेशिया के हर एक स्कूल में उनकी मदर को वुमेंस डे पे बुलाया जाता था कि ताकि उनके पैर धुल सके। सो दैट कल्चर हैज़ टू बी अडेप्टेड। जो मृणाल सर ने क्वेश्चन किया था डॉक्टर पराग से कि कैसे हमको हमें सिंस वी आर ब्लेस्ड टू बी इंडियंस, राइट, वी नो दैट वी आर एनफ ब्लेस्ड टू बी विथ आवर पेरेंट्स, बट इन फॉरेन कंट्रीज अगर इफ दोज पीपल आर अडेप्टिंग दैट कल्चर बाय कॉलिंग देयर पेरेंट्स टू स्कूल ताकि वो उनका फीट धुल सके, सो दैट इज इन वाई वी कांट, आई मीन वाई द यूथ, देयर आर सो मेनी स्टूडेंट्स सिटिंग ओवर देयर, वाई वी कांट अडेप्ट दैट थिंग, राइट, नॉट इवन जस्ट टू शो ऑफ कि ठीक है जस्ट टू स्कूल में बुला के वो करना, बट अगेन दैट यू हैव टू बी डाउन टू अर्थ अगेन, बिकॉज दैट इज लाइफ। आज आप बहुत ऊंचाई पे हो, कल को आप नीचे भी आ सकते हो, बट यू हैव टू, आपको अपनी ज़मीन से जुड़ी रहना चाहिए। एंड अगेन डिजिटल को अगर मैं इससे थोड़ा कनेक्ट करूँ, सो मेंटोर्स जो होते हैं दे आर द की एक्सपेक्ट पर्सन जो उनको वो चीज़ टाइम टू टाइम रहते सिखाते हैं, राइट। सो या कमिंग टू योर क्वेश्चन चिराग कि हम कैसे उस चीज़ को अडेप्ट कर सकते हैं। लुक, मल्टीटास्किंग होना बहुत अच्छी बात है, राइट, आई मीन दैट इज़ अ की पॉइंट, बट बहुत बार वो मल्टीटास्किंग होना ना आपको ले डूबता है, बिकॉज यू आर नॉट फोकस्ड टुवर्ड वन टास्क, राइट। इफ यू आर डूइंग 5 थिंग्स एट अ टाइम, वो आपका फोकस कहीं ना कहीं वहाँ थोड़ा ऊपर किस, मतलब आप सपोज से फॉर एन एग्जाम्पल यू आर अलॉटेड टू 5 प्रोजेक्ट्स, राइट, सो आप वो 5 प्रोजेक्ट पे एक टाइम पे आप काम तो कर नहीं रहोगे। आपने आपके डे स्लॉट में से, सिंस इफ यू आर अ 9 वर्किंग आवर्स कंपनी, देन आपने 2 घंटे इस प्रोजेक्ट पे, देन अगेन योर मैनेजर के मैसेज, नहीं यार ये ना क्लाइंट का बड़ा इमरजेंसी कॉल आ गया, आप इस पे शिफ्ट हो जाओ, राइट। सो फर्स्टली इनटू स्पेसिफिकली कैन टॉक अबाउट IT और अपैरल ब्रांड, सिंस एंड सो इफ यू कैन टॉक अबाउट मी, आई हैव बीन टिल डेट आई हैव बीन इनटू सर्विस, अपैरल एंड नाउ IT, right. I'm very new to IT since last 1 year only working with IT. So what major thing I have seen into my previous organization, that people don't have KPI and KRAs nowadays, right. That is a very mandatory aspect to have the KPI or KRA for a particular job profile, and along with that you should also have the roadmap. अगर आपको पता ही नहीं है कि आप आने वाले फ्यूचर में क्या करने वाले हो, तो वो जैसा कि सर ने बोला था ना कि आप एक करियर, तो क्या आप यू आर सेवरिंग टू मेनी जॉब्स, मतलब बीइंग एन HR मेरे पास बहुत सारे रिज्यूमे आते हैं, 3 month का वर्क एक्सपीरियंस एंड दे आर एक्सपेक्टिंग 5 लाख ऑफ पैकेज। सो आई मीन IT पीपल कैन रिलेट टू दिस थिंग, राइट। सो अगेन द थिंग इज कि अगर आप उसको पर्सनलाइज कर रहे हो, इफ यू आर कनेक्टिंग दैट विथ हाई टेक थिंग, सो यू हैव टू वेरी स्पेसिफिक टू द KPI and KRS for the each and every employees of your organization. If it is not since छोटी कंपनी में हम बहुत easily कर भी सकते हैं, बहुत बार होता है कि बड़ी कंपनी कैसे अडेप्ट करेगी, राइट, बट द थिंग इज सेम ओनली, वो छोटी पैनल की कंपनी हो, कम एम्प्लॉयज़ की कंपनी हो, या फिर वो बड़े पैनल के एम्प्लॉयज़ हो, कैटेगरी हम जरूर कर सकते हैं, राइट। यू हैव टू अडेप्ट दैट थिंग, यू हैव टू अडेप्ट दैट कल्चर। योर एम्प्लॉय शुड हैव अ प्रॉपर रोड मैप की, सिंस इफ यू आर joining us as an executive level, then post that you are going to be a senior executive, then maybe associate, then manager, then GM, or so on, right. So roadmap should be there for the growth thing, and a part of that KPI KRA should help at the time of appraisal. ईयर एंड पे सबको चाहिए होता है इंक्रीमेंट. इवन एनी ऑफ अस आर वर्किंग, वी नो वी ऑल आर वर्किंग फॉर सैलरी एंड डील, राइट? सो पीपल, आई मीन या पीपल हैव देयर ओन पर्सपेक्टिव कि लर्निंग होनी चाहिए, ग्रोथ होना चाहिए, बट एंड जैसे अच्छा एंड ऑफ द मंथ सैलरी आ जानी चाहिए. सो वी ऑल वेट फॉर दैट सैलरी credited message and deal. So if you are getting something from the company, you should have to give something in a double amount to the company, but that doesn't mean that you have to be a multitasking. And if you are a multitasking, just segregate your work, focus one time one work only, and this is how you can achieve your accomplish your goal.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. ऑडियंस से कुछ सवाल है? हमारे पास तो बहुत लंबी लिस्ट है, ये बात चलती रहेगी, लेकिन अगर आपके सवाल हो तो आप यू कैन आस्क द क्वेश्चंस. इज देयर एनी क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम द ऑडियंस? यस, वंदना जी.
I don't really have a question to ask, but then I'm not a person of HR, but it was a pleasure listening to all of you. But I must say that such learned people on the dais, and everybody is of the opinion that high touch is more important than high tech in a world where everybody is running towards digitalization every second of the day. Namrata ma'am, I just heard you at one point when you were saying that for recruitment you will save money and the work will be faster if you do it through digitalization in case you're taking an interview. But somewhere I feel that it could be faster, but the energy that one emits when you're talking to that person in person taking an interview, and the energy that the person is emitting through the attitude that that person has towards his work, what for which he has come for the interview, is definitely better if it is a face-to-face appointment than a digital appointment through Zoom or whatever. That was my opinion, and I quite agreed with the gentleman next to you, Mr. Kotadia, when he said that the generation, his dadas and everybody would never think of putting in all these, modern gadgets. And then, the next generation came, they had a few more things. Today, you say that we need it more because to be in that advanced position wherever the big advanced companies are, the IT companies are, or the world, wherever it is today. I agree that high touch and high tech have to be very well balanced, and somewhere I think high touch has to be 51% to high tech being 49. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Banna ji. Dr. Bandana Bhattacharya is our group chairman and very proactive group chairman of the Southern Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Before you, gentlemen and gentle ladies, you ask questions. Let me ask you one question. Today morning, one of our speakers, he said, HR का रोल क्या रहेगा? सूरत is zero unemployment, South Gujarat is zero unemployment, and union free zone. यहाँ यूनियन बाजी नहीं है. मुझे बहुत अच्छी बात सुबह में संजय जी, शायद संजय जी ने कहा था कि भाई if you become a union, there will not be any union baji. Now I ask you a question to my dear HRians. How many of you have courage to stand before your management, pursue them, try to pursue, try to request, and if sometimes you know HR, you dominate. How many of you have this courage? Because in my journey of 30 years, I have not found many cases. वो सुबह कभी तो आएगी, वो सुबह कभी तो आएगी. आप यंगस्टर्स यहाँ पे हैं, तो ये सवाल मैं आंख बंद कर देता हूं, लेकिन अगर आंख क्यों बंद करूं, जिगरा है तो है, अगर वो नहीं है तो क्या करना है। हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हैव करेज, या तो आज का टेक अवे यहां से ये है, सुबह में जो कहा गया, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू एग्री टू इट, वो तो बताइए एटलीस्ट। यू शुड स्टैंड बिफोर योर मैनेजमेंट, आई से इट। मैं अपने 30 साल की कैरियर में मैंने किसी भी मैनेजमेंट के सामने अपनी बात, क्योंकि जब मुझे रखा है तो क्यों रखा है, मैंने अपनी बात उनको एक बार कही है, 2 बार कही है, फिर कभी नहीं कही है, लेकिन 2 बार करने की जिगर में रखता हूं। और एक सवाल मैं थोड़ा मिस कर रहा हूं, आप क्यों सवाल करेंगे, हम क्यों नहीं करेंगे। हाँ, आई एम सॉरी, ये भी एक्सपीरियंस से आया है। जब आप जॉब ज्वाइन करते हो तो 3 महीने का प्रोबेशन पीरियड होता है। यहाँ पे एमएसएमई, एसएमई, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स कौन कौन है, जरा हाथ ऊपर करें। एंटरप्रेन्योर्स भी है तो अच्छा, मेरा सवाल सही है। तो फिर अगर हम किसी को रखते हैं तो प्रोबेशन पीरियड होता है 3 महीने का, एक्सटेंशन हो सकता है मोर 3 मंथ्स, 6 महीने का, यूजुअली 1 मंथ, 4 महीने का। ओके, मेरा सवाल दोनों तरफ है, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को भी है और एचआरियंस को भी है, कि अगर आपका प्रोबेशन 3 महीना या 4 साढ़े 4 महीना का है, जब ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को प्रमोशन देना होता है, तो क्या ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि 3 साल में प्रमोशन हो पाए। अगर वो आपके साथ नहीं होता है, आपका प्रमोशन 3 साल में या 5 साल में नहीं होता है, जवाब नहीं चाहिए, हु इज राइट एंड हु इज रॉन्ग। आई एम एन एम्प्लॉय, मे बी आई एम नॉट प्रूविंग माई सेल्फ। इफ आई एम एन एंटरप्रेन्योर, आई एम नॉट offering growth to my employees. When an organization, entire organization is growth oriented mindset, then only both can grow. Thank you. Your questions now. कोई जवाब तो आइए नहीं।
हेलो सर, मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है, मैं बेसिकली एचआर बैकग्राउंड से हूँ। हम लोग फ्रेशर को हायर भी करते हैं, इंडिविजुअल पॉलिसी भी है, टेक्नोलॉजी भी देते हैं, लेकिन प्रोबेशन भी कंप्लीट कर लिया, उसको एक्सटेंड भी नहीं करना है, परमानेंट भी कर लिया, लेकिन 6 महीना या 1 साल के बाद यही ऑप्शन आता है, सर बेटर अपॉर्चुनिटी है, अब हमको जाना। स्विच ओवर करने के लिए विद इन 1 ईयर में आ जाते, तो इसका सॉल्यूशंस क्या।
मैं थोड़ा फिलोसॉफिकल आंसर दूंगा। इट्स बिकॉज आई एम नॉट practitioners are on this side, is high touch.
Yes.
Right? If employee has bond with your organization, and if they see, we have to believe the changing environment. एक तो जो आ रहा है वो जाएगा ही, right? So HR's role is to continue to search for the talent, but at the same time, जितनी भी आप हाई इनोवेटिव कंपनीज देखोगे, हाई परफॉर्मिंग कंपनीज देखोगे, रिसर्च सजेस्ट दैट वेरेवर यू हैव ए पर्सनल टच, they felt belongingness, they will be always there. But that trend in psychological level in current youth is changing. The belongingness does not mean कि loyal रहे कि 5 साल 15 साल जो इन्होंने कहा कि उस तरह से काम करना। So we have to adapt कि जो आ रहा है वो आने वाले टाइम में जाएगा ही, तो दोनों तरीके से काम करना है। एक तो आप उसको belongingness देंगे तो शायद रहेगा, बट एट द सेम टाइम जैसे मैडम ने कहा कि एट द एंड वी ऑल पीपल आर मटेरियलिस्टिक, बोलने में लगता है बट एट द एंड स्टिल मटेरियलिस्टिक। सो वेदर that's why your company also has to grow, have to provide the growth opportunities, and then they will be able to stay. But I don't think there is a standard answers कि ऐसा करेंगे तो रुक ही जाएंगे। क्योंकि वैल्यू सिस्टम्स चेंज हो रही है, ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस चेंज हो रहा है, बहुत फास्ट पेस से अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ बढ़ रही है। तो इन दैट कॉन्टेक्स्ट ये कहना कि लोग आपके साथ लाइफ टाइम तक जुड़ेंगे, तो आई थिंक दैट इज
थैंक यू डॉक्टर पराग। तो मैं थोड़ा ऐड करना चाहता हूँ, हमारा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लार्सन एंड टुब्रो, उसको लर्निंग एंड ट्रेनिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कहते हैं। तो पीपल कम हियर देन स्टे फॉर सम टाइम एंड देन लीव। तो ये क्या है कि जैसे कि डॉक्टर पराग ने कहा, एंड वी ऑल्सो हैव हर्ड अबाउट दिस गैलप सर्वे एंड द गैलप थियरी which says that people do not leave organizations, people leave their manager. अगर उसको और उनको अच्छी तरह से हमने राइट हियरिंग दिया, आप सुन के लेना चाहिए कि उनको क्या कहना है। Those people who are on the first line, they know much better than all the managers. तो हमारे मैनेजर्स एंड द सीनियर मैनेजर्स एंड द GMs थिंक के उनको सब मालूम है और जो फर्स्ट लाइन काम कर रहा है उसको कुछ पता नहीं है। बट ये उल्टा है, जो फर्स्ट लाइन काम कर रहा है उसको समझता है कि एक्चुअल प्रॉब्लम्स क्या है वहाँ, और तो उसको जस्ट आपने सुन लिया एंड यू क्रिएट एन एनवायरनमेंट के उनको लगा कि ये मेरी कंपनी है, मुझे सुन रहे हैं लोग, मुझे यहाँ ग्रोथ के चांसेस हैं कि मुझे यहाँ और यहाँ रुकूंगा तो हमको रुकूंगी तो हमको आगे अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ मिलेंगी। मुझे पर्सनली आई एम वैल्यूड इन दिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, वेदर इट्स अ स्मॉल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और अ बिग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। वो पर्सनल टच एंड पर्सनल इम्पॉर्टेंस बीइंग गिवन टू अ पर्सन इज़ मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट देन द सैलरी। हम लोग जो L&T में काम कर रहे हैं, हम लोग अगर बाहर गए तो हमको मल्टीपल टाइम सैलरी मिलेगी, लेकिन हमको इतना वी आर सो एंगेज्ड विद द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन दैट we don't even look till from the time I have joined for around 39 years ago, I have not given a single interview outside because I know that this is, I'm enjoying my work here, and that's how the atmosphere has to be created कि people love the work, people enjoy the work. See these traits ये सब individuals के ऊपर है। जो manager है उसका individual how he thinks, how he takes care of his people, how he interacts, how he creates a homely atmosphere, ये सब importance है, ये बहुत ज़्यादा important है। It is not only the salaries that people look at. जो अगर उनको लगा कि ये मेरी family है तो कोई छोड़ के family को नहीं जाता है। तो that is what I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
एक और चीज़ मैं ऐड करूँगा, अगेन कम्प्लीटली एग्री टू बोथ ऑफ द पॉइंट्स। एज अ स्मॉलर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो इमोशंस है और बॉन्डिंग है एक दूसरे के बिन, ये एक बहुत बड़ी करेंसी है आपके लिए। So you have to use that. You have to invest into that. You have to use that. But just one thing I think that hasn't been mentioned till yet. One of the latest trends, or one of the trends over the last 20 years, we see this more in US and Europe. It is starting to come into India as well. The young generation does not just work for money. Certainly very important. But the young generation is also very focused on the why. मैं क्यों ये कर रहा हूँ? अगर आप में से किसी ने साइमन सिनेक का गोल्डन सर्कल का प्रिंसिपल देखा है, अगर नहीं देखा है तो आई हाईली रिकमेंड टू जस्ट सर्च फॉर इट ऑन यूट्यूब। फॉर आवर जनरेशन नाउ जॉब तो करनी है, यहाँ नहीं तो यहाँ, और मेरी तनख्वाह भी मिलेगी यहाँ नहीं तो यहाँ पे से। इसके ऊपर का क्वेश्चन ये है कि मैं ये क्यों कर रहा हूँ, ये क्यों जॉब कर रहा हूँ, ये मेरी कंपनी क्या कर रही है, इससे सोसाइटी को क्या बेनिफिट है। Just taking Sajanand's example, I used to say to our employees, even when we were much smaller, we could not afford the best market salaries, I would literally tell them to their face कि अगर आपने SMT को या तो STPL को छोड़ा और बाहर कहीं पे जाके काम किया तो आपको ज़्यादा पगार मिलेगा ही मिलेगा। लेकिन SMT जो कर रही है, जो हम स्टैंड्स बनाते हैं, इसका जो सेटिस्फैक्शन आपको मिलता है वो क्या आपको कहीं और जगह पे मिलेगा कि नहीं। ये मिशन जो है आपका, कंपनी का जो मिशन है, इनके साथ आपको एम्प्लॉयज़ को टाई करना है। एज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वैसे भी फॉरगेट अबाउट एम्प्लॉयज़, even for you to be competitive in the marketplace, you will need to increasingly become a more of a mission-driven company. Right now, the best example in the world is Elon Musk, Tesla, SpaceX. Why do people love Elon Musk so much? Not because he's rich. because he is doing something with a mission. Right? He wants to make the world a better place. He wants to get us to the Mars. That is the mission. If you ask anyone in SpaceX, if you ask anyone in Tesla, why do they work there? I can promise you it is not for the salary. Those engineers, they're some of the smartest in the world. They can get a job anywhere else, probably making more money. Right? But they continue to stay in those organizations. क्यों? क्योंकि उन लोग को वो मिशन में कुछ करना है. Right? So as an organization, I would challenge you कि भाई what is the mission of your organization? It's not to profit. Profit आप कहीं पे भी बना लोगे. उससे अलावा उससे बड़ा मिशन क्या है? और अगर ये सवाल का आप जवाब ढूंढ लेते हो तो आपको एम्प्लॉइज़ को भी इस जवाब के साथ आपको जोड़ना है.
आपका बहुत बढ़िया आपने बताया, आपका मिशन ऑब्जेक्टिव्स क्लियर होना चाहिए और उसके साथ आपके सारे एम्प्लॉइज अलाइन करना चाहिए. बहुत बढ़िया. ये हमारी यंग जनरेशन है, एक जोरदार ताली बनती है भार्गव जी के लिए.
Yes, next question.
Namaste and good afternoon to all the panelists on the stage. My name is Vidhi Jain and I'm representing Safe Invest, a financial advisory company based at Surat, and we're the partner of NJ Group. So like my question is to Mr. Sanjeev sir. Sir, could you please throw some light on performance appraisal, 360-degree performance appraisal, जैसे अभी March and April आ रहा है. So we do not want to go into traditional practice. और ये कुछ नया कॉन्सेप्ट है दैट हैज़ बिन गोइंग इन द मार्केट फॉर सो लॉन्ग, बट हम इसको प्रैक्टिस नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. द रीज़न बीइंग 360 डिग्री में आप कलीग्स, पीयर्स, सुपीरियर्स, सबऑर्डिनेट्स, सबसे इफ़ यू कलेक्ट द फीडबैक, सो वेरियस ओपिनियंस कम्स. अभी मेरा किसी के साथ अच्छा बनता है कलीग्स में, ही विल गिव मी गुड पॉइंट्स, मे बी दूसरा नहीं दे. सो हाउ डू वी मेक दिस इनटू अ सिंपल वन?
Okay, thank you for the question. So see, the 360-degree appraisal is a good, it's a very good concept. What we are doing is we do in our organization, besides the besides the top-down review, which is the IS, NS, and DH, we also have something called a macro level, macro view group. Macro view group means जो नेक्स्ट लेवल के आदमी रहते हैं, अगर मेरा अप्रेजल हो रहा है तो मेरे नेक्स्ट लेवल के आदमी लोग फ्रॉम डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स आर ऑल्सो इन्वॉल्व इन द अप्रेजल. दैट मीन्स व्हेन वी एज अ होल ग्रुप we see all the people who are rated by different people, and then we make a bell curve of this. So all these things do happen where the next level of people, डिपेंडिंग ऑन हाउ द इंटरेक्शन हैज़ हैपन, जैसे उनका इंटरेक्शन दूसरे डिपार्टमेंट से, उनका हाउ दे हैव गिवन रिजल्ट्स टू द अदर इंटरनल सर्विस डिपार्टमेंट्स, हाउ दे आर परफॉर्मिंग विद रिस्पेक्ट टू देयर इंटरनल कस्टमर्स, ये सब देखा जाता है और वो नेक्स्ट लेवल ऑफ पीपल वो उनको रेट करते हैं. दूसरा जो 360 डिग्री अप्रेजल जो बोल रहे हैं, द एंटायर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कैन गिव अ मल्टी रेटर फीडबैक. हम लोग जो मल्टी रेटर फीडबैक करके हैं, जो वेयर यू कैन रेट अ पर्सन हु हैज़ इंटरेक्टेड और whom you have worked with for and you know the person really in terms of काम कैसे किया, एटीट्यूड कैसे है, उनका पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड है कि नहीं, व्हाट रिजल्ट्स दे हैव गिवन. तो उस तरह से हम लोग 1 to 8 के इसमें लोगों को रेट करते हैं. दैट इज़ एनोनिमस एंड सो दैट्स लाइक social media rating sort of. So the entire organization can rate a person. So that is not used as a primary indicator, but as a secondary indicator. The पहला indicator जो है, जो उनका actual काम किया है, उसके हिसाब से that is the first highest importance is given to that. The next importance is given to the MRF multi-rater feedback, where everybody else in the organization have rated you. So ये there is a proper system which has been made to that, but that is a secondary indicator. But the first indicator is how you have performed in your work and how the next level of people have seen you performing in your work. That's how it is. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Hello, good afternoon. And panelist, I have a question to Miss Ankita, right? Am I right? You are
Namrata, ma'am.
Namrata. Ma'am, I wanted to ask that you said that multitasking is not one should not go for multitasking. But in today's era, everyone is asking for the multitasking person only. So how can one not go do one thing at the one time? Because everyone wants that one person should, or especially HR, that HR should be doing the multitasking at the same time. As in my company itself, that I have to look out for the managing the whole all the employees also. If they are not coming, if someone is on leave, I have to set an alternate engineer. And with that also I have to see look out for the expenses which is happening, which are because we have multi location people are staying at multiple locations, so I have to go through with multiple things. So how do we manage it? If this in today's era, it is a much needed thing that multitasking people are much needed. So what is your point?
Hello. Yeah. So before that, ma'am, I just quickly wanted to check what is the team strength of your company?
65 to 70.
And you guys are, operating from pan-India basis?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So look, my concern was not that you should not be a multitasking, right? My concern is that if you are doing a job, you should have been focused to that particular job. Look, of course, we also prefer a person who have, working, have exposure of, a lot of things, right? So, people consider HR, if you can just talk about the Surat industry, right? So what people can think of HR? Either it's a recruiter, or they can just look into the payroll thing, or they can just look into the expenses and the sales for thing, right? But the concern is being an HR, you are into several things, but again the team strength will come. If your company team strength is just 10 to 15, that one HR should be sufficient, and one single-handed HR is looking into different segment, right? They are looking into hiring, they are looking into payroll management, they are looking into training and development, and so on, right? But if it comes to the multitasking, if I can say, then you should have to be you should have a key expect on every segment, just to prove yourself that you are a multitasking person, you can handle this, just to show out the numbers that will affect your productivity end of the day, right? If you want to be, doing couple of things at a time doesn't make you, very a perfect person, but doing a thing in a right amount of time, giving a productivity to this particular, if you're satisfying your job, then that is the key aspect, right? Again, I will repeat that I'm not against being a multitasking, since I also, being an HR, I also do a lot of things in my company, but you should have to justify what you are doing. So yeah, this is true. I hope I clarify your questions, or is it something else I'm missing?
No, actually I wanted to say that only, that because multitasking is not something we ask, that is something we are being हमें थोप दिया जाता है वो चीज़ें कि नहीं आपको ये करनी है मैम, ये आपको आपका काम जो दिया है वो तो करना ही है, प्लस ये एडिशन है और आपको ये सब कुछ कंप्लीट करना रहेगा. इट इज़ नॉट समथिंग कि आपको भाई यही चीज़ करनी है, हमें ये चीज़ें करने दे दी जाती है. मतलब वो फिर वो लोग नहीं सोचते कि प्रोडक्टिविटी पे फोकस नहीं हो रहा है, चीज़ें थोड़ी यहाँ से वहाँ हो रही है. नोबडी इज़ थिंकिंग लाइक दैट. दे आर ओनली फोकसिंग कि बस हाँ ओके ये मैम, मतलब एक्चुअली सूरत का ये कल्चर है या ओवरऑल आई एम नॉट श्योर, बट यूजुअली यहाँ पे यही है सीन कि एचआर को लोग ऐसा ही समझ रहे कि भाई वो फ्री है उसको दे दो, वो कर लेगी या कर लेगा. ऐसा कोई नहीं सोचता कि भाई उसके पास नहीं, उसके पास दूसरे काम है.
जी, संजीव जी would like to say something.
Yes sir, please.
Yeah, with Namrataji's permission. So see, in life मल्टीटास्किंग करना ज़रूरी है, उसमें चॉइस नहीं है आपको. आपके घर में हमारी लेडीज़, ऑल मदर्स, वाइफ्स, ऑल ऑफ देम डू मल्टीटास्किंग, एंड इफ़ यू टेल देम एक ही काम करो और दूसरा कुछ मत करो, नथिंग विल वर्क, राइट? सो मल्टीटास्किंग इज एवरीबडी, सिर्फ HR नहीं कर रहा है, सभी लोग मल्टीटास्किंग कर रहे हैं. ओके, तो मल्टीटास्किंग तो करना पड़ेगा. नाउ व्हेन यू से देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड बैड मल्टीटास्किंग एंड गुड मल्टीटास्किंग. तो ये बैड मल्टीटास्किंग क्या है कि एक साथ में 4 काम करना. साथ में मीन्स ये भी कर रहे हैं तो दूसरा भी कर रहे हो आप, और 3-4 थिंग्स एक साथ में करो, कुछ भी नहीं बनता है. नो आंसर, यू कांट कंप्लीट एनीथिंग. लेकिन अगर आपके पास 5 यू हैव गॉट, अगर आपके पास 4 काम अभी करने हैं, तो एक काम लीजिए कंप्लीट करिए, दूसरा काम लीजिए कंप्लीट करिए, तीसरा काम लीजिए कंप्लीट करिए, चौथा काम लीजिए कंप्लीट. दैट इज नॉट मल्टीटास्किंग. यू आर टेकिंग अ टास्क एंड कंप्लीटिंग दैट टास्क. सेकंड टास्क, टेकिंग द टास्क एंड कंप्लीटिंग द टास्क. डोंट गेट डिस्टर्ब्ड, डू एवरीथिंग एट वन टाइम. बट so it is not only for HR, but it is for everybody. In our personal lives also, in our home lives also, in anything we do, we have to multitask. But how we multitask, and you finish one task, go to the next task. That is the theory of constraints, which is one thing at a time karna hai. So multitasking is essential in today's world, but how well you do multitasking and you don't do bad multitasking, that is important.
That I totally agree.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sure.
Who can do multitasking better, a male or female? If you cannot answer, I would ask Shraddha to answer it. She is housewife, she is daughter, she is wife, she is sister. મલ્ટીટાસ્કિંગ તમારાથી વધારે સારું કોઈ પુરુષ કરી જ ના શકે.
એ વાત તો સાચી સર, ના નથી, પણ એવી તો હું બાયસ નહીં કરીશ.
અરે બેન તું
મેલ્સ બી એવી રીતે જ હોય.
ઓ બેન તું જીદે ના ચડ, મને સાંભળ. ડુ યુ, મારો આ સવાલ બધાને છે કે ઇફ યુ હેવ લર્ન સમ મોર આર્ટ્સ, આર યુ બેનિફિટેડ ઓર નોટ?
ઓફ કોર્સ
યુ આર. Your profile will be more and more rich. So why not? Be smart enough. તારો પ્રોફાઇલ સુંદર બની રહ્યો છે, અત્યારે તું ક્યાંક પીસાઈ રહી છે. સરે કહ્યું 1 bite at a time. કઈ ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન તને શીખવાના પણ પૈસા આપે? તું શીખે છે, પૈસા મેળવે છે, અને પછી તો તું શીખી જશે, રોકાવાની જ નથી.
Very well put, Shuklaji.
Thank you so much for the panelists.
It's not a matter of multitasking. It's as Sanjeev sir has said, doing one task at a time with full dedication and full commitment, and also stretching yourself beyond your boundaries. Once as a youngster, if you stretch yourself, then only you will be able to achieve. Otherwise, सिर्फ एक स्पेयर में बैठ के किसी को कुछ हासिल कभी नहीं हुआ है. तो that thought process you will have to keep in mind.
मतलब मल्टीटास्किंग से कोई इश्यू नहीं है सर, मल्टीटास्किंग हमें भी पसंद है.
Very good, then thank you very much.
Sir.
Yeah, another question, please. Last 2 questions.
हेलो एवरीवन. मैं श्री भार्गव सर कोटड़िया और संजीव सर से एक क्वेश्चन करना चाहूँगा कि अभी जो ट्रेंड चल रहा है, मतलब MSME जो सेक्टर में दो कैटेगरी के मेन वर्कफोर्स देखने को मिलते हैं. एक जिसको हम बोलते हैं मेन स्ट्रीम एम्प्लॉय, जो कंपनी ने खुद हायर किए हुए हैं. दूसरे होते हैं कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल एम्प्लॉय, जो हम थर्ड पार्टी पे लेते हैं. तो HR का जो मेन फोकस रहता है 90% जो मेन स्ट्रीम एम्प्लॉय पे रहता है, सिर्फ 5 से 10% ही फोकस रहता है जो थर्ड पार्टी वाला होता है. तो वहाँ पे मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है, जो हम हाई टच की बात कर रहे हैं, जो हाई टच में उसको एक समझता हूँ रिस्पेक्ट, रिकॉग्नाइजेशन, स्नेह, प्रेम, हूंफ, भावनात्मक जोड़ान, ये कहीं ना कहीं मिस हो रहा है. जो 40% वर्कफोर्स कोई भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल मैन पावर होता है, तो आई थिंक ऐसा लग रहा है कि इंटेंशनली उसको इग्नोर किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि ऐसा लग रहा है कि अगर एक बॉन्डिंग हो गया, इमोशनली अटैचमेंट हो गया, तो फैमिलियर हो जाएंगे, ग्रुपिंग हो जाएगा, यूनियन हो जाएगा, तो आई थिंक मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि अभी ये सब छोड़ के टच वाला जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहिए या नहीं?
So I'll go, sir. Good question. Just if I can ask, I think you're from the HR team as well, or what is your role?
Yeah, my name is Chirag Vyas. I belongs to HR department, Ami Organic Limited, Sachin JIDC.
Wonderful. So by the way, a lot of respect for Ami Organic and your promoter. It's a great company that you're at. To your question, I think you're the solution, right? The aspect that you're saying, that can HR focus more, if you feel at Ami Organic you're not focusing on the contract employees sufficiently, I don't think there is anything that prevents an organization from focusing more onto them. If I can speak at least about our organization, we have a huge proportion of contract employees, but any activity that we have, any engagement program that we have, there is absolutely zero bifurcation. Who is a permanent employee versus who's a contract employee. It is exactly the same. For us, the contract aspect of it is actually more of an administrative aspect. It's just to make payroll easier. It's just to make compliance easier. But when you come into the organization, I would bet anyone in the room to come to our factory, you will not be able to tell who's an employee and who's a contract employee. There is absolutely zero difference into that. If you're referring to organizations like Uber, Swiggy, Amazon, where they have this business model itself, that is very, very different. To be honest, I think that can be a whole day of conversation all on its own. But for the kind of organizations, at least that are presented in this room, the one that you work at or the ones where everyone on this panel is at, I think it's an issue if we make it an issue. But if we as an HR are mindful enough not to draw that distinction, I don't think it has to be that big of an issue. It can be treated similarly.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sanjeev, sir.
तो आपका पॉइंट बराबर है एंड भार्गव जी हैज़ ऑल्सो आंसर्ड इट परफेक्टली. तो ये सच है कि ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस टेंड टू गिव more importance to their own employees and less to the contract employees, but it should not be the case. हमारे यहाँ भी हम काफ़ी in a good measure we have included most of our contract employees in same activities जो हमारे यहाँ safety related activities हैं या engagement related activities हैं, तो उसमें भी contract employees को engage करते हैं. But I would agree with you कि ये overall as a universe ये there is a little difference जो नहीं होना चाहिए, और अगर कंपनी को grow करना चाहिए तो ये we have to continuously work towards reducing the distinction between our own employees and contract employees. वो सभी कंपनियों का प्रयास होना चाहिए, और that there is no second thoughts on that. And all of us have to work towards reducing that difference.
Thank you so much.
एक चीज़ और ऐड करूँगा थोड़ा सा. मैं आपने क्वेश्चन करा था, क्वेश्चन का पार्ट था कि वेदर टू गो हाई टच विथ दिस एम्प्लॉयज और नॉट. सी नाउ हाई टच का डेफिनेशन कहीं भी डिफाइंड नहीं है कि इसके साथ कितना टच कर रहा. इट्स द लेवल ऑफ ट्रस्ट व्हाट यू कैन डेवलप इनटू दैट पर्सन इज द हाई टच. तो आपको यदि आपके यहाँ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एम्प्लॉय काम कर रहा है और उसको ये लगता है कि येस व्हाट इज जेन्युइन फॉर मी, आई एम गेटिंग दैट, इट्स अ लेवल ऑफ हाई टच. एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव अरेंजमेंट यू कैन कीप इट असाइड कि भाई ठीक है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव अरेंजमेंट के लिए, कंप्लायंस के लिए कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर अलग है, कंपनी रोल का वर्कर अलग है, बट नो वन प्रिवेंट्स यू टू हैव अ टच विथ हिम, टू एंगेज विथ हिम एंड टू एंगेज हिम विथ अ purpose he is a productive employee of my organization or productive associate of my organization. Thank you.
Hi, good evening everyone. This is Anil Ramnani here. I have a question from Mr. Bhargav Katodia. Like you are the entrepreneur managing director at Sajan Technologies. So we keep on hearing about people generally want to know HR should get the seat on the round table, means in terms of the business aspect. So since you're being the managing director, my question to you is how you look at the HR and what you expect from the HR, like not only the project managers or the business manager or the sales managers, they bring revenue to the organization. So HR is equally important, like we all people are sitting here. Definitely without, if HR is not doing the talent acquisition processes right till the management and finally the appraisal. So what is your point of view towards this thing?
Absolutely agreed. So just a bit context onto me. I'm actually a second generation entrepreneur. My father was the one that started the company, and I joined Sahajanand about 10, 11 years ago. And to come to the core of your question, the first thing I did was actually sit with HR. For me, it wasn't about understanding the product. It wasn't about understanding the technology, the manufacturing, the finance, so on and so forth. I fundamentally believe and have tried our best through our organization to make sure that this motto that people talk about, that people are the most important asset, we've actually tried to adhere to that. If an organization is not actually doing it, I would kind of draw the leader's attention to their finances itself. What is the one line item that they spend more money on than anything else? I'll probably bet that it'll be people, right? And if you're R&D-led organization, the way we are, it's much more than finances. People are everything. For us, ideas, the patterns that we talked about, everything, the story starts and stops with HR. Starts and stops with people, which is going to be only as effective as our HR-led organizations or interventions and programs enable them to. So in both of our organizations today, it is a fact that the highest kind of expenditure that we do is on people, whether it's in salary, HR engagements, leadership and development, and further education, so on and so forth. As we go forward, the whole idea is, exactly as you put it, is the HR leadership sitting at the table. Whenever now we're drawing our strategies for the next 5 years, whenever we're trying to determine what we as an organization want to do over the next 5 years, what are the products, what are the geographies, what are the commercial strategies, everything has to resonate with the people strategy. The people strategy cannot be separate. It has to be very much part of the business strategy. And the only other way that I can put it is HR is not administration. HR is not running payrolls and doing salary counting at the end of the month or doing attendance. A biometric system that is hooked up to an Excel machine or an Excel computer can do this. You don't need people sitting and doing that. We, as HR professionals or HR leaders, you are there to figure out how the 10, 50, 100, or 1,000 or several thousand people that you have can be the most productive at their job. And if you're doing that correctly, everything else will work itself out.
So to add on this, I have a question from Sanjeev sir and Vyas sir also. Like how should be the career contour for the HR professionals? Like Bhargav discussed about the various changes and the experience what Europeans and the Americans want to get. But in India, like we are based in city like Surat, so definitely how should be the career contour, the progression for the HR person has to be like many of the juniors sitting out here and the mid-career professionals like me or the people sitting around here. So what do you think the future of the HR and what the particular technologies, like we are talking about the HR tech and the HR touch. So how should be the career progression if somebody has 10, 12 years of experience and moving ahead to another 10 or 15 years of experience or 20 years?
Thank you. And this will be the last question and answer from here.
And my answer will be very brief. And it comes out from the today's topic only. Each HR professional has to be a super blend of high tech and high touch. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
So I do not know whether you are, how should be the career progression, means salaries कितनी बढ़नी चाहिए ये पूछ रहे हो. So
not in that way, sir.
I think don't worry so much about career progression. आप अच्छा काम करो, do good work, everything will work out for yourself. Everybody will notice you, do good work. HR is a very versatile field. आप कहाँ पे fit हो सकते हो, whether you are in, if you are an HR person and you are working in HR, आप IT में fit हो सकते हो, manufacturing में fit हो सकते हो, any type of industry में आप fit हो सकते हो. So don't worry about your career. आप अच्छा काम करो, ये सब कुछ मस्त हो जाएगा आगे. So don't worry at all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thanks a lot. You have a bright future. Don't worry. So thank you very much, all of you. And we end our panel discussion over here. Before we move towards the vote of thanks, I would like to invite Bhavesh Taylor, Honorary Secretary, with Vandana Bhattacharya ji on the dais, so that we can thank our supporters, those who have contributed us in this event. All sponsors, we would like to invite both of you on the stage. And we request Bhavesh ji and Vandana ji to present a memento to our sponsors from PP Savani University. Dr. Parag Bhai, please come forward. We have Bhavesh Bhai Kotadia from Sajanan Technology Private Limited. कौन है? I request Mrunal Bhai to give yes. From L&T has also supported us, so I request Mulgaonjar ji to come on the dais in front, and I request Honorary Secretary and Group Chairman Mrunal Bhai. Please remain on the stage. I request Kotaria ji to come forward for accepting the memento. No. Thank you very much, Honorary Secretary Bhavesh Taylor and Vanna ji. Friends, it is almost 5 minutes to 4:30, और जैसे हमने टाइम पे शुरू किया था हम टाइम पे ख़त्म भी करेंगे. 4:30 बजे तक का यहाँ टाइम लिखा हुआ है, और मैं यहाँ पे सबका शुक्रिया अदा करने के लिए आपके पास 3 मिनट का वक्त लूँगा. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक ऑल द पैनलिस्ट. बहुत बार इनका नाम ले चुके लेकिन इंडिविजुअली सबका नाम न लेते हुए ऑल द पैनलिस्ट, वी आर वेरी मच थैंकफुल कि हमारे निमंत्रण पे आप यहाँ पे आए, और आपका जो अनुभव, आपका एक्सपीरियंस, आपका तजुर्बा, आपकी जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस है उसको यहाँ हमारे साथ आपने शेयर किया. सभी की बात से जो एक मैसेज बहुत कॉमन निकल रहा था और दो चीज़ में जो रिलेट कर रहा था, हम जिंदगी में अक्सर उसकी तलाश करते हैं जो हमारे पास नहीं होता है. शायद 20 साल पहले टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं थी, हम टेक्नोलॉजी की तलाश करते थे. आज टच नहीं, आज टच की तलाश कर रहे हैं. तो और इसी चीज़ को अगर हम बैलेंस कर ले, हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी अवेलेबल है, उसमें टच ऐड कर ले, तो शायद हम मानते हैं कि आज का हमारा जो ये प्रयास था वो एक सफल प्रयास इस सब्जेक्ट के साथ हमारी 6th एडिशन ऑफ HR कॉन्क्लेव करने का था, ये सफल रहा है. दोस्तों, यहाँ पे सबसे पहले मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा हमारे सारे ऑफिस बेरर्स, अवर प्रेसिडेंट हिमांशु बुढ़ावाला, तो ऑल द ऑफिस बेरर्स, ग्रुप चेयरमैन मृणाल भाई, चेयरमैन नीरव मंदिरवाला, ऑल द कमिटी मेंबर्स ऑफ दिस, ऑल को चेयरमैन, सभी का मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा। बड़े गर्व के साथ मैं कह सकता हूँ कि जब भी हमने HR कॉन्क्लेव हम करते हैं, हमारा बॉन्डिंग और हमारा टच बढ़ता ही है, लेकिन जितनी कहते हैं ना कि जितनी स्मूथ हम HR कॉन्क्लेव कर पाते हैं, ये शायद हम लोगों का जो ट्यूनिंग है उसकी बदौलत कर पाते हैं। आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक ऑल द मेंबर्स, खास करके जो SGCCI की टीम जो पीछे कंटिन्यूस काम कर रही है, द टेक्निकल टीम एंड एवरीबडी वी वुड लाइक टू थैंक। आई वुड स्पेशली लाइक टू थैंक विरल ऑल्सो बिकॉज ही वॉज कोऑर्डिनेटिंग एवरीथिंग रिलेटेड टू मोमेंटोन एंड एवरीथिंग, द होल टीम। Once I request if you can be on the stage, the whole team of SGCCI, please. We would like to have a round of applause for all of you. और बैंक्वेट कमेटी जिन्होंने सुबह से लेके अब तक, प्लीज 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 हैव अ राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज, क्योंकि आज ये इतना अच्छी तरह से हो पाया तो इनमें इन लोगों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। परमार, रुबिन परमार इज ऑल्सो देयर। यस, ये इनकी बदौलत आज इतना अच्छा कार्यक्रम हो पाया, और सुबह से जिन्होंने आपको नाश्ता करवाया, खाना खिलाया, हमारी बैंक्वेट कमेटी, जो भी आप जहाँ से जाएंगे तो आपको टी कॉफ़ी बिस्किट भी खिलाने वाले हैं, उन सभी का शुक्रिया। और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट कि आप जिन्होंने हमें हमेशा प्रेरित किया, प्रोत्साहित किया कि जब भी हमने HR कॉन्क्लेव की, यहाँ पे कुछ लोग ऐसे कि शायद जिन्होंने सारे एडिशंस हमारे HR के अटेंड किए होंगे, कुछ पहली बार आए होंगे, और हम यकीन करते हैं कि आने वाले वक्त में आप हमारे साथ जुड़े रहेंगे। आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप लोग यहाँ पे रहे, आपकी ही बदौलत ये कॉन्क्लेव इतनी सफल हो पाई है। थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक्स अ लॉट, थैंक यू वेरी मच।